Chapter 1197. The expressions of the two slaughtering saints changed. If the roots weren't removed, it would grow again. If the remnants of the celestial court escaped, who knew when they would be eradicated? Shio! They frantically attacked, unleashing all kinds of killing techniques. However, there was a great formation blocking in front of them, and they couldn't pass through in a short period of time. The Silver Moon clan's ancestor king was burning with anxiety, even more anxious than the two slaughtering saints. They had already attacked the sacred prince, yet they couldn't kill everyone here. If news of this leaked out, the old sacred ape on Mount Meru would be enraged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The small world was collapsing. Genesis techniques, ancient killing formations, and saint imprints interweaved together, piercing through the barrier of primal chaos and creating a passage. The people of the Celestial Court successfully rushed out and began to activate the formation platform. Dao marks formed, and a domain gate appeared, allowing them to cross the void. At this moment, the old people of the heavenly village were crying, their turbid eyes filled with sadness and reluctance as they murmured incessantly. Desolate ancient heaven, the last realm left behind, has also been destroyed. We were unfilial and couldn't protect anything. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and they didn't have much time left. Their hearts were filled with sadness, and their last nostalgia was also shattered. The remains of the Celestial Court no longer existed. Seniors, let's go. Before long, we will definitely build the Celestial Court on the ruins of hell and the human world. The young descendants urged. We and the remains of the Celestial Court exist together. Burying our bones here is the best choice. Quickly go. The old people's turbid eyes emitted a strange light, as if each of them was full of vitality. Rebirth from ashes, perfection from nirvana. Everything can be restarted, Yin Ishi said. He often played chess with these old people and had received their pointers. We are already going to die, and we have at most half a year of lifespan. Burying our bones here is the best. Quickly go. The old people urged. The fourth stage of evolution liquid has been refined. It can help you break through and prolong your lives, Chi Luo said. No need to waste it. Leave it for the children. It will be difficult for us to become saints even if we use the liquid. We can only live for a few more years. These elders who had one foot in the grave asked for death because what they said was the truth. Their blood energy had long dried up, and their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. Now, his only wish was to perish together with the ruins of the Celestial Court, and he refused to leave. Many people became silent as they watched their old tears flow down their cheeks, the scene of a bleak evening. Grandpa Tianqi, little Kay, burst into tears. She grabbed an old man's hand and was about to drag him away. Grandpa Jingshan, I don't want you to be like this. Come with me. Yitong also stepped forward and supported a trembling old man. These elders had watched them grow up and carefully taught them many things. It could be said that they were the closest people to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin also stepped forward and grabbed their hands, refusing to let go. Grandfathers are old and can't live any longer. We just want to find a burial ground that we like. The assassin should die in the light of the saber and lie down in the pool of blood. But we are too old. Our hands can no longer hold the sword. Grandpa, little Baldy cried loudly. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged an old man, unwilling to let go. What are you all doing? Everyone has to die. Being able to be buried here is the best ending for us. An old man stroked his long sword with his rough and calloused hand. Unfortunately, his hand was trembling. He could no longer wield the 3-foot-long blade to roam the battlefield. Everyone fell silent. They respected the choices of Tianqi, Jingshan, and the other elders. They did not have much time left. Being buried here was a final resting place that could bring peace to their hearts. You all hope that the Celestial Court will definitely prosper. They could no longer hold the sword, but the 3-foot-long blade was still humming in their hands. It clanged in their hands and accompanied them as they walked into the disintegrating small world. Muddy old tears, stooped figures, battle clothes that had turned to ash, and finally, the 3-foot-long blade were all buried in the flames. Everyone took one last look before stepping into the realm gate and disappearing. The ancient land of the celestial court was destroyed. Will we have such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would be old. Even the invincible ancient saints would have their blood and chi dried up, and they would not be able to fight. He thought of the blood at the holy cliff. The great Saint Physique was so heroic, but in the end, it was such a miserable old age. When his hair took root, when his essence, chi, and spirit declined, when his eyes were no longer sharp, when his body grew old, when his saint blood dried up and no longer boiled, what choice would he make? For some reason, Yi Fan's heart throbbed. It was as if he could see a corner of the future. Would he have such a miserable scene in his old age? At that time, where would his friends be? The great Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps he would be the only one left at that time. Would he still be able to wield his sword to fight? In the southern mountains, a primitive land. Giant trees covered the sun. Ancient vines covered the sky, and apes and tigers roared. Many savage beasts roamed about, but it was difficult to name them. A huge, ferocious bird flew across the sky and crushed a mountain with one claw. It tore apart a 1,000-foot-long python and swallowed it. The strange beast in the swamp opened its mouth and inhaled. Even the clouds in the sky fell down. Many beast kings in the vicinity entered its mouth. In the depths of the southern mountains, all kinds of prehistoric creatures roamed about. It was extremely dangerous. Even the demonic imperial palace and the barbarians rarely set foot here. The azure dragon spread its wings and covered a large area of the ancient forest. The great golden pung let out a long cry and shook hundreds of mountains. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly village. They were here to recuperate. Everyone was strengthening themselves and doing their best to break through. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid had been completed. The amount was great because they had obtained a lot of divine ores and extracted enough precious liquid. Grandpa Tian Chi. Little Keo wept. Her white face was covered in tears, and her big eyes were red and swollen. Yitong's eyes were also misty as he remained silent on the other side. Gu Fei and Gu Lin wept and blamed themselves. They couldn't calculate the heavenly secrets of the saints and couldn't predict the arrival of the 2 great killing saints. Hell, the human world, all of you should die. The little baldy Huahua was also wiping away his tears. What are you crying for? The elders left peacefully. They chose to hibernate there. As long as you all work hard to increase your strength, that will be the best consolation for them. Li Heishui said, yes, break through the 2 great divine dynasties and destroy the hell and the human world to comfort the elders. Yitong stood up and continued to break through. Yi Fan didn't let him take the evolution liquid immediately. He had to stabilize his realm. After all, he had just severed his Tao not long ago and needed to carefully appreciate this fruit of Tao. Ayo! In the depths of the forest, the miserable cries of the 2 silver blood emperors could be heard. They were being chased by a large black dog to the point where there was no way out. They were undergoing hellish tempering. When Li Heishui heard this, even his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the evolution liquid and broke through. He felt that if he didn't hurry, he might be surpassed by the 2 disciples of the Black Emperor. It had to be said that the Silver Blood Kings were worthy of being crownless emperors. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, the power of their bloodline was tyrannical and not weaker than the imperial clan. These 2 had the assistance of the evolution liquid. The power of their bloodline was heaven-defying and completely activated. Their strength could be described as soaring. During these days, thunder continuously sounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others broke through in succession and passed tribulation. Their strength increased. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Rubble flew through the air. Demonic clouds covered the sun, and killing intent slashed through the 9 heavens. Everyone gasped. Killing Saint Chi Luo was actually passing tribulation. His flesh had been baptized by the evolution liquid and was filled with the power of life. His strength had increased by a small level. This old man has been stimulated. The fourth stage of the evolution liquid isn't enough for him to break through. However, after accumulating for these years, together with the resentment in his heart, he has forcefully advanced a small level. It wouldn't be strange for him to become a Saint King one day. The scene of a Saint King passing tribulation was naturally terrifying. That area turned into ashes, and no one could take a step closer. In the end, he successfully passed through. The population of the heavenly village wasn't very large, only a few hundred. Apart from Tianqi, Jingshan, and a few other elders who were the oldest, there were also a few elders who were half a generation younger. Now, with the help of the evolution liquid, they were like withered trees coming back to life. They made breakthroughs one after another and undoubtedly became kings among the Tao severing realm. Among them, old Saber Honcho's achievements were the greatest. He was already Tao severing, and in terms of realm, he was even above Li Heishui and the others. Now, he had directly become a great king tier. That son of AB Asterisk TCH Black Emperor is actually about to become a saint, faster than anyone else. Lalma's face was full of jealousy and hatred. He spat out white smoke from his mouth, and his whole body was burning with flames. Dongfang Yi and the others were also quite speechless. This dog was indeed very heaven-defying. In his own words, he was doing his best to suppress his realm, otherwise he would have gone earlier. This emperor was established after destruction, destroyed after establishment, and now I'm establishing again. I have to consolidate every step. He's just a half-saint, so what? He boasted shamelessly. However, no one could refute him, because he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Back then, he relied on his physical body to fight close combat with Yi Fan, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. His bite was called ruthless. Now that his realm had steadily increased, this guy's abnormal physical body became even more exaggerated. It made people suspect that he was the Demon Emperor's son, because the power of his bloodline wasn't weaker than GZ and the Sacred Prince. He dared to fight with anyone. In the future, this emperor won't run anymore. Whoever chases after me, I'll bite them to death. The Black Emperor wore a pair of large flowery underpants. He stood upright with his claws behind his back. He lived up to his name and had a proud expression on his face. Now that he had reached the half-saint realm, he could definitely match a saint. With the ancient method passed down by great Emperor Wushi, he could break through the barrier of the saint realm. Of course, Lalma was also a mess. He had broken through to the upper-tier king realm. If he was given time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. After all, he was an auspicious beast, known as a mount that only the great emperor of ancient times could have. Back then, when he was on the other side of the starry sky, his realm was even higher than Yifan's. At that time, he was already a demonic horse on the 6th level of the Tao severing realm. Now, with the help of the evolution fluid, he was naturally one step further. The Black Emperor reminded, be careful. Those who want to prove their Tao and become great emperor shouldn't use the evolution fluid to become a saint. The last step has to be comprehended by yourself, otherwise it will affect your future achievements. Lalma was very ambitious. That was why he stopped at the 9th level of the Tao severing realm. Otherwise, he might advance further and might really have an opportunity to become a saint. Among everyone, Dongfang Yi was definitely a fierce person. He and his younger brother, Dongfang Man, were known as the barbarian war god physique. Not to mention Dharma power and Tao comprehension, their physical strength was second only to the saint physique among humans. Today, Savage was as tough as ever. His realm hadn't fallen over the years. With the help of the evolution fluid, he reached the 8th level of the Tao severing realm. Of course, the evolution fluid was still effective for him. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a half-saint. However, Savage felt that he shouldn't break through too quickly. He needed to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and break through in the future. Yao Yuekong had the heavenly demon physique, and was also heaven-defying. He reached the 8th level of the Tao Severing Realm because of time and consideration for the future. Yin Yishi and Li Tian also reached the 8th level of the Tao Severing Realm. Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and Wu Zhongtian stabilized at the 6th level of the Tao Severing Realm and didn't dare to break through anymore. With the evolution fluid, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become half-saints in the future. Everything was just a matter of time. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Fan, GZ, and the Saint Prince coming out of seclusion because they knew that once the three of them advanced to the next level, they would definitely be able to fight saints. Chapter 1198. Several days later, the heirs of the ancient emperors and the archaic emperors, as well as Yi Fan, appeared one after another. However, none of them were going through the tribulation. The evolution fluid is ineffective. Li Tian was stunned. Of course it is. We can now attack the underworld and the human world, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. Yi Fan and GZ nodded. They had the same idea. It would be a waste to go through the tribulation now. They had absolute confidence that they could calmly resist the sea of lightning. Their killing intent engulfed the mountains and destroyed the vegetation. Divine light surged around their bodies. They were ready to counterattack the human world and underworld. You want to go through the tribulation in the god of killers. Dongfang Yi laughed honestly. His hair was messy, and he held a wolf fang club in his hand. This was a divine weapon. Tribulation. Li Heishui was speechless. Yi Fan had done many things in the past. Since we're going through the tribulation and it has great destructive power, we can harm the ancient saints if we use it well. Why not use it? It would be shameful to waste an advantage. The group of people looked at Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince in a different light. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Who were these people? They were all princes. These three heaven-defying existences. One of them going through the tribulation was already terrifying, but the three of them going at the same time was simply a disaster. Who could stop them? This battle will remove the name of the underworld from the human world. We cannot afford to lose. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. The enmity had existed for a long time. He had been fighting since the beginning of his cultivation and couldn't resolve it. Avenge Grandpa Tianchi and Grandpa Jingshan. Little Kei clenched her fists and shouted with tears in her eyes. Horses trample the underworld, fists shatter the human world. Little Baldy wiped his tears and shouted along. Although he was mischievous, he really missed those kind elders. Master, give me the divine sun and the goddess of the human world. Yi Tong took large strides forward with a resolute expression. Very well. Yi Fan nodded. This time, none of them can escape. We must eradicate them all. The sacred prince's hair was sparkling and translucent. With a black iron club in his hand, he looked like a demonic god. Not long after, Qi Luo came out of seclusion. First, an ocean-like killing intent rushed out, and then it turned into a warm spring breeze that blew over. One of his eye sockets was deep like a black abyss, and the other was blazing with divine radiance that was brilliant like the sun. His eye was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the scenes of mountains and rivers being born and the destruction of the universe could be seen within it. Even if we want to slaughter our way in, we have to pay attention to our own safety. We cannot be careless. Killing Saint Qi Luo said, feeling a bit worried. These were two great assassin dynasties. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in ancient times, they were still not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. Aren't there only two killing saints? Now that we have joined forces, we should be able to deal with them. Wu Zhongtian said, it's a pity that a part of our celestial court's trump card wasn't revealed back then, and we don't know where it was lost. If we could find it, we would definitely be able to sweep away the current two divine dynasties, Qi Luo said. At the moment, he was worried that the reserve powers of the infernal realm and the mortal world might show up, which would be a huge problem. Are we afraid of them in terms of foundation? Let's go invite people too. Dongfang Yi cried out strangely. He glanced at the monkey and laughed mischievously. Let's go invite Master. Yin Yishi and Li Tian said. Although they hadn't officially become disciples of the Heaven's Choice Stone Square's old saint, they still had a master-disciple relationship. I will also go invite Master, Li Heishui said. He was going to invite the #1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, to come out of seclusion. Killing Saint Chi Luo suddenly frowned and said, "Oh, maybe it won't be that troublesome. The two killing ancestors have entered the false immortal sects, which most likely caused the infernal realm and the mortal world to lose their foundation." Why? Everyone was puzzled. The Assassin dynasty was different from the other inheritances because they had offended too many great powers. If the most ancient palace was discovered, it would also mean that they would most likely be destroyed. Their foundation was hidden somewhere else, and only one person in each generation knew about it. They would only tell the successor before they passed away. Doing this can prevent the inheritances from being completely destroyed, but there is also a big problem. Back then, a part of the Celestial Court's reserve power was lost like this. A great disaster suddenly came, and the master of the Celestial Court was chased to death, causing that part of the reserve power to forever lie underground. It won't be difficult to destroy them, because we know where the ancient palaces of the two great dynasties are. Yi Fan sneered. The Assassin dynasty could not see the light of day. It could exist until now because it was sufficiently secretive. Now that it was exposed, their advantage would be gone. Yi Fan said calmly, "Before we attack, go tell the Jiang family, Jade Pool, and Alcade that we have found the ancestral lands of the infernal realm and the mortal world. They can go there to retrieve the skulls of their ancestors." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This forced the holy land of the human race to take action, who could not do anything when this news was brought over. Otherwise, they would be unfilial descendants. If this news spread, it would definitely damage the clan's reputation. Everyone knew that the two great dynasties used the skulls of saints and heroes with special constitutions to build immortal palaces. It was a divine land to display their majesty. Naturally, there were the skulls of the ancestors of the great sage's land, the saints that they had assassinated in the past, and the skulls of the kings. They were all displayed there as spoils of war. Good. The two great ancient dynasties will have to bear the consequences. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were fiery, and they wanted to take action immediately. It's fine if they have already exhausted their resources. We could destroy them on our own. If they still have more, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just wait for the earth-shattering attack. Everyone began to discuss in secret and make all kinds of arrangements. They were preparing to wipe out the two great dynasties in one fell swoop. The remnants of the Celestial Court had been searching with endless hatred since ancient times. After working hard for so many years, they had long found out where the ancient palaces of the infernal realm and the mortal world were. This was the most crucial point. These days, they had been moving out constantly, making detailed arrangements and communicating with all parties. Yi Fan had personally gone to the Jiang family, the Qishir mansion, and other places. When GZ returned, he brought a very old cultivator with him. He was actually an ancient saint. People could see the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. "Is this the foundation of the Ji family?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice. GZ nodded. No one would be surprised if the Ji family had a saint. They had produced an ancient great emperor. So how could they not have a saint until now? And now, the path of immortality was about to open. If some people had specially waited for this generation, it was about time for them to come out. His brother's skull fell into the mortal world's bone palace. This was a piece of information revealed by GZ. Good. Let's see how the two great dynasties can't be destroyed. Yi Fan said. The Celestial Court had made arrangements in many places. Those who needed to be informed had already been informed. Everything was carried out strictly, and they were about to take action with lightning speed. The moon was very big, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white snow. On this very peaceful night, killing intent was brewing. In the depths of the southern mountains, killing intent suddenly rushed into the heavens. The people of the Celestial Court were about to take action. 3 huge motherships covered the sky and earth, and 5 ancient saint war tools flickered with a cold luster. Those who were slightly weaker could also display the power of a saint on the motherships. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Li Tian, Yin Yishi, and Old Saber Hancho each took control of 5 ancient Saint Mechas. With their strength, they could definitely display their power. As for Yi Fan, GZ, Sacred Prince, Black Emperor, and Longma, they didn't need these. They also had the power to fight. In addition, there were a few battleships that were hundreds of meters long left for the people of the Heavenly Village to control. Everyone was mobilized, including children like Huahua. They were going to watch the battle and broaden their knowledge. In the end, they built a realm gate, tore open the space, and rushed into the Eastern Wasteland. They wanted to destroy the 2 great dynasties with their own strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party didn't have a foundation, or else they would start a more heavyweight contest. Yi Fan and the others had studied the 2 great dynasties in detail. The strategic locations of the 2 dynasties were arranged very carefully. They were scattered in secret places in the Eastern Wasteland and were very secretive. But tonight, they were all going to be uprooted. Qi Luo, Sacred Prince, and GZ rushed straight towards the ancient palace. Meanwhile, the people of the great sage who were invited to come out of seclusion stood in the dark. If there was no need, they wouldn't make a move. As for Yi Fan and the others, they would first get rid of those strategic locations. Even though they were moving separately, in order to avoid any accidents, each team was powerful enough to thoroughly wash the place with blood. Boom! Wu Zhongtian and a few youngsters from the Heavenly Village controlled a several thousand meters long mothership. They were the first to attack and rushed into a small world. The mothership's power was so great that it was comparable to a saint's attack. Great Tao symbols flickered, and after the divine light swept out, this important land of the underworld was almost flattened. Die, all of you! Return Lu Ko's life. Return Grandpa Lu's life. Wu Zhongtian shouted crazily. Even his eyes were red. Back then, Lu Ko died, and his grandfather's forehead was pierced by an old assassin and nailed to the cliff. His blood dyed the cliff ground red. Miserable screams rose and fell. 80% of the people died under the first attack. A few people had their flesh and blood splattered in all directions as they tried to escape. Not a single person can live. Wu Zhongtian roared. The mothership's second attack landed, and everyone turned into bloody light. At the same time, on another battlefield, Li Heishui's eyes were bleeding in tears. He controlled a mothership and cried while sweeping through a small world of the human world. Grandpa, I've come to take revenge for you, he roared and cried. Back then, Li Hong was also nailed to death by the people of the God of Assassins' imperial court in order to save him. Blood dyed the old man's body red. Those dim eyes, that withered body, every time he thought about it, he would feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This was a massacre. There was no mercy, no mercy. Bloody mist lingered in the air as corpses flew everywhere. In another small world, an important place in hell, it had become hell in reality. Dongfang Yi gave the ancient mech to his younger brother Dongfang Man. He was bare-chested, and his bronze-colored body was strong and powerful. His tendons were like dragons. He held a wolf-tooth club in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river and flesh splattered everywhere. As for Dongfang Man, he was a typical barbarian expert. His hair was disheveled like grass, and he controlled an ancient sage mecha. He swung his huge axe around like a wild beast, harvesting lives. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and no one could escape. The 2 assassins of the ancient god dynasty usually walked in the shadows and assassinated the world. But now, they had become lambs to be slaughtered. Before the battle, everyone had studied the killing techniques of the celestial court. They were very familiar with the assassination techniques of hell and the human world, so they were not afraid at all. The bloody scene was cruel and miserable. Life was wailing, and evil energy was released. Grandpa Tianqi, Grandpa Jingshan, we have come to take revenge for you. Little K-Er was crying. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also sobbing. Huahua was crying and shouting. They were on a mothership and had followed the battle. Although they didn't take action, They had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Boom! Yi Fan entered an important place in the north alone. It belonged to the human world. He used his golden fist to shatter the formation door and barged in. "Who is it?" a cold voice scolded. Meanwhile, a terrifying killing intent came from another direction. This was the most important small world apart from the ancient palace. There was a great completion king level expert overseeing it. Now, he had silently made his move. "The person who will kill you." Yi Fan walked in openly and replied, while attacking the great completion king level expert in the dark. PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere on the spot. He killed this world-shocking killer king level expert with a single punch and ended his bloody life. The others also cried out miserably. How could they stop Yi Fan's footsteps? He was alone, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Blood flowed like a river, and his shattered bones flew in all directions. This was a night of bloodshed. Even the stars and moon in the sky couldn't bear to look at it. Chaos rose in all directions. Hell and the human world were dyed in blood as they were attacked. Chapter 1199. Broken bones stained with blood splattered and flesh turned into mud. This was a battlefield of carnage. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making people shiver. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, one body after another fell into the pile of corpses. The massacre was in progress, and no one could stop Yi Fan's footsteps. In the final strike, he tore open this decaying small dimension with his golden fist, turning all the bones and blood into ashes. This was the fourth small dimension he had slaughtered. There was no sympathy, no mercy. He was like an evil spirit from the kingdom of the dead, constantly attacking, his hands stained with blood. In the past, the two divine dynasties ran amok in the world. Once the order to kill was issued, the four seas turned cold and the eastern wasteland was poisoned, making people tremble with fear. Now, they had also reached a critical moment of life and death. They had suffered a devastating blow, and their foundation was collapsing as they were swept away. Yi Fan's heart was very cold and hard, without the slightest sympathy. He watched as one life after another disappeared between his golden fist and fingers, not even frowning. Taking revenge for an old friend and pulling out the tumor, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. His body turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, rushing to the next place. This was a night of bloodshed. The most important places of the mortal world and hell had suffered a devastating blow. The demonic blade in old saber Hancho's hand swung, and a black blade light slashed across 3,000 Zhang. Murderous intent swept through the universe, and starlight poured into his body. He hacked a small world, plunging the people here into misery and suffering. As a descendant of the celestial court, he had a great hatred in his heart. He had endured humiliation for many years, and now, facing this group of enemies, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, he slaughtered them all. The mortal world was said to be able to measure 90,000 Zhang of the secular world. At their most glorious time, they could overlook the world and rule the 9 heavens. They had 9 small sealed worlds, but now they were collapsing one by one. Hell, at its most powerful, was comparable to a group of fallen gods. Holding a blood-dripping divine sword, they beheaded the saints of the world. It was terrifying and bloody, and had a total of 18 layers, or 18 small worlds. The river of time flowed, and now they were far from their peak state. Since the ancient times, a number of small sealed worlds have been destroyed, but they still left behind some of the most solid foundations. But at this moment, the foundation of the 2 divine dynasties had collapsed. Everyone in the eastern wasteland was attacking the lifelines of the 2 divine dynasties. The 5 masters, Dongfang Yi, Old Saber Hancho Li Tian, Yin Yishi, and Yao Yuekong, had reached the cutting Tao realm on Earth Heaven. Now that they were controlling the ancient sage war tools, they were invincible, and each of them could kill their enemies. Especially Li Tian, with the goddess furnace, the artifact of the great sage of Zhonggu, he had already destroyed 2 mysterious small worlds all by himself. In front of absolute power, everything else was illusory. The great sage of the ancient era's divine furnace attacked. The flames overflowed into the heavens, and the essence of the sun overflowed in all directions, incinerating everything in the world. The blood had evaporated, and the bones had become scorched earth. The people of the celestial court killed their own way to the central region, because the most ancient palaces of the two divine dynasties were in that direction. It would be the final battleground. The three mother ships rumbled. Li Heishui, Little K, Wu Zhongtian, and Yi Tong shed tears as they killed to avenge their loved ones. Beams of godly light shot out, and Dao runes enveloped the area. The screams, begging for mercy, and the corpses of the dead intertwined with each other, playing a soul-calming song. The sleepless night, the night of blood and bones, and the shocking night were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, because this was the end of an era. The killing continued, and the bloodshed continued. The assassins of the two ancient godly dynasties roared and fought back until their swords broke and their bodies collapsed. But the result couldn't be changed. Just like how they had destroyed the foundations of others in the past, the same thing happened to them tonight. This was a cycle. Kill. Shouts of killing shook the sky. No assassin could escape. This was a destructive blow, and the people of the celestial court were determined to kill all the high-level members of the two divine dynasties. The flames of war reached the sky, and blood dyed the ground. From a southern region to the northern region, and then to the central region, the entire eastern wasteland was swept away. Ancestors, rest in peace. Today, we will destroy hell and the human world. We will bring back your skulls and let you rest in peace. The people of the celestial court weren't the only ones fighting. The Ji family, Jade Lake Holy Land, Sky Demon Palace, Wavering Light Holy Land, Jiang family, Dao, Holy Land, and others had all received the notice at the last moment and came to participate in the battle. These people had no choice but to come. The bones of their ancestors were displayed in the most ancient palace in the world of assassins. When the news came, it was the same as forcing them to express their stance and take action. Kill. 49th generation ancestor, please wait. We will welcome you back and bury you in the family graveyard. Kill. Avenge our ancestors. Kill all these executioners. Wash away the humiliation and bring back the remains of our ancestors. Shouts of killing shook the sky. The world of mortals and the 18 layers of hell were collapsing. How could they resist such an army? The earth trembled. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped across the sky. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were charging and descending into the world. Regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or out of helplessness, the holy lands of the eastern wasteland all sent people over. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. Some people brought divine weapons and started a massacre tonight. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He walked alone in the cold and barren northern region and destroyed the fifth small world. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was cold and desolate. He stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. The foundation of the human world and hell in the northern region had been completely wiped out by him. Wang. The void trembled. He stepped into the realm gate under the moonlight and met up with the central region to begin the final expedition. This was a peaceful place. In the middle of the night, the barking of wild dogs and the cries of night owls could be heard from the distance, making this place seem even colder. No one would care about the mass grave. There were still a few corpses that were thrown mercilessly into the wilderness for a few wild dogs to gnaw on. No one would think that this was the entrance to the ancient palace of the Hell God dynasty. The most unshakable ancestral foundation was here. It was dirty and messy. It was close to a backward small city. It was very unremarkable. The corpses of dead people and animals were thrown here. Who would have thought that hell would tolerate it? It had always ignored it and was in the middle of a dirty mass grave. For tens of thousands of years, this small divine world had never been discovered by anyone. It was orderly and stable, and no one knew about it. The large black dog had already walked around this place dozens of times. The killing saint, GZ, and the sacred prince were standing still. There might even be a saint holding the line in the darkness. They wanted to destroy realm after realm, so they first came to the undying demonic land of hell. A saint of the G family in Wei, he had already gone to the small divine world of the human world to guard and seal it for them. Everyone had a formation pattern on them to prevent their aura from leaking and alerting the enemy. Everyone was very cautious, and they were about to begin the final attack. Tell the people of the great sage's land to come here. The realm gate opened, and the news spread. Not long after, groups of people rushed over, forming a black mass. Some people brought saint tools. The Wavering Light Holy Land, the Jiang family, the Jade Lake Holy Land, the Ji family, and the others all had their own way of hiding their aura. However, there was no need to hide now. The final battle had arrived. The large black dog was the first to rush in and break the formation, followed by Qi Luo, Yi Fan, Ji Zi, the Sacred Prince, and Longma. Behind them were the armies of the various lands. A great battle suddenly broke out. After passing through the entrance of the illusion formation, there was a spacious land with lush vegetation. Stone cliffs rose up, and purple mist curled up. The mountains were strange and majestic. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing scream sounded. There was actually a king tier guarding the mountain gate, and he immediately gave an alarm. However, it was useless. Yifan took the lead and rushed over like a true dragon, soaring through the sky. His fists were fierce and heavy, and in the instant he swung his leg, the void collapsed. He was extremely fast. He was using the row technique, and the formation in front of him was nothing. Golden blood chi surged like a sea, and he shattered the defense of the king tier with a single stomp, destroying the barrier of light. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was originally hiding in the void. However, in front of Yifan, he had nowhere to hide, and he attacked with his king tier Dao tool in panic. Ka! Under Yifan's stomp, although the king tier was divine and powerful, and was honored as a killing king, he still couldn't block it, and his Dao tool shattered. Bloody light surged. Yifan was extremely ruthless, and his foot pierced through the king tier's chest. In the instant that his knee bent, he smashed his forehead and killed his primordial spirit. Shua! This was lightning fast, and Yifan almost rushed over in a flash. He didn't stop at all, and a king tier exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died just like that. Pung! In the instant that Yifan landed, he shattered the purple mountain in front of him with a punch. This was the target of his attack, and he made all the formations around the mountain gate lose their effectiveness, destroying the main formation flag gate. Kill! Kill! Destroy the underworld. Bring back the divine bones of our ancestors. Wipe away all shame and humiliation. Angry roars sounded. Regardless of whether the people of the great sage's land were sincere or not, when they arrived here, they were all stirred up by this type of blood energy. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Everyone rushed forward together. All types of war chariots rumbled, and savage beasts tore apart the sky. Divine arrows shot out one after another, flying towards those restrictions. Expanse after expanse of divine light flew out, Dao traces appearing one after another. A destructive explosion erupted, energy overflowing into the heavens, dazzling and dazzling. This was a small divine realm, rumored to have been left behind by an archaic deity. It was found by the people of the underworld, and then turned into an important ancestral base. It was precisely because of this that this small realm was sturdy and undying, difficult to destroy. For all great powers, it was a piece of divine land. This is a precious land. If my celestial court establishes a sect on these ruins, it will flourish for 10,000 generations. This realm will be difficult to break through. Killing Saint Qi Luo said, "Who dares intrude into the underworld? The deities will be furious. Everyone will pay for their sins with blood. All of you will fall." An enormous roar sounded, as if an archaic deity was roaring, shaking up many people until their blood and qi surged. There were even more people who directly exploded, dying a violent death in that instant. This was a wave of heaven overflowing holy might. In the spacious land up ahead, a stone beast was roaring. The powerful holy might was released from it. It opened its bloody eyes. This was a mountain-protecting stone beast, a statue that was placed before the gates of the underworld. It was shaped like a stone dragon, but it revived as if it was a type of ancient life form that revived from the ancient past. This is a holy level puppet. Who would have thought that the underworld would have this type of thing left behind? It really is too precious. Unfortunately, it has their will and soul imprints engraved on it, unable to be used by us. Chi Luo shook his head. Then let's kill it. Completely destroy it. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince took action together, treading on the sky. They all produced holy artifacts, fighting this stone dragon together. Everyone was horrified. Their strength had long advanced. Even though they didn't cross tribulation, not verifying with heaven and earth, their bodies and primordial spirits had already completed transformations, able to fight saints. Chong, void crack heavenly Tao. Clang, sacred emperors transformed into war immortals. Hong, divine body that defied the heavens. 3 great imperial prince-level figures took action together. Now, they could all fight saints, so the power was naturally powerful to the extreme, ear-splitting. Within the terrifying screen of light, the stone dragon roared angrily, roared, and struggled. In the end, it cried out in grief, and then cracked apart. Its holy level body exploded. Chapter 1200. The stone dragon's head tumbled down, and its sturdy and powerful body also shattered, exploding in all directions. Saint-level power spread out like a sword slicing through the heavens, shattering hundreds of mountains and turning thousands of hills into ashes. Killing Saint Chi Luo slashed at the void with his finger, and a large black crack appeared. He channeled all the destructive power into it, or else everyone present would be affected. The great sage's people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 princes had actually destroyed a saint-level puppet on the spot. What did this mean? They could kill real sages. Clang! The copper bell rang out, ringing out for several hundred li. The entire small divine world was filled with killing intent. Sword energy weaved about. Tens of thousands of streaks flew out, hacking towards this direction. Pooh! One of the Purple Mansion's Sacred Lands war chariots was reduced to dust, and the experts inside were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chi! Sword Chi myriad illusionary winds and clouds rose, and colorful lights streaked across the sky. Even from far away, people would feel pain in their bodies, and their hair would be shaved off. For more than 100,000 years, no outsider had ever trespassed. This was a world of death, the residence of the ancient saints of the underworld. Even though it was no longer glorious, it was still world-shocking and full of killing intent. No matter who came to attack, they would not be able to advance without paying the price of blood. Xiao, a thick sword Chi, which looked like a black mountain peak, swept over and chopped more than 10 people of the Jade Lake in a bloody paste on the spot. This caused a burst of exclamations, and the rest of the people quickly retreated. Boom! The Yawang Holy Land suffered a heavy blow. A huge sword fell from the sky and chopped more than a dozen legendary figures in a meat paste. This was a murderous calamity. Streak after streak of heaven connecting sword energy flew out, thick like mountains, almost reaching the saint level. It was unknown if they were released by an ancient formation or if they were cut down by someone. Chi Luo let out a long howl. The sound waves were like ocean waves as they engulfed the front and blocked all the sword Chi. He was holding the line here as he cautiously stared at the depths of the profound world, guarding against the most terrifying enemy. The large black dog was infuriated, and he quickly set up a row of formation platforms. This was the incomplete Wu Shi killing formation. Instantly, auspicious auras surged, and killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom! Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens ahead. A mountain region was flattened, but the sword energy was unending, still attacking. Kill! The Sacred Prince let out a long roar and leaped several kilometers into the sword light. He brandished his black cudgel and attacked in all directions. Rumble. The great mountain was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. If it didn't turn into ashes, it would be sent flying like rice straws. Large amounts of Tao patterns were forcefully destroyed by him. GZ walked forward, moving through the void. With a raise of his hand, several dozen mountain ridges were sent flying, tossing them into the depths of hell, neutralizing the attacks here. Yifan's entire body was like divine glass, surrounded by brilliant light. With each step, a golden gate was propped up. Endless weapons flew out, sweeping forward. Clanging sword cries shook the heavens, tearing apart heaven and earth. The drawn-out sound of a bell shocked the heavens, and when the ripples spread out, it destroyed everything. The pagoda rose and fell, destroying the Tao marks and obliterating the killing intent. The sacred prince, GZ, and Yifan moved together, cooperating with the Black Emperor's killing formation, forcibly carving out a path. Blood splashed outwards. The divine killer court's casualties exceeded 100, and large amounts of terrifying restrictions were also broken through. Those who intrude into hell will not be able to return. They will fall here, forever unable to reincarnate. An eerie voice rang out. What a joke. Hell has already been exposed, so what does it count as now? Its destruction is imminent, yet you still dare threaten us? A Jiang family's supreme elder sneered. In the past, the Holy Lands feared you all because they didn't know about your nest and couldn't guard against it. Now, not a single one of you can leave. A living fossil from the great Yin Holy Land shouted. Deities, please open your eyes and devour everyone's blood. The sacrifices have already been prepared, so enjoy them to your heart's content. The gloomy voice sounded again. This type of tone was extremely strange, extremely cold, making one feel a horrifying aura, small goosebumps appearing on their skin, pretending to be mysterious and deceiving. Before the Tao method that can hack apart the world, everything is empty. Hell's destruction is imminent. The Black Emperor roared. He opened his mouth and spat out 365 great banners, covering the sky and covering the earth. Smoke surged, killing intent endless as it swept outwards. An enormous sound rang through the air, an intense confrontation. All types of killing light flew out, turning the area in front into a scorched earth. Even chaotic energy was blasted outwards. It had to be said that Hell's defenses were extremely astonishing. Just the outer region already touched upon ancient divine formations, terrifying beyond compare. From time to time, heaven-shattering, killing intent flew over. The Holy Land's people released cries of alarm. In the blink of an eye, several dozen people had their bodies hacked apart, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone's faces were ashen. Even at the most crucial moment, the nest that hadn't appeared since the ancient times was discovered by the people of the world. Hell's people were still resisting with their backs against the wall. If this continued, even if they succeeded in taking down this small divine world, the casualties would still be disastrous. Another layer of restrictions was broken through. Everyone advanced through the shattered mountain region. This small divine world was incomparably sturdy. There were formation patterns everywhere, densely packed and filled with endless killing intent. Use the Cosmos Mothership to destroy this place. Yifan said. Heavenly Village had 3 motherships, but because the space here was limited and it was too dangerous, they only had Li Heishui control one to follow them in. Large amounts of light flew out, submerging everything in front of them, about to completely destroy this place. Blazing symbols engraved themselves in the void. This was the mothership's great Tao weapon, displaying great power. It was like a sharp sword cutting through grass, a single sweep sweeping through everything. All types of restrictions quickly collapsed. Yifan and the others continuously broke through 8 layers of danger. When they reached the 9th layer, they couldn't break through any further. They could clearly see the figures of the killer divine court's people, but they couldn't do anything. In that mountain region, Black mists rose in spirals, dark clouds covering everything. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, the aura of death covering heaven and earth. The flawless, ancient formation laid down by a sacred king. The Black Emperor was given a fright, his large eyes widening, radiance shooting out in all directions as they opened and closed. Everyone encountered great trouble. This ancient formation had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only a small portion of it was damaged, difficult to break through. "Give me the goddess furnace." Killing Saint spoke. Li Tian handed it over. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince walked up, activating the ancient Great Sage's top-grade magical artifact together with Qi Luo, blasting it forward. "Attack there." The Black Emperor pointed. A crack appeared between his brows. That vertical eye able to see through the formation, searching for weaknesses and flaws. The ancient Great Sage's power erupted, flame essence overflowing into the heavens, domineering to the extreme. The goddess furnace was sparkling and translucent, crushing forward like a mountain. "Kacha!" A terrifying sound rang out. An enormous crack was forcefully hacked open in the Sacred King's formation, the Tao traces there being obliterated. The flames of the goddess furnace overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to refine this entire world. It pierced through this place, opening up a path of life. Without a doubt, the consumption of the ancient Great Sage's magical artifact was tremendous. If it was anyone else who released such a powerful attack, they would most likely have been sucked dry. Yi Fan and the others' complexions slowly returned to normal as they breathed in and out. They were fine, continuing to attack forward. Miserable cries rang out as the people from the various holy lands killed their way in, attacking the people from the Hell God dynasty mercilessly. In this place, the formation's Tao patterns decreased sharply, and its power wasn't as strong. Everyone could pass through and chase after the assassins. Something's not right. Yifan's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition, because they had reached the deepest part of the Hell God dynasty, but they didn't see the legendary White Bone Palace. "We've attacked, but where the hell's Killing Saint? Why is the highest cultivation only that great completion king we saw at the start? And there's also a stone dragon puppet. Where are the other giants? Retreat quickly. Not good. We might be in trouble." Everyone's expressions changed. There was a vast expanse of land in front of them, as if an ancient building had been uprooted, leaving only traces. Clearly, that should be the most ancient palace, but it was no longer there. The entire divine spirit world seemed to have been abandoned, and not a single one of the giants from the Hell God dynasty had appeared. "Go!" Lama was the first to take out a formation platform. He opened the realm gate and wanted to escape. Without the Saint King's formation to block them, leaving shouldn't be a problem. However, he was immediately stunned. The realm gate had just been opened, but it was silently destroyed again. He couldn't escape. The others also encountered the same problem. What happened? Although there weren't many people from the various holy lands, there were still 500 to 600 of them in total. It was chaos. Who would have thought that our hell would have such a day? Even the ancestral land of the gods has been breached. As expected, there is no eternal divine dynasty, and there is no immortal inheritance. Everything will reach its end one day, and the vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are eternal truths. A withered figure appeared inside. He was like a ghost, and just now, he had actually evaded everyone's divine senses. "It's the Hell God Dynasty's Killing Saint," someone shouted. Qi Luo's eyes flickered. The blood transformation blade in his hand increased explosively, and it was about to slash out at any moment. However, after looking carefully, he stopped. The ghost-like Killing Saint said to himself, "In the end, it's still our hell's decline. If it was during the glorious times of the primordial era, even if we didn't have any trump cards, 10 ancient saints wouldn't necessarily be able to take us down. It's just a shadow," Yi Fan said. He could shatter the shadow left behind by Killing Saint with a single punch. "Everyone, you should just go on your way. I didn't think that you would really be able to find this place." This is the first time since the ancient times. You can always live longer if you're careful. All of you die. Killing Saint's eyes were terrifying. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed, and it pressed forward. Tao flames raged, turning into a cage that wanted to burn everyone into ashes. Miserable cries immediately rang out. In an instant, a large number of people from the various holy lands died or were injured. They couldn't resist and were turned into ashes. Ancient great sages' formation pattern. The Black Emperor said in shock. When everyone heard this, their faces all turned snow white. The small divine world was being compressed, and there were actually great sage-level Tao patterns imprinted on it. The entire mysterious world was a giant killing formation. What a pity. It would be great if 7 or 8 saints came in. That way, it would be worth it. However, having 3 imperial princes is enough. The hell-killing saint, who was all skin and bones, said sinisterly, "You really are willing to part with it? Using the ancient great sage's formation like this rare small divine world will collapse." A living fossil from the great Yin Holy Land said with an anxious expression. There was no way for them to escape. The small divine world produced a world stone, and we dug it out. That was its essence, and it can be used to reopen the mysterious world in the future. All right, all of you can go on your way. The hell-killing saint's shadow shouted. He merged into the formation, and terrifying killing intent erupted. The people from the various holy lands were alarmed. Someone brought a divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a divine artifact, its power was still shocking. They attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break open this world. Miserable cries rang out. Life blossomed. More than half of the several hundred people died in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed everywhere. In front of the ancient great sage's formation, the cultivators were as weak as ants. They were like wheat being cut down, falling in rows. Yin Ishi released a clear roar, activating the goddess furnace. He opened the lid and swallowed Li Tian, Longma, Black Emperor, Mothership, and all the other people and artifacts that could be taken in. This was a killing calamity. The goddess furnace could block the great sage's ancient formation's attack, but even after everyone fell inside, they still couldn't escape from danger. Energy surged, and the great sage's artifact trembled. Even though the divine furnace wasn't damaged, everyone couldn't take it. Many people turned into bloody paste inside the furnace. Yifan's expression was extremely cold. He brought out the green cauldron and held it in his hand, blocking in front of everyone to protect himself. When the great sage level fluctuations surged over, the green cauldron finally released a hazy, immortal light, blocking the heaven overflowing energy. The small divine world couldn't withstand the power of the great sage's formation and finally collapsed. Divine light wrapped around the survivors as they rushed out. The Black Emperor struggled free from the divine light. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell onto the ground. He roared, "This Emperor's meticulously prepared, unrivaled killing formation hasn't even been used, yet I was almost killed by someone." Yifan's expression was extremely cold. "I just knew that the ancient divine dynasty is difficult to destroy. Even if they aren't as glorious as before, they are still extremely dangerous. However, they won't be able to escape this disaster." Chapter 1201. The small divine world was collapsing. It contained the ancient great sage's formation imprint. The fluctuations it emitted were terrifying enough to make deities weep and immortals cry. Everyone was covered in blood. If not for the green cauldron, they might have already been torn to pieces and fallen. The goddess furnace was unharmed because it was the great sage's magical artifact. However, the people here hadn't reached this level yet, so they couldn't withstand the impact of the great sage's level. They're all dead. Longma's body was mottled with blood. When it turned around, it discovered that the 500 to 600 people from the Holy Lands had been completely wiped out. Even though Yifan had taken out the green cauldron, the green light's range was limited. It wasn't a large-scale attack, but a type of instinctive self-defense. Apart from GZ, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, and Shi Luo, Even the Saint-grade mothership was half destroyed. Li He was coughing up blood as he collapsed on the ground. 7 or 8 damaged divine artifacts were destroyed in this battle. They couldn't resist that kind of heavenly might. Once the ancient Great Sage's formation appeared, it could cut the moon and split the stars. Many saints couldn't do anything even if they joined hands. Everyone was speechless. Hell was truly ruthless. They didn't hesitate to destroy the small divine world that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was a trap set up to deal with Wei Yi from Tianxian Stone Square, the old master of Qishir Manor, and other saints. There were some people from the Holy Lands who still had weak divine senses. However, they were about to vanish into thin air. Their bloody bones had long turned into mush, and they could only wail and wail. Our bodies and souls have been destroyed. They cried out in fear, but they couldn't change anything. This place had become hell in name and in reality. The entire small world had been destroyed, and the Great Sage's formation had collapsed. The last sound had been scattered by the aftermath. Killing Saint took out the goddess furnace. Its entire body shone brilliantly and rippled with crystalline light. It erased the last traces of the killing formation, and this place regained its peace. The Holy Land's army had been completely annihilated. Hell was ruthless and decisive. They abandoned the nest that had never changed since the beginning of time. The first time someone attacked, they directly detonated this place. The only fortunate thing was that only Yi Fan and a few key people came in. They didn't bring the heavenly village's descendants. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill them all. Hell and the human world will definitely be destroyed. You dare to trick this emperor? Your lair has been discovered. Let's see where you can escape to. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and wiped off the blood on his body. Let's go to the human world. Yi Fan said. The group tore open the void and stepped into the realm gate, rushing towards the other ancestral land of assassins. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, and the ground was shrouded in a thin layer of white smoke. The mountain village was quiet, backed by a small mountain. The houses were majestic, the mulberry forest was everywhere, the bamboo forest was green, and the fertile farmland in front of the village was crisscrossed. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs could be heard occasionally, and frogs could be heard croaking in the fish pond. Although there were sounds of insects, it was quiet and serene. For so many tens of thousands of years, no one knew that the human world was hidden in this paradise-like countryside, and the entrance was a dried-up well outside the village. At this moment, the great army was like a steel jungle, motionless. They had already sealed off the area, and a few saints were hidden in the dark, silently blocking the area. When Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and the others went to hell, another group of people from the Holy Lands had already arrived, including the old saint of the Ji clan who had been sealed until now. What was surprising was that the current saint of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yifei, had personally arrived. He rode on a golden roar and walked on the moon. He was elegant and refined, extraordinary and refined. On the other side, the Jade Lake's saintess white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Under the moonlight, she was as beautiful as the master of the Moon Palace. The people of the heavenly village had gathered their main forces in hell, while the people of the Holy Lands had gathered their main forces here. In addition, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yin had come in person. After all, some important figures had come. The Purple Mansion Saintess had also come out of seclusion. As a connate Tao fetus, she was now untainted by the mortal world. Her celestial appearance was pure and untainted, and she was enshrouded in purple energy. She was in harmony with the Tao, and her every movement was unfathomable. After so many years, no one knew what level she had reached. Those who attacked hell are all dead. After the leaders of the Holy Lands gathered here heard this, they all frowned. Although they weren't elites and couldn't damage the foundation, it was still a big setback. We have reason to believe that this place is most likely a trap, an old Saint Lord said. The reputation of the human world and hell had been famous for thousands of years. The whole world feared them. As long as their lair wasn't destroyed, their inheritance would continue. Even if they declined, there would be a day when they would return. Now, they weren't as prosperous as they used to be. In general, they were in a weak period, but they still weren't a force that could be shaken by ordinary great forces. Everyone frowned. If they didn't succeed tonight, then they would have to face terrifying attacks for a long time in the future. That would be a nightmare. 2 killing saints, no matter how tight the defense was, it would still be a great disaster. If they weren't eliminated, many people would be beheaded, and even their orthodoxies would be destroyed. They stepped into the mysterious world of the human world. The mountains and rivers inside were beautiful, and multicolored light rose between the peaks. It was like a paradise, and there were spiritual birds and auspicious beasts of various sections. It didn't look like a country of killers. The Cosmos mothership moved through the sky, forcefully destroying the entrance, expanding the passageway countless times. Killing intent erupted, and there were killers from the divine dynasty retaliating. Everyone didn't advance rashly. They stood outside, using magical force to sweep forward, causing the blood of the killers in front of them to splash out. Mists of light rose, and corpses were everywhere. We can confirm that the giants here have long retreated. After everyone carefully observed, they came to this conclusion. It was the same defense as in hell. They wanted to resist intensely, lure everyone into a trap, and then kill them all. What do we do? Everyone was anxious. If they didn't destroy the land of the 2 great sage, then they would face a nightmare in the future. Regardless of whether it was the handsome Jiang Yifei or the elegant Jade Lake Saint Lady, they all frowned. This made everyone feel uneasy. Let me give it a try. I'll use the innate heaven's fate to see if I can sense a few special circumstances. The Purple Mansion Saint Lady said. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden said. She sat down cross-legged and used her innate divine technique to fuse with the great Tao, activating the entire divine spirit realm. The innate Tao core was incomparably mysterious, having the same type of constitution as the Western Emperor. It was rumored that Great Emperor Wusher's mother also had this type of constitution. It was terrifying beyond compare. They were innately close to the great Tao and could pry into the secrets of the world. Everyone was hopeful. They stopped attacking and protected her in the center, waiting quietly. The Purple Mansion Saint Lady closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. Her skin was translucent like white jade, emitting a sparkling luster. Strands of Tao light shot out, merging with the mysterious world. Heaven and earth intertwined, and she became the only one in the light, hazy and holy. The great Tao that had experienced the vicissitudes of time came to merge with her, making her incomparably mysterious. At this moment, she became the embodiment of the great Tao, deriving all the secrets of this place, wanting to recreate the past. Seeing this, Yifan also sat down. He used the ancient technique recorded in the Vedas, which he had obtained from the other side of the starry sky, to reverse time and trace back to the source, wanting to recreate the past. Divine Tao waves spread out, and the saint body and Tao core actually reacted. They mutually boosted each other, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to completely merge, drowning the 2 of them. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed strange expressions. The Black Emperor was just angry, but now he was incomparably excited. He shouted in a low voice, "Innate saint body, Tao core, recreate someone like Great Emperor Wusher." Boom! With a final tremor, Yifan and the Purple Mansion Saint Lady opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock. The great Tao was traceless and had long been severed. There was nothing left here. There was no way to find out. The killing saints of the mortal world had done it cleanly, cutting off all traces of the past. What should they do? Some of the holy lands were incomparably regretful. After this battle, there would definitely be a great calamity. How would they face the anger of the 2 killing saints? Even if they used their trump cards, it wouldn't bode well against the killing saints. These were demons born to kill. What should we do now? There will be a bloody battle in the future, and who knows how many people will die. If we can't destroy the 2 divine dynasties, we will have to face their endless revenge. Damn it, why is it like this? Everyone was worried and clenched their fists. They paced back and forth, but there was nothing they could do. It was too late for regrets. Yifan stood up and looked at Qi Luo, saying, "I'll go in and bring it out intact." Killing Saint Qi Luo nodded and said, "Be careful. Although there are no more killing saints guarding this place, you still have to be careful. If you touch the Great Sage level array, nothing will be left of this place." "What are you guys talking about? Could it be that there is a way?" Everyone was surprised and looked over. "That's right. The ancient god dynasty must be destroyed." Yifan nodded. He walked into the distance. The Ji family's saint, Wei Yi, Qi Luo, the old master of the Qishir Manor, the #1 bandit of the northern region, and the others all came out and walked over. Yifan took out a broken green cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged. He asked the saints to take action and use this cauldron to send him into the depths of the god spirit small world. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The people of the Holy Lands all looked at the ancient cauldron that was modeled with copper and looked like scrap metal. For a moment, they were speechless. This is, back then, the biggest winner of the Yuhua god dynasty's ancestral land. Is him. Back then, even the kings of the ancient races and the orthodoxies of the various emperors were alarmed. The world was shocked. They went to the dragon vein of the Central Plains to fight for the immortal cauldron, but in the end, nothing happened. Today, it actually appeared in the hands of Yifan. Many people's eyes burned with passion. All of them were greatly moved, but they didn't dare to express anything. Now, how many people could kill the saint physique? It was very difficult to snatch it away. This cauldron actually needed so many people to work together to activate it. It shocked everyone so much that they were speechless. Xiao! A faint green light flashed. The bronze cauldron carried Yifan and passed through it. It was faster than lightning. Vaguely, the power of time seemed to be reversing. The entire space seemed to be reshaping. It was too terrifying and strange. The ancient saint's array was obstructing it, but it was penetrated by this cauldron. It broke through the restrictions and forcibly opened up a path. It created a terrifying hole and passed through. Everyone was shocked. After a long time, someone asked how exactly the two great god dynasties were found. Killing Saint Qi Luo was silent. Sadness appeared on his face as he slowly walked into the distance. His back was bleak, as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. Old Saber Hancho followed him and supported his own grandfather. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed lightly and told them the secret. Killing Saint Qi Luo had 7 children. Many years ago, they were sent to the small strongholds of hell and the mortal world respectively. It was all for the sake of finding the important places of the two great god dynasties and then groping their way into the final ancient palace. No one knew what happened during this period of time. During these endless years, the people of Heavenly Village had seen Qi Luo cry loudly 5 or 6 times. Every time, he was grief-stricken. The final result was that Qi Luo adopted a grandson. Old Saber Hancho accompanied him at his side. Everyone thought that he was his own grandson. Needless to say, his own son and others had all died. If his 7 sons were still alive, they should have had a large number of children surrounding the killing saint. However, in the end, he was all alone. My last uncle endured for more than 2,000 years. 2 years ago, he successfully entered the mortal world's most ancient palace. However, not long after, he also died. Old Saber Hancho said, the reason why the ancestral lands of the mortal world and hell could be discovered was because of this person. After the destruction of the celestial court, only 2 or 3 small shrimps survived. It was not until Qi Luo's generation that the situation improved and they recovered some of their strength. They had been weak for a long time. Their predecessors spent a lot of effort, but they could only find 1 or 2 small strongholds. Qi Luo endured the pain and let all his sons and daughters think of a way to enter. After such a long period of time, they finally entered the highest ancient palace. My last child succeeded. He wasn't exposed. However, because he was sent to excavate a place, the people who went with him were all killed. Qi Luo said indifferently. Endless sorrow filled the depths of his eyes. Father and son were connected by blood. They had a kind of secret method that allowed them to have a brief telepathic connection before they died. 2 years ago, when the last youngest son's soul was cut off, he wept blood and passed on a set of strange coordinates to him. However, his soul power was too weak, so he didn't have time to finish talking. In the end, he told him that it was engraved in a place in the mortal world and that he could find it. The mortal world and hell combined to excavate a heaven domain. After excavating it, they killed all the participants. This was Qi Luo's judgment. Boom! All of a sudden, the small world of the gods in a mortal world collapsed. The ancient great sage's formation was revived. Everyone was shaken. It strangled and destroyed everything in the world. Everyone retreated. Yifan rushed out while riding the green cauldron. How was it? Everyone rushed forward and surrounded him. They asked nervously. We succeeded. We found the coordinates of a heaven domain. Yifan answered. When Killer Saint Qi Luo heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Murky old tears rolled down his face. His body trembled. There was relief, but also endless sorrow. He murmured only one word. Child. A cold wind blew over. Mist lingered between heaven and earth. Everyone was cheering. This meant that the two great divine dynasties might be completely destroyed. Everyone had a rough guess. The people of the Killer God Imperial Court must have hidden in that heaven domain. They had given up their lair since ancient times and were going to hide here. At this moment, only Qi Luo was lonely. He couldn't say a word for a long time. His body was trembling slightly. He looked up at the horizon and let his old tears fall. Old Sor Hancho went up to support him. He couldn't say anything and could only accompany him at his side. Senior, let's go and destroy these two great divine dynasties. Yifan said. He couldn't say anything else at this moment. Only by completely eliminating the enemy would he feel the greatest consolation. Charge, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Go to that heaven domain and completely flatten it. Let the two great ancient divine dynasties become history and vanish like smoke in thin air tonight. Everyone roared in anger. The formation platform had already been sent out. The realm gate had already been opened. Everyone went on their way and rushed towards that heaven domain. This was an ancient land. It was actually in the outer realms. There was primal chaos lingering about. It had left the surface of the ancient stars, so it was truly too difficult to be discovered. Chapter 1202. The mist flowed slowly. Deathly stillness was the eternal theme. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. This was the outer realm, a high and mighty heaven region that had left the earth. In reality, the hazy mist wasn't mist, but true primal chaos. This place was extremely barren, retaining the most primitive aura. For cultivators, primal chaos was precious energy. If they could refine it, they could turn it into evil energy in magic treasures and deduce the secrets of the heavenly Tao. However, not many people could use it. Only saints could absorb it and refine their bodies. Looking down from the outer realm, a huge star was incomparably vast and beautiful. However, it was only one of the many stars in the heavens, a drop in the ocean, hiding here, completely far away from the ancient stars. If not for that set of coordinates, who could find it? The ancient god dynasty had already prepared a path of retreat. They had a premonition that the situation wasn't good, so they gave up on their ancestral land. They were quite decisive. This was already the outer realm, quite a distance away from the ancient life stars. If not for the Black Emperor's formation being powerful and mysterious, how could ordinary people reach here? The path of immortality was about to open. Not long ago, two terrifying killing ancestors had charged into the false immortal gate. After that, the two great god dynasties sensed danger and made preparations for a full retreat. We finally found them. We can't let a single one of them escape. Old Saber Hancho roared. Standing beside Qi Luo, he wanted to take revenge for his 7 uncles. Killing Saint had long since regained his calm. His expression was indifferent, without joy or worry. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to destroy hell and the human world so that the souls of his 7 sons could rest in peace. The heaven region was a desolate primal chaos land. It was a naturally narrow space-time that formed a small sky. After being excavated, it could become a paradise. Vicious Great Tomb and the false immortal gate that appeared not long ago were true primal chaos divine lands. They were full of vitality and contained all kinds of ancient medicines and divine treasures. It was a small world, and this sky was formed after the primal chaos divine lands dried up. It had lost 90% of its spiritual energy, but it was still a rare land of treasures. This is the abandoned seclusion land of the ancient gods. Even though it has withered away, it is still a blessing. It was actually discovered and excavated by the 2 great god dynasties. This is truly a good fortune. The entrance to the heavenly domain was an expanse of nothingness, merging with the dark universe. If not for Yi Fan and the Black Emperor disintegrating the seal, it would have been difficult for them to discover it even if they were standing right in front of them. Chaotic energy became even thicker, flowing out. The inside was serene and peaceful, as if an archaic, vicious beast that was going to devour people opened its enormous mouth, making one feel great fear. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one from the Holy Lands was willing to take the first step. One had to understand that there were 2 killing saints inside, and if they took action, an undying inheritance might be destroyed. Qi Luo looked calm as he walked in first, followed by Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince. Behind them were Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others in their ancient saint matches. What are you afraid of? I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to take care of all of them. The large black dog yelled. He was valiant and spirited, and he also rushed in. Lama was right behind him. All the Holy Lands moved when they saw this. They had already slaughtered their way here. This battle was unavoidable. No matter how terrifying these 2 killing saints were, they still had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace. Whoosh! They walked into a dark space, and after walking 100 zhang, a thunderous sound rang out ahead. A waterfall poured down, blocking an ancient cave. This is Primal Chaos Waterfall. Everyone was shocked, and they all widened their eyes. This was the ancient cave that one had to pass through in order to enter the heaven domain. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stopped outside, unable to pass through at all. When this primal chaos waterfall descended, even Dao severing experts would be crushed to pieces, unable to endure it. Rise! Yi Fan released a light shout, activating the all-life source Qi Cauldron. It turned into a simple carrier of the great Dao, rising and falling in the primal chaos waterfall, cutting it off. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, envious, and incomparably jealous. This kind of magic treasure and immortal material that was born at the beginning of the world was difficult to find in the entire world, rarely seen throughout the ages, yet it fell into his hands. All the Holy Lands coveted it, yet they couldn't obtain it. The group of people entered one after another, all of them walking in. After passing through the ancient cave, they finally entered the paradise ahead. They immediately sensed a wave of great changes and magnificence, and there was even more endless spiritual energy rushing over. Even though the primal chaos divine earth had dried up, the remaining spiritual energy was less than 1/10 of what it was originally. It was still greater than the outside great world, a cultivation precious land. The majestic spiritual mountains, verdant divine valleys, jade ribbon-like streams, dripping divine springs, as well as ancient medicines within stone cracks. All of this made one's mind tremble. If they lived in seclusion here, it couldn't be more ideal. If the 2 great divine dynasties remained dormant for several thousand years and reappeared in the later generations, their strength would definitely increase greatly, threatening all parts of the world. Within the spacious valley, there were several enormous skeletons that flowed with faint golden luster. They were all archaic species that had died for who knew how many years, yet were still preserved until now. Many people swallowed their saliva. These were creatures that were originally in the primal chaos divine earth, definitely already at the saint level. Their bloodlines dried up, dying here of old age, unexpectedly not transforming into the Tao. This was the most ideal artifact refinement material, making one's eyes go red. Everyone, let's not worry about these things for now. Getting rid of the two giants is more important. Old Blade Honcho said. After passing through this region, the true mountain gate stood in their way. A formless killing energy pervaded the air. Only after arriving here did they approach the most terrifying important place. No one should act rashly, or else there might be a fatal disaster, the Black Emperor reminded. However, as soon as its words fell, an enormous streak of sword energy swept over. Several dozen people were sliced in half at the waist, releasing mournful cries. These halves of their bodies tumbled about while carrying large amounts of blood. What is going on? The face of an elder from the wavering light Holy Land immediately became green. Ancient medicine, a disciple cried out miserably. It was all because they went to pick a 30,000-year-old precious medicine from the stone cliff, triggering the restrictions, causing a group of people to encounter a disaster. It could be said that every step they took was filled with danger. Kill. The two great divine dynasties definitely noticed our arrival a long time ago. The Cosmos Mothership rose into the sky, releasing a streak of blazing light. Great Tao symbols engraved themselves in front of them, raising the mountain gate to the ground. A terrifying aura erupted, and a majestic black shadow appeared. It released an aura that made even ancient saints shudder as it hacked over. This was a group of great swords, or to be more precise, sword-like mountain peaks. Every mountain peak pierced into the clouds. Hundreds and thousands of them were together, grand and majestic. Each one was like a sharp sword, straight up and down. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out from the mountain peaks, sweeping over one after another. This was a killing tribulation, a saint-level killing formation. The Cosmos Mothership was swept away. If not for the energy passport being activated, it might have already disintegrated. Its offensive power was extremely shocking. Shio. The sword energy was like a ray of light, sweeping past. In almost an instant, hundreds of people from various holy lands had their heads cut off, their bodies sliced apart, and they were chopped into meat paste. Blood blossomed one after another. This was a saint-level attack, so naturally, no one could block it. Holy might surged. The various holy lands brought out their holy weapons and immediately activated them, finally blocking the attack and protecting the others. Martial uncle, what's wrong with you? Hurry and wake up. A youth shook an old body. Junior sister, don't sleep. Quickly open your eyes. A young man hugged a female cultivator. All kinds of noise and sorrowful sounds rang out. The two great killer divine dynasties were extremely terrifying. They didn't send out any disciples below the saint level at all, immediately killing them. Break! Killing Saint Chi Luo released a loud roar, activating the great sage's magical artifact, Goddess Furnace. His eyes were completely empty as he released the Celestial Court's great killing technique. Hundreds to over 1,000 sword mountains exploded one after another. Ancient saint-level fluctuations were intense, as if the starry sky was disintegrating and spreading outwards. The saint-level sword mountains were destroyed, turning into a chaotic flow that flattened this region, turning it into a barren land. Insignificant ants, yet you dare to gnaw on the body of an enormous dragon. Once you find the heaven domain, none of you will be able to live. A terrifying voice rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. Chi Luo led the group forward, not fearing this kind of threat. The blood transformation blade in his hand reached tens of thousands of zhong, sweeping through countless restrictions, turning the forbidden region into a path. A blazing killing light flew up. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince resisted together, scattering this terrifying fluctuation that could kill saints in the void. In front of them was a stretch of jade platforms, each of which was sparkling and transparent, filled with boundless killing intent. They floated in midair, releasing an aura that made people feel despair. Although the three Thearch's children had shattered the killing light, the aura still leaked out in a large area, and waves of miserable screams could be heard from behind. More than 300 people from the various holy lands died in an instant. All of their bodies exploded, unable to withstand the ancient sacred king's aura and killing intent. In front of them was a Saint King-level killing formation. Do you really think the holy lands are ants? Break for me. Jiang Yifei rode on the golden roar and rushed forward. Above his head, a divine furnace appeared. 9 divine birds circled around, and a sun hung in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, resisting the Saint King-level killing formation. Hong! He raised his hand and pointed. This divine furnace flew up and rushed forward, landing in the killing formation and exploding on the spot. Boundless light mist flew up, and the intense energy almost cracked this piece of primal chaos divine soil, flattening the killing formation and turning it into red soil. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a forbidden tool that was more powerful than ordinary saint tools. A forbidden tool made by imitating the eternal universe imperial furnace. It requires the consumption of many rare natural treasures, and it doesn't need to use magic power. It operates on its own, but it can only be used once. An old man muttered, deducing the truth. The Jiang family's foundation was shocking. They were experts in refining forbidden tools, imitating their own imperial furnace to refine such a terrifying weapon. It could emit a wisp of imperial might, instantly flattening the Saint King-level killing formation. It was truly frightening. Obviously, Jiang Yifei's attack had stunned the 2 divine dynasties. There was a moment of silence, and not a single sound was heard. If this forbidden tool smashed into Killing Saint's body, he would most likely be slaughtered. However, this was ultimately a tool and not a living person. Killing Saint could dodge it, but after thinking about it, it was still difficult to threaten him. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. The hell soul-suppressing song rang out. This was Killing Saint's attack, and the sound waves were even more terrifying than Sword Chi. They were everywhere, piercing through the void and killing everyone. The Holy Lands had brought their saint tools, but they actually couldn't defend against it. The hell soul-suppressing song killed in all directions. In that instant, the sounds of popping rang out incessantly. More than 400 people died a violent death, all turning into bloody paste. It was a tragic sight to behold. The old Holy Lord of the Great Yin Holy Land went crazy. Most of the people who died were their elites. They had originally prepared a saint-level killing formation, but before they could lay it out, these people holding the formation flags had all died. Kill! With a loud roar, a sparkling and translucent stone person rushed up like an ice diamond, disappearing into the front and roaring fiercely. This was a saint-level puppet, one of the Great Yin Holy Land's trump cards. It had been brought here to launch a frenzied attack. At the same time, Yifan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. He shook out the heavenly swastika, dispelling the killing song of hell and blocking this killing calamity. No one behind him fell. All of you die for me, the Black Emperor roared. Just now, he had rushed to the front to break the formation, so he bore the brunt of the killing song. His eardrums were almost torn apart and strands of blood flowed out. At this moment, he was furious. He continuously activated formation platforms, sweeping forward. Under the dazzling killing light, the Black Emperor's formation platforms destroyed the hell soul-suppressing stage and disintegrated this demonic land. Everyone went crazy, rushing forward together. After fighting to this place, everyone felt that they weren't far from the ancient sacred palace. Ah, kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, and miserable cries rose and fell. After fighting to this point, they finally encountered the old assassins of the 2 great divine dynasties. After overcoming the difficulties one after another, the assassins' corpses laid on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. All of you must die. An aged voice sounded, carrying dense killing intent as it said, "Activate the divine formation. Refine everyone for me. Activate your second grandpa. Wipe them all out for me." The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye, activating numerous formation platforms. Chapter 1203. Swish, 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 swish. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air as 9,990 silver divine arrows pierced through the void. Their killing intent was monstrous. Just that kind of aura alone was enough to cause many people to collapse, not to mention the true might of the arrows. 9,999 arrows. Every silver arrow was flowing with holy might. Who in the world could withstand it? This was a massacre. Bang! The Ice Diamond Man of the Suprian Holy Lands was being shot to death. Every silver arrow was like a sledgehammer smashing into his body. The deafening sound of the arrows was boundlessly powerful. He was first sent flying by dozens of arrows, and then a few thick silver arrows pierced through his body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. This was a saint-level puppet, but it had suffered serious damage from the shocking formation. In front of its body, Tao marks and divine chains of order interweaved, turning into countless runes. However, it couldn't stop the arrows at all and was completely pierced through. In the blinding light, a dense number of arrows rained down, turning the golem into a hedgehog. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into monstrous energy fluctuations. Without the protection of the ancient formation, this primal chaos divine soil would have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power was too concentrated and vast. The sect master of the Suprian Holy Land roared in anger. This was a huge loss, but he couldn't change the outcome. The simultaneous release of 9,990 divine arrows was enough to destroy several saints. This was a killing field specially prepared for existences of this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine killing formation. It was unknown how many people from the Holy Land turned into bloody light. Large numbers of people fell, and in the end, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Boom! The Black Emperor roared. The 108 main formation platforms and 365 divine gates lit up continuously, and 3,600 rays of the great Tao swept out together to block the divine arrows. This was a bitter confrontation. The power of this killing formation was boundless and could already kill saints. It wasn't just one or two, but a large number of them, turning this place into a land of death. Without the protection of a divine artifact, everyone would die without a doubt. They needed the power of an ancient saint to defend, and they needed to work together to resist. These killing formations clashed intensely. The fluctuations weren't something ordinary people could face. Fresh faces turned into withered bones one after another, turning into ashes. How many arrays did the god of Killers dynasty have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know amidst their trembling bodies. It was because they were all left behind by ancient saints, and their destructive power was too great. The Black Emperor roared angrily. It hid behind the goddess furnace, barking madly as it sacrificed all of the materials it had accumulated over the years. Its heart was dripping blood. It had used everything it had to create many exceptional formations, but right now, it was rapidly being consumed, and the losses were tremendous. Damn the ancient divine dynasty. How many Dharma treasures of the way of killing do they have? Why do they never stop using them? In the depths of the heaven domain, the ancestor-level figures of the two great divine dynasties were also stupefied. This was the accumulation of generations of ancestors, the sacred killing formation platform left behind. When combined together, it was said that it could shoot down deities. However, at this moment, they were collapsing one after another. Their faces were twitching, and their hearts ached to the extreme. They felt even worse than the Black Emperor. A single formation pedestal was equivalent to a single killing formation of the ancient sage. For them to be grouped together in such a manner, it was definitely a horrifying sight to behold. And yet, They were being destroyed one after another. Even if a few saints entered the formation, they would still be destroyed. They actually managed to block it. Kill, 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 kill. The Black Emperor had gone mad from killing. She used the goddess furnace as the main formation flag, and with a quang dang sound, she tossed it into the center. Everyone's faces paled. When the large black dog went berserk, it was truly terrifying. He even tossed out the great sage's weapon. Fortunately, there were other saint tools to defend them, or else they would have been in great trouble. However, the effect were obvious. With the ancient great sage's spirit tool as the first formation flag, that kind of might covered heaven and earth, destroying heaven and earth. The other party's formation platforms were shattered one after another, and boundless energy swept out in reverse. They've gone mad. They've truly gone mad. This is a true battle to exterminate a sect. Even the great battles of the past Dark Ages are nothing more than this. There are so many ancient killing formation platforms involved. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or the ally, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but feel horrified. This was definitely a killing calamity. Fortunately, both sides were balanced. If one side was slightly weaker, they would have immediately been destroyed. The formation patterns finally dimmed. The ground was a complete mess, and there were fragments of divine materials everywhere. It was unknown just how many precious treasures had been used up on the ancient formation platforms, but now they were all useless. The sea of killing intent slowly dispersed, and endless sorrow and great changes arose. This was the lamentation of the ancient artifacts. They were all destroyed in a single battle. Only after a long time had passed did everyone come back to their senses. Their faces were snow white, and their voices were trembling. How many ancient saint formations were destroyed in total? About 18 of them. The estimate is too low. There are at least 20, and it might even reach 36. It's hard to say. It's too terrifying. They are continuous, and the light of calamity is boundless. It's brilliant and dazzling, and it's too many to count. Only through experience could one understand. Otherwise, this kind of terror would only be a concept of numbers, and not something that would cause one's heart to palpitate. The ground was covered in fragments, a sight rarely seen since ancient times. Everyone became silent. They held weapons in their hands, drove the war chariots, and continued forward. Today's battle had already reached this point, and there was no longer any path of retreat. Only by wiping out the two great ancient divine dynasties could they feel at ease. After passing through the land of destruction, broken mountains, half-collapsed mountain ridges, and giant trees that had withered for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another. No one made a sound. They were all on guard. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince walked at the very front, their battle intent high. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably solemn. Everyone's mood was different. For example, Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the other crazy people mainly wanted to sharpen themselves. They had never planned to ask the ancient saints to take action. Meanwhile, the Suprian Holy Land and the other inheritances that had suffered disastrous losses felt their hearts bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to immediately ask Wei Yi to fight to the death against the ancient divine dynasties. The sacred ape held the black divine metal in his hand, looking down on everyone. His golden hair flickered, and he was extremely domineering. What is there to cry about? The two great divine dynasties are the best whetstones. Today, we will kill to our heart's content and climb another step on the path of cultivation. Xiao, a terrifying sword light appeared, piercing towards the back of the sacred ape's head. It was vicious and merciless, appearing abruptly and soundlessly. It was going to kill with a single strike. This kind of hidden killing technique was too terrifying. It almost fooled everyone, and the Sacred Prince dodged it by a hair's breadth. Qi Luo immediately took action, hacking forward. However, a streak of bloody light appeared on his back, cutting open a terrifying wound. A killing saint had appeared, drawing Qi Luo's attention to the sacred ape. However, the true target was him. Qi Luo was injured, but he didn't even frown. He disappeared from his original location, and with a pu sound, bloody light scattered down, cutting open a bloody scar in another part of the void. Chi Luo had already discovered the other party and returned the favor. The two exchanged blows. It was extremely strange and formless. Pooh! Blood scattered down from the sky. More than 10 experts from the Ji family cried out miserably. They couldn't evade in time and were turned into dried bones on the spot by the saint's blood. A mournful scream rang out. The Suprian Holy Land's sect master's head tumbled down. His eyes were wide open in anger as his headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. His primordial spirit had just rushed up when it was pierced through by a blood-colored killing sword, vanishing in a thin air on the spot. Kill! Everyone roared in anger and fear. Many executioners appeared, hiding in the void and launching assassinations. Many people cried out in alarm. Their foreheads were pierced through, and they died a violent death. This was the trump card of the assassins. Where do you think you're going? Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others roared in anger and launched an all-out counterattack. They had studied the great killing arts of the Celestial Court, so they didn't fear this kind of killing Dao's secret art. Sneaky bastards, die for me. The sacred prince roared. His entire body erupted with golden radiance, and it was as if his body was cast from gold. He brandished his rod and smashed an old assassin out. It was precisely this person who had just slaughtered the Super Yin Holy Land's sect master. He was a Dao-severing king-level expert with outstanding strength. He had killed over 100 people in an instant. Without any suspense, this ace assassin's bones were broken and tendons snapped by the monkey's rod, turning him into a pile of mush. Pooh, pu, pu. Bloody light flashed in succession as GZ displayed his might. The void split apart, and many assassins were torn apart. They turned into streaks of blood, and not even their bones remained. Yifan's expression was cold. The golden blood chi around his body turned into a tornado, and he forcefully pulled out a king-level assassin. Then he blasted him into the air with a single punch. It was simple yet ruthless, and bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally displayed her terrifying strength in front of the world. She harmonized with the great Tao, and with a wave of her hand, she waved the laws of heaven and earth, forcing out a group of assassins. With a slash of her white hand, a large number of people were melted within the light of the Tao. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince moved together. They pounced towards Chi Luo, and all of them unleashed a fierce attack. Killing Saint Chi Luo also let out a long roar. The blood sword light was tens of thousands of zhang long, and it slashed towards his opponent. Hong! In this terrifying confrontation, the killing saint of the mortal realm fled and left the battlefield. He took the initiative to retreat and only left behind a trail of blood. This was the ancient killing saint. Before the heaven and earth changed, he was unfathomable, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave even though he was surrounded by an army of 10,000. He fled towards the exit of the heaven domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, several waves of holy might swept over like a vast ocean, forcing him back. The killing saint wants to escape, which means that they don't have the confidence anymore. Let's kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. The people of the Holy Lands shouted loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. However, Yifan's heart sunk. This killing saint was ruthless and decisive. He didn't want to escape at all, and was clearly trying to probe how many ancient saints had come. Now, he turned around and rushed towards the depths of the heaven domain. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. This heaven domain erupted, and the war chariots of the Holy Lands rumbled as they crushed through the skies. Divine artifacts revived, and they attacked forward together. Following this, they destroyed a few ancient killing formation platforms and finally arrived at the depths. They saw two terrifying ancient palaces. The killing intent, there was like a sea. White bones flickered with luster, and not even the passage of time could erase them. The palaces were all constructed from bones. At the very center of the two palaces was a special bone building. The luster was the most intimidating. There were the skulls of kings, as well as the withered bones of saints. They were brilliant and sparkling. The carpets in the palaces were made of divine skin, stripped from the bodies of saints. Even a group of ants dares challenge a giant dragon. I admire your courage, but I can't help but mock your foolishness. A dignified voice sounded from within the bone palace. It was ancient and experienced, but there was also a type of domineeringness to it. It was full of an overweening spirit. Killing Saint Chi Luo roared loudly. The giant dragon's old nest has been wiped out by others, and now it is hiding in outer space. Hell and the human world, two great ancient divine dynasties, are about to be wiped out, yet you are still trying to show off your self-esteem. Today, all of you can just die. He lost 7 children, all of them dying for the sake of the two great divine dynasties. They paid the price of blood and life to exchange for everything he had today. His heart was filled with grief and anger. You are a killing saint, and I'm also a killing saint. How about we carry out a decisive battle between killing saints today? The aged voice resounded ruthlessly. He had already achieved the Tao for over 1,000 years. His killing intent surged, and it was incredibly terrifying. However, Chi Luo was not an ordinary person. He agreed on the spot to fight against the veteran killing saint. Another withered figure appeared. The killing saint of the human world appeared once again. He looked disdainfully at the crowd with disdain, as if he didn't care that there were still a few saints at the entrance. He swept his gaze over the people of the Holy Lands, and then he stared at the sacred prince, then at GZ. In the end, his torch-like eyes landed on Yifan. All of you kill yourselves. This seat will give you the chance to die a quick death. The killing saint of the human world guided Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince as he spoke ruthlessly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the fact that everyone was attacking. It's useless no matter who comes. Wanting to destroy the human world and hell is simply the ravings of an idiot. What human race is saint physique? What ancient emperor's son? All of you are ants. All of you must die. His words were like a knife scraping on everyone's skin, cold and sinister. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands couldn't withstand the sound waves of the killing saint. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and streams of blood flowed out. Even their divine senses were extinguished. Chapter 1204. I think it's better for you, an old dog that's neither human nor ghost, to go and commit suicide. Lama said crudely when faced with this killing saint who didn't take them seriously. The large black dog didn't like hearing this. He glowered at him and retorted, "Nonsense, he's worse than dog fart. That's right, he's boasting shamelessly, and even wants us to commit suicide. Old thing, are you still asleep? Go and die." Lama shouted. Faced with these two uncouth people, even if a god came, his face would twitch. What kind of mocking words wouldn't he dare to say? Shio! A beam of killing light swept over, enveloping the large black dog and Lama below. The killing saint of the mortal world had a dark expression as he attacked. Dang! The monkey moved, and the jet-black iron staff in his hand actually collided with the killing saint, releasing a brilliant light. Although he was forced back, it wasn't impossible. One had to realize that this was a killing saint. His magic power was boundless, and he specialized in killing saints. He had made a name for himself. The killing saint of the mortal world's attack failed, and he immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At the same time, his boundless killing intent shook the surroundings. Pooh! Lama spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the large black dog also trembled. He stood up on his 2 legs, using the rose seal to retreat. I gave you a chance to commit suicide, but you didn't grasp it well. Then, I'll send you all on your way one by one. The killing saint of the mortal world said coldly. He still had a high and mighty attitude, looking down on them like they were ants. He didn't see them as opponents, and he wanted to eliminate them with a raise of his hand. Old executioner, your end is here. Yifan's body burned, and he transformed into an indestructible golden body, attacking forward. His gaze pierced through the void, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was invincible, shattering all things. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be bolts of golden lightning dancing. Yi Fan and the killing saint clashed a few blows, releasing blinding light. You're very strong, and I believe that you're all outstanding geniuses since the ancient times to be able to clash with me. But what can you do? The mortal world's killer saint sneered in the dark and said, "You were born 500 years too late. I won't give you the chance to grow up. Today, I'm going to strangle the geniuses. I'm going to do the deed of extinction and let you die in the cradle. Old fart, you talk too much. Take this." The sacred prince roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The black divine metal swept through the world, crushing the primal chaos, immortal earth apart as it struck towards killing saint. Shio! A beam of killing light shot over, brushing past the black iron rod and leaving a flower of blood on the monkey's shoulder. GZ also took action. Without saying a word, his body merged into the void, and the great Fisher Chop was unleashed. A sound like the explosion of the universe erupted, and killing saint was forced out of the void. However, a killing saint was a killing saint after all. He specialized in killing other saints. GZ was struck by a sword light, and half of his body was bleeding profusely. Yi Fan charged forward, displaying all the techniques on his body. His fists erupted with wind and lightning, and golden lightning bolts shot out one after another. It was as if he was the lightning god's fists, and he displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths. His fists were stained with blood, but he didn't care. He continued to tangle with the old killing saint. This old thing is really troublesome. No wonder the legends say that he was born to kill saints. Let's kill him together. The large black dog shouted. He roared, and streaks of black light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows. They could break through the defenses of saints, and they posed a serious threat to the old killing saint. F***CK. Don't tell me that this old guy has become a saint king? Longma thought of a terrifying matter. Impossible, let's kill him together. Dongfang roared. He controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. They knew that Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince still had enough confidence. After all, they hadn't truly transcended their tribulations yet. Only when they received the verification of heaven and earth would their strength be considered to be at the right level, and they could fight to the death. Kill, grind him to death. Li Tian shouted. He controlled the ancient saint battle formation tool and arrived before them. He held a purple spear with both hands, and it pierced through the void, aiming at the killing saint's back. Pong! A ruthless sneer appeared on the killing saint's face. He enveloped everyone in his killing light, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, disappearing from time to time. In the end, Yin Yishi, Old Saber Hancho, and Yao Yuekong all controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. A group of people fought this terrifying killing saint. This was the might of the killing saint. These people worked together to surround and kill him, yet they couldn't take him down in a short period of time. The killing saint's battle experience was too abundant and terrifying. On the other side, Qi Luo and the killing saint from hell were also fighting intensely. They appeared and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the terrifying saint tools in their hands clashed fiercely. This was a clash of divine regulations, a clash of the great Tao, accompanied by the thunder of the heavenly Tao. All of you must die, the killing saint of the mortal world said as he fought against the group of heroes. He suddenly appeared and disappeared, and it was impossible to guard against him. Yi Fan felt a sense of danger, and he secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Be careful, he has stalled us. Perhaps a third killing saint will appear." He felt that the old killing saint was making use of their youthful vigor and competitive mentality to stall everyone, giving the third killing saint a chance to assassinate him. Pooh! The terrifying premonition came true. A third saint actually appeared in the 2 great divine dynasties. Qi Luo almost died with a grievance, suffering an assassination. That sword was like an otherworldly immortal. It was sharp and terrifying, resplendent and dazzling. It pierced through Qi Luo's shoulder and almost pierced through the top of his skull. Pooh! Lama was almost hacked into two pieces. Blood flowed in a long stream. After this killing, Saint seriously injured Chi Luo. He swept over in this direction. Li Tian's mecha was also torn apart. The mortal world and hell's resources hadn't been lost. Everyone's hearts sank. Those who attack my divine dynasty should all die. The mortal world's killing saint laughed cruelly. All of you retreat. Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the third killing saint appeared, shocking everyone. It was actually a snow-white skeleton, and in its hand was a killing sword that radiated brilliance in all directions. This is a killing saint puppet pieced together from the Tao bones of your ancestors. A divine flame was born in its skull. Everyone's hearts went cold. This was an existence that was difficult to deal with. It was equivalent to a killing saint, and it carried the murderous intent and will of the ancient divine dynasty. Dongfang Yi, Yin Yishi, Longma, Black Emperor, and the others all decisively retreated. They knew what Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince wanted to do. Weren't they waiting for this moment? Chi Luo and the killing saint fought a decisive battle of life and death. It was hard to tell who would win, and both sides paid a disastrous price. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince's expressions were cold. They surrounded the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton. They immediately erupted with dazzling light. They chose to face tribulation at the same time, causing trouble in this primal chaos in mortal earth. How many people in this world could control their own heavenly tribulation? They all passively faced it. And now, the three great imperial princes all triggered heavenly punishment. It was like a legend, making both sides' expressions change. They all felt a chill run through their hearts. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince rushed over murderously, trapping the two killing saints in the middle. They attacked with everything they had, forcing them to face tribulation as well. This was a great disaster. Endless lightning descended, blasting this place crazily. It was immediately drowned out by a sea of electricity. Killing Saint's roars sounded. The expression of the killing saint who was currently fighting against Chi Luo changed greatly. With this level of heavenly tribulation descending, he felt that his old partner and that bone saint were doomed. The boundless heavenly tribulation descended from the heavens. It was ridiculously vicious. This wasn't a streak of lightning, but rather an ocean that was blazing and dazzling. Many assassins cried out loudly, turning into scattered ashes. They were originally hiding in the darkness, ready to take action at any time, but now they were turned into ashes. The mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton roared angrily, rushing outwards. However, Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince locked onto them, following them like shadows, forcing them to face tribulation together. This was a murderous calamity. The two great sages' people were hacked until their flesh was lacerated. They were in unspeakable pain, roaring endlessly in anger. Heaven and earth erupted. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, it blasted this place full of holes on the verge of collapse. Everyone discovered with shock that there were many killing formations and down marks in the surroundings. At this moment, they all lit up, resisting the tribulation radiance. They were all at the saint level. This was originally a terrifying formation prepared to send Chi Luo and Yi Fan to their graves, but now it became a sacred force to resist the heavenly tribulation. Old thing, I'll send you on your way. The Sacred Prince's divine might was imposing within the heavenly tribulation. With a great rod in hand, he struck towards the mortal world's killing saint. Chong. GZ was also extremely direct. His void techniques were endless, and together with the heavenly tribulation, he submerged that white skeleton, causing it to continuously suffer heavy blows. The 5 precious swords on Yi Fan's back hacked down one after another. 5-color divine light rushed into the heavens, carrying heaven overflowing lightning as it hacked down on the mortal world's ancient saint. Within the dazzling radiance, the mortal world's killing saint was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, looking like an evil spirit. Even his eyes were red. He endured the attacks of 3 great experts, and even more so, was continuously hacked down by lightning. Even his bones were exposed. Under the lightning radiance, not even the great killing techniques were effective. This was the judgment of heaven and earth, and one needed absolute strength to resist it. In the distance, the Holy Land's people shivered inwardly. The battle had developed to this point, making them feel waves of lingering fear. If they were caught up in this, they would undoubtedly die. Everyone hid far away, fearing that they would be touched. This time, due to the fact that their ancestors' bones were hidden here, the various sects all moved out a portion of their forces. However, those that truly used their trump cards were few and far between, and most of them were half-hearted. In this type of environment, preserving their strength was the best choice. The Great Yin Holy Land was a bit more attentive, but they were quite unlucky. Their saint-level puppets were all killed by the Killer Divine Court. Their loss is severe. Younger generation, do you all really think that you can destroy 2 great divine dynasties just like this? Too naive. All of you who came to invade must die. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint's body split apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he howled like a malicious spirit. Similarly, within the lightning, Yi Fan and the others weren't feeling too good either. Blood splashed out from time to time. After reaching the saint level, no one could easily pass through the Great Tribulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation anymore. Old thing, your time of death has arrived. Yi Fan rushed over. His flesh was extremely sturdy, possessing the imperishable golden body. Even though he was injured, his foundation wasn't harmed. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and GZ took action together, attacking this killing saint, making him suffer the most terrifying tribulation. The 3 layers deepened, and his body was hacked to pieces several times. At the same time, the other skeleton was even more terrified. He was a dead object that was born, and now, when faced with this type of pure yang lightning, he was trembling with fear. The divine flame in his skull might be extinguished at any time. Dao friends, please come out and kill the enemy together. In the future, all of the invaders will be wiped out. The great scheme. The mortal world's killing saint secretly transmitted sound. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Hong. Several terrifying auras surged. The world was about to collapse. There were actually more killing saints. The mortal world and hell's trump cards were preserved, all of them here. Everyone's expressions changed, their hearts trembling. Seniors, please take action. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. Wei Yi, the #1 bandit of the northern region, the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manor, and the saint of the Ji family all appeared. They were going to destroy the last divine dynasty. I wasn't afraid that you all wouldn't appear, but rather that you all wouldn't come. I've been looking forward to it all this time. Within the lightning tribulation, the mortal world's killing saint shouted sinisterly. Chapter 1205. Is that so? So what if you guys have resources? You still have to die. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Huh. Even though the mortal world's killer saint had disheveled hair, and even his white bones were exposed, he was still laughing coldly. Reckless. A few old saints appeared in the distance. They were silent as they stared at the ancient white bone palace. Everyone die. There's no need to live. A dignified voice transmitted from the bone palace as a wave of killing intent swept over like the ocean. This was definitely an existence that had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had killed year after year, day after day, and only then was he able to grow to this stage. An old man silently walked over. He was all skin and bones. His hair had long fallen out, and his eye sockets were sunken. His body was shriveled and seemed to have lost all signs of life. Saint King Realm. This was a terrifying existence that had reached the Saint King Realm through killing. No one had expected such an old killer to make a comeback. He belonged to the mortal world and had only come into being a few days ago. He had slumbered in the divine source for more than 100,000 years and lived until this era. An energy brushed past, and another black-clothed man appeared beside him. His figure was withered, and even though he wasn't Saint King, he was still a killer saint. The two ancient dynasties were very fortunate to have excavated a portion of their resources in a secret land. Now, they were overseeing this place, making it impregnable. A few savage auras appear behind them. They were actually three ancient race members who had walked together with the ancient killer god dynasty. This was truly unexpected. This was originally an important place of the ancient divine dynasty. So why did three ancient race members come? The Black Emperor was astonished because he discovered that there was an altar flickering with dim light amidst the bone buildings. The three ancient kings had been summoned here. The Killer God dynasty had secret dealings with some ancient race members. It seemed like the three of them had come here for the first time. The light in their eyes flickered as they sized up the surroundings. Yi Fan was fearless and said, "Do you think you can escape the fate of destruction with the appearance of two killer saints and three ancient kings? Why don't you think about who will surround and kill you today?" Who is the prey? We'll see in a bit. The killing saint of the human world said. He struggled and roared within the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They carried the heavenly tribulation and charged forward, bringing the two tribulation takers with them to face the ancient saints who had just appeared. Kill! The Saint Killer King let out a cold roar, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the entire chaotic divine soil. At the same time, tens of thousands of divine lights shot out from the bone palace behind him, cutting off their path. The killing formation from before was only the prelude. The true, great, ancient formation that can obliterate all living things should be completely revived. An ear-piercing voice sounded. Boom! Heaven overflowing energy fluctuations spread out, surging in this direction. Millions and millions of light beams shot out. While Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ were resisting the heavenly tribulation, they felt a shiver run down their spines. The heavenly tribulation was boundless, and if not for the arrival of the Thunder Sea, they would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. This was a vast, ancient formation. The entire dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was engraved with formation patterns, surrounding everyone within. There was no way out. Swish! The Saint Killer King suddenly disappeared, launching a terrifying assassination as he charged toward the ancient saints in the distance. The ancient divine dynasty wanted to seal off this place and kill everyone in one fell swoop, killing the invading ancient saints. With a violent tremor, the Saint Killer King and the Odd Warrior Manor's Old Manor Lord exchanged blows. The ambush didn't succeed, but it cast a haze over the hearts of the people from the various holy lands. The two ancient divine dynasties had nothing to fear. Ancient divine will completely revive, crush all intruders, and destroy their vitality. The Saint Killer King shouted. The aura of the Great Formation was becoming more and more terrifying. The dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was the seclusion ground of the past gods, leaving behind a terrifyingly damaged formation. This place immediately soared with boundless light, and everything was in chaos. Essence energy surrounded everyone, wanting to completely refine them. Kill formation, destroy it for me, the Black Emperor roared. All of you will die, the Saint Killer King said coldly. He operated the formation, wanting to cut open the heavenly tribulation and save the two people. You can enter, but you can't leave. Come in as well. Yi Fan shouted and rushed forward with the sacred prince and GZ. Kill them. Divine patterns appeared on the dried-up primal chaos immortal earth. Even though the ancient formation was damaged, it was still extremely powerful. Without the protection of a saint artifact, it was impossible to survive. The goddess furnace floated up and down, protecting Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, Yin Yishi, and the others below. The expressions of the people from the various holy lands also changed. While dealing with the attacks of the assassins, they also put up light barriers to defend themselves. An old woman appeared beside the Purple Mansion Saintess. She was actually a saint. Clearly, this was the foundation of the holy land that was protecting them. Another terrifying divine furnace appeared above Jiang Yifei's head. It floated up and down, emitting a strand of extreme divine might. This was a replica of an emperor weapon. Everyone, go on your way. The people from the two ancient divine dynasties said ruthlessly in the killing light of the ancient formation. In addition, the three ancient kings walked in the ancient formation that they were familiar with. The Black Emperor roared angrily. His killing formation was boundless, but there weren't many formation platforms left. It was not a problem to protect the people of the heavenly village, but it was very difficult to destroy this place. In the heavenly tribulation, even though the killing saint in the human world was shattered a few times, he reformed again and again. He was still laughing cruelly. Be destroyed. The white skeleton was also roaring. The divine flame in his skull didn't go out. I'll kill you two first, Jizi said. The killing saint in the sea of lightning seemed to have gone crazy. I want you to understand that the ancient divine dynasty can't be angered. We originally wanted to hide, but you guys still chased us relentlessly. We will become prey. Yifan sneered coldly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted into the distance. Senior from the Ji family, when are you going to make a move? While the two ancient divine dynasties and the three ancient kings were wreaking havoc, relying on the ancient formation to attack intensely, a vast fluctuation came from a distance. The aura of an ancient emperor filled the air. An ancient mirror soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of strands of the great Tao hung down. Its brilliance pierced through the past and present, its might unparalleled. Resplendent light beams shone from the surface of the mirror. The ancient formation was collapsing, and the primal chaos divine soil cracked and slowly disintegrated. This was a suffocating might. Even the saints were trembling. The void mirror, the weapon of an ancient emperor, has indeed been brought. This is a great calamity. Someone shouted. The assassins panicked. At this moment, the mysterious ancient formation left behind by the primal chaos divine soil was continuously being destroyed. The saint of the Ji family attacked mercilessly. Above his head, the void emperor mirror spun. The blinding light beams shot toward the killing Saint Monarch. Shua. One had to admit that this killing Saint Monarch was terrifying to the extreme. He actually dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. PFFF. The bloody light scattered. Beside him, an ancient king let out a loud cry. He was directly turned into a bloody mist by the mirror's light. Not even his bones remained. He died a violent death. Everyone was horrified. An ancient saint was actually killed in an instant. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unheard of. That ancient mirror was simple and unadorned. It shone with divine splendor that could sweep away all living beings. No one could resist it. This was the weapon of an ancient emperor. It was revived in the hands of a saint. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroy the heavens, connect the past, present, and future. There was nothing it couldn't do. Even a saint would be turned into a pool of blood in a single breath. Buzz! The void mirror spun again, facing those people. The people from the two god dynasties trembled and couldn't move. Even the killing Saint Monarch could only retreat. Another bloody light flashed. The second ancient king was torn apart by the mirror's light and turned into streams of blood energy that scattered between heaven and earth. Tao friends, when are you going to show yourselves? The opportunity to seize the emperor weapon is right before your eyes. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi, Luo, hurriedly shouted. The altar in the ancient palace flickered with light as 7 to 8 figures appeared. They were actually all ancient kings. The one in the lead had a blood pressure that covered the sun and moon. Everyone was trembling. Many people almost directly knelt on the ground. They couldn't endure this ocean-like pressure. Great sage of Qianlin. It's actually the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He came with an ancient emperor weapon. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their faces became snow white. They all felt that the situation was far from reassuring. All of them were trembling. I've already said that the prey will only be revealed in the end. Everything was forced by you all. Hell's killing saint said sinisterly. It was clear that they had been in contact with the ancient race for a long time, but they didn't reveal this place. Only after being forced into a dead end today did they directly let go of everything. This was an extremely serious consequence. The ancient god dynasty and the archaic imperial race's nest of 10,000 dragons were together. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb. The hearts of everyone from the Holy Land sunk. They originally thought that with the saints holding the line, there shouldn't be any problems in flattening the ancient god dynasty. They never thought that their trump cards would be revealed. Moreover, they had long since planned this out. I'm not scared that you all won't come. I'm just scared that you all won't appear. You seized one of our ancient emperor weapons, so we'll just pay you back with the emperor weapon now. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Qian Luan's great sage said coldly. Everyone's expressions became ugly. They couldn't act recklessly with the weapons of the ancient great emperors. They never thought that such a great disaster would happen as soon as they killed the ancient emperor king. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Gai Jio had left and entered the depths of the star domain. Otherwise, Qianlun wouldn't have dared to appear like this. The killing Saint King laughed sinisterly like a blunt knife, scraping the bones. Who's the prey? All of you will die. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others were extremely disgusted with him. Their expressions sank. The sacred prince sneered. You're celebrating too early. I'm afraid the person you want to invite won't be able to come. Today, I'll spare your life and send you to Mount Meru. Everyone else will be killed, the killing saint said fearlessly. Uncle, please take action, the sacred prince shouted. However, he didn't receive a reply. The primal chaos, celestial earth cracked, and the radiance of the stars scattered in from the cosmos. However, there was no trace of the victorious fighting Buddha. Everyone's expressions changed once again. This was originally a battle to destroy the ancient god dynasty, but it actually involved so many people and powers. It was extremely complicated. The great sage of Qianluan nodded. Sacred Prince, your uncle can't come. An old senior might go and have a chat with you. I won't make things difficult for you, and will personally escort you back to Mount Meru. However, everyone else must die. In front of him, a purple true dragon appeared. Every part of its body was a purple bell that flickered with a dreamy radiance. This was the weapon that had shaken the ages, the bell of 10,000 dragons. The ancient emperor's aura pervaded the air and covered the sky. It shook everyone's hearts. Before they recovered, everyone was already paralyzed on the spot. I'll grant you death, the great sage of Qianlun said coldly and emotionlessly. His gaze swept across everyone, including the saints. Dao friend, aren't you overestimating yourself? At this moment, Wei Yi walked out. His entire body emitted a world-shaking and terrifying power. His white hair draped over his shoulders, and his body was withered. However, at this moment, the pores on his body were overflowing with Dao power. He was like a deity as a terrifying power surged into the sky. It was as if an eternal divine furnace had awakened. He borrowed the void mirror and hung it above his head. Its light could illuminate the past, present, and future. The great sage, this old man who didn't reveal himself, was actually in existence at the level of the great sage. Everyone was shocked and then relieved. After all, this was the Merak, three heroes of the past. They had obtained the Tao in an era where it was impossible for them to become saints. Naturally, they had great achievements. After so many years, how could they be ordinary? This, the ancient race and the ancient divine dynasty were both stunned. There's nothing to say. Let's kill these two first. Yi Fan stared at Killer Saint and the white skeleton in the lightning tribulation. The sacred prince and GZ nodded. The lightning tribulation was boundless. Killer Saint was incomparably miserable and was about to fall. The white skeleton was the same. The divine flame in its skull was about to be extinguished. The two saints thought that they would be saved and that they could kill Yi Fan and the others. They didn't expect that when they used all their trump cards, the other party wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the great sage had appeared. Chapter 1206. No. The mortal world's killing saint roared, doing everything he could to struggle, but his body was still breaking apart. His flesh and blood flew everywhere from the Great Tribulation, and white bones could be seen. Within the sea of lightning, streaks of even more resplendent light danced about. These were Great Een, Great Yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and all types of great tribulations. There were even heavenly towers rising and falling, condensed from lightning. Yi Fan, the monkey, in GZ's tribulation could be said to have attracted a heavenly punishment that was rarely seen in this world. They had never seen such terrifying lightning radiance in this cultivation realm. The 3 imperial princes attracted heavenly punishment. Irregular scenes shook the heavens, and lightning radiance pierced through the past and present, shining with eternal immortal light. This wasn't the great tribulation of becoming a saint, but it wasn't much inferior to a saint's tribulation. The killing saint broke apart several times, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the divine flame in the skull of that white skeleton finally grew dimmer and dimmer. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. The 2 great experts of the ancient divine dynasty were powerless to reverse the situation. They were in even more pain and difficulty than Yi Fan and the others, because they were facing 3 types of tribulation. The killing saint cried out loudly. He wanted to drag down an imperial prince even before death. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to do as he wished. The mortal world's wondrous technique couldn't be used, and he had nowhere to hide. He would immediately be hacked out by the heavenly punishment. GZ's body was covered in bloodstains. It was naturally impossible for him to be unharmed in the heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance. When the void cracked, heaven and earth lost color. The void figures roared angrily, tearing apart that white skeleton. Alho! This was a tremendous roar that spread through the cracked primal chaos immortal earth. A few people were directly blasted apart, turning into bloody mist. A saint's body was split apart. This was a saint-sealed battle, and GZ's tribulation was completed. He displayed the strength to contend against saints. Everyone's mouths and tongues became dry. An imperial prince-level figure rose up, declaring his power and extraordinariness. From now on, there was another hero that couldn't be ignored in this world. On the other side, the sacred prince roared, displaying a magical world divine ability. He towered between heaven and earth, becoming who knew how many times larger than an enormous mountain. This was an enormous golden holy ape, every single strand of hair flickering with brilliant radiance, resplendent and dazzling. Its roar shattered the heavens, shaking rivers and mountains. In its hands was a black rod that could pierce through the heavens. It stood in the sea of lightning, brandishing it towards Killing Saint. Killing Saint roared angrily, a hero at the end of his road. He crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yet right now, he was completely exhausted. He dragged his white skeleton body, displaying all types of secret techniques as he slaughtered his way forward. Crack! A sound that wasn't all that loud and clear could be heard. A large amount of flesh was torn apart, and Slaughter Saint's right arm and half of his body caved in before breaking off. Sacred Prince roared angrily, looking down on heaven and earth. He was over 10,000 jong tall. This was a giant golden ape that could pluck stars and capture the moon. He displayed boundless might, seriously injuring an ancient saint. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the ancients. It was as if they had once again seen the glorious days of the Emperor of Fighting's rise. Their hearts trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the Sacred Prince's rise to power couldn't be stopped. Now that he'd advanced to the half-saint realm, he possessed the strength to contend against an ancient king. Indiscriminate destruction, 10 directions annihilation. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton released cruel divine fluctuations. They knew that they were finished, but they still wanted to drag someone down with them. Their bodies were in tatters, and their primordial spirits were struck by lightning. They were incredibly dispirited, but they still turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed forward, separately attacking GZ and the Sacred Prince. Everyone's expressions changed. Killing Saint risked his life to display the world's forbidden secret technique. This was definitely a great disaster. They ignited their life imprints to display a world-shocking attack. Hurry and retreat. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. The final struggle of a cornered beast was the most terrifying. The slightest bit of carelessness and the original victor might be consigned to eternal damnation. Yifan took action, standing in the void. His black hair fell down like a waterfall as he accepted the lightning's baptism. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance, and a small golden figure carrying a cauldron emerged. Its speed reached the pinnacle. Extreme sublimation. It broke free from the flesh shell's restraints and rushed out from the divine form. This was a transformation of the Tao, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao, carrying a cauldron to strike. Time seemed to freeze. Space couldn't obstruct it. The small golden figure became the only thing between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's gazes. Pooh! This attack shocked the world, displaying the elegance of a human race divine body that could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path in the future. The primordial spirit flame that flew out from the white skeleton was smashed by the small golden figure carrying a cauldron. It was split into pieces on the spot, unable to block this attack. Ow! That divine flame was furious, and at the same time terrified. It wailed and cried out, struggling on its deathbed. However, it was useless. The small golden figure's cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of source energy. It quickly enlarged and once again suppressed down. Without any suspense, it was smashed into flying ashes. Dead, a saint's primordial spirit was destroyed just like that. Everyone turned pale with fright, all of them at a loss for words. The myriad energy cauldron and Yifan crossed the tribulation at the same realm. Now, a divine consciousness was born in the sea of lightning, and its power was boundless. Its realm was the same as Yifan's, reaching the half-saint realm. Like its master, it could fight saints. As an immortal material that only ancient emperors could possess, it had been forged into a cauldron for many years, and its power was boundless. Half-saint weapon, half-saint, with the barrier of half-saints, but it can kill saints. Many people from the ancient race turned pale. At this moment, the third emperor-level character had used his strength to announce to the world that he was rising powerfully and no one could stop him. On the other side, the human world's killing saint's primordial spirit pounced toward the monkey like a stream of light. It was malevolent and ruthless, vowing to drag him down with it. I've been seriously injured by the heavenly tribulation, and my strength is less than half of my peak. However, dragging down one of you three isn't a problem. This was a type of unwillingness that contained boundless resentment. It wanted the sacred prince to die with it. However, the result was unexpected. Yifan attacked later, but arrived first. After killing that divine flame, a divine skin appeared under the small golden figure. It carried him along the river of time, as if it had reversed time, blocking the killing saint. It was inconceivably fast, making it hard for others to react. This was the Book of Time, recording the ancient inheritance of the celestial court. It was brought out from Undying Mountain by Yifan, a piece of divine skin. Small characters were densely packed on its surface. At this moment, they all turned into symbols, erupting and engraving themselves in the void, protecting Yifan at the center. Every single character was brilliant and dazzling, as if they were cast from divine gold. Every single character was as heavy as a mountain, and it could be said to be world-shocking. The small golden figure sat cross-legged on this divine skin. The all-life energy cauldron left his embrace and floated above his head, advancing together with him. Meanwhile, another weapon appeared in his hand. The celestial court's unmatched scepter. The human world's killing saint cried out loudly, as if he was extremely alarmed. This golden scepter had previously brought endless pressure to the two great divine dynasties, intimidating time in the past. This was a weapon only the great sage could use. Others couldn't use it, but he seemed to have forgotten about it. He only remembered its nightmarish power from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chi. The golden scepter split the killing saint's primordial spirit in half, but it didn't display any special power. It was just purely sturdy and undying. Pooh! Another weapon appeared in Yi Fan's hand. It was precisely the deity's striking whip, a type of primordial spirit weapon that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It smashed the killing saint's consciousness into pieces. The killing saint screamed mournfully. The all-life energy cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook, and the great Tao source energy that was like silk strands descended, crushing the killing saint's primordial spirit fragments into fine powder. Everything that happened in a flash. People couldn't stop it, even if they wanted to. It was too fast. The Book of Time made it seem as if the small golden figure had penetrated the shackles of time and space. Secret treasures appeared one after another, displaying their deterrence and divine might. This killing saint could only nurse a grievance unwillingly. Dead, the curtains fell on a killing saint who could kill saints, dying in the heavenly tribulation. Near and far, it was completely silent. Only the huge lightning tribulation was still continuing. In a light screen, 3 figures that were like gods and devils stood tall, emitting an undying aura. 2 killing saint-level existences were killed by 3 half-saints just like that. What kind of news was this? If this news spread out, people would go crazy. The barrier of half-saints couldn't stop their footsteps. Why did you steal my enemy? Ape Saint said with dissatisfaction. The 3 of them were as unmoving as mountains. In front of their foreheads sat a small figure, accepting the lightning baptism. In the end, it was like a whale drinking a cow, swallowing the vast sea of lightning into its mouth. The 3 imperial princes didn't move at all. In the sea of lightning, their physiques and primordial spirits were completely changed, undergoing the tempering. In the distance, the great sage of Qianluan's eyes flickered. Behind him, there were a few ancestral kings who didn't conceal their killing intent. Once such characters matured, they couldn't be confronted. The last method was to kill them immediately, but they didn't have a chance. Above the great sage of Wei Yi's head, the aura of an ancient great emperor filled the air. Hundreds of millions of beams of light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Even the star domain was trembling. That ancient mirror was engraved with the supreme dignity of an ancient great emperor, containing an unrivaled Tao fruit. Now that it had awakened, who dared to touch it? The void mirror's brilliance overflowed in all directions, like a treasure wheel, like a bright moon in the sky. The silk ribbons that hung down covered the old sage's body, making him look like a god. The human race is truly worthy of reverence. The great sage of Qianluan sighed. The 10,000 dragon bell in front of him slowly soared, like a true dragon descending into the world. The ancient emperor's Tao Qi filled the air. After Gai Juyo left, who would have thought that another way he would appear? A true great sage with a void mirror in his hand, who could easily suppress and kill him. If Tao Friend wants to discuss the Tao, let's go to the depths of the starry sky. Wait, he said. All right, let's discuss who is better. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and disappeared with the other ancestral kings behind him. They turned into streams of light and entered the depths of the dark universe. Before Wei Yi and the other sages left, they stared at the killing Saint King. This person was all skin and bones, and his expression was miserable. He also rushed into the universe. Once such a great character left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great killing tribulation, and they didn't expect it to attract ancient sage Fengyan. Boom! With a final loud sound, the sky full of lightning scattered. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince had successfully passed the tribulation, and the heavenly punishment disappeared. Everyone was full of vigor and vitality, crazily devouring the surrounding essence, Qi, to replenish their energy. On the other side, killing Saint Qi Luo was shockingly talented. He killed killing Saint Hel, who had achieved Tao 1,000 years earlier than him, and cut off his head. He was currently observing the broken consciousness in his forehead. Through this, he saw a portion of his son's life. He immediately cried and laughed. His hair was disheveled, and his face was full of sorrow. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Chapter 12:07. The dried-up primal chaos divine earth split into pieces. It couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation and the damage formation left behind by the ancient deities and starlight sprinkled in. The people of the Holy Lands were dumbstruck. The battle had developed so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The killing saints of the human world and hell were dead, and the white skeletons had turned to ashes. Yifan's strength was beyond imagination. He had killed 2 saints with his own hands. This would definitely shake the world. Everyone knew that as long as this battle ended, the entire ancient planet would be shaken. The human race's sacred body had used his glorious battle achievements to tell the world that he had returned. The destruction of hell and the human world is imminent. What are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and clean up this mess. The battle hadn't ended yet, because there were still some assassins from the ancient divine dynasty who had survived. They were all elites of the direct line of descent. If they escaped, they would definitely become a hidden danger in the future. Chi Luo shattered the head in his hand and rushed towards the Bone Palace. Don't let a single one escape. Avenge the ancestors. Bring back the ancient ancestor's head and wipe out the shame and humiliation. Destroy the 2 divine dynasties. Shouts of war shook the heavens. The true killing saints had fallen, so what kind of storm could they cause? All the people rushed forward. The Holy Lands were stirred up and fought bravely towards the Bone Palace because it was the foundation and ancestral land of the 2 divine dynasties. After countless years of accumulation, there were bound to be immeasurable treasures. In the Bone Palace, there was a withered figure with deep green eyes. His fingers were like jet-black iron hooks. With a raise of his hand, he turned a group of intruders into a bloody mist. Killing Saint. There was another killing saint who emitted heaven overflowing killing intent. He stared coldly at everyone like an ancient corpse, cold and bone-piercing. The 2 divine dynasties dug up their ancestral lands and only found a portion of their foundation. They dug out a king of killing saints, but they were intimidated by Wei, Yi, and followed him into the depths of the cosmos. There was another killing saint left behind. It was this person. He wanted to escape and hide to assassinate, but he had no chance. Chi Luo had already locked onto him. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince had just advanced. They pressed forward together and surrounded him. Awu, the Black Emperor, let out a long howl. The battle just now wasn't going smoothly. Now, he roared and rushed over. He could definitely threaten the saints. On the other side, the eyes of the old woman from the Purple Mansion Holy Land were deep. She also looked over, ready to take action at any time. Kill. This person was rather straightforward, taking the initiative to attack Chi Luo, this natural enemy of his. He wanted to tear through all obstacles and open up a path of blood. As a fellow killing saint, he knew that only by killing Chi Luo would he have any hope of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely be tied down, and it would be difficult for him to survive. On top of Chi Luo's head, a sparkling and translucent ancient pagoda appeared. It was forged from saint bones and defended against the attack. The blood-dissolving blade in his hand sliced open the universe, drawing upon the brilliance of the stars and moon to sweep over. It was as if a heavenly river was descending, its aura as vast as the ocean abyss. He had lost 7 of his own children, and now his entire being was in a special state. His essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the extreme, and his battle intent was high. He had a type of invincible spirit. This killing saint was injured on the spot. He staggered backwards, the radiance of the stars and moon all smashing into his body. His joints released cracking sounds, several dozen of them breaking. The great art of killing was useless. Being surrounded, he could only fight like a cornered beast. Ape Saint brandished his iron rod, as if he was beating an immortal drum. The wind and lightning great formation released oppressive sounds, causing the void to explode. Killing Saint was squeezed in the middle, unable to evade or retreat. He could only passively face the attacks. This tremendous force blasted him until he coughed out blood. In the present world, how many people could compete with the ancient emperor's descendants in terms of physical strength? GZ's hands pressed together, forming a full moon that suspended above his head. It released blinding light, as if it was a divine moon. An ancient mirror took form, appearing between his hands. The aura above his head was auspicious, quickly shooting out a streak of terrifying immortal radiance. Pooh! Killing Saint's chest was pierced through, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared. Many of his sternum were broken, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. The radiance in Killing Saint's eyes flickered. He was surrounded by several great experts, and the terrifying aura they released made him feel like he was suffocating. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Ow! The Black Emperor released a loud roar. He had a bronze head and iron arms. He directly pounced over, and his large claw smashed down like a small mountain. At the same time, Yi Fan moved forward. The imperishable golden body shone brilliantly, and his body was enveloped in irregular phenomena. He wanted to kill this great enemy barehandedly. Blood blossomed. How could a single Killing Saint block the attack of a group of tigers? The Black Emperor almost dug out his heart, and Yi Fan directly tore off his right arm. Killing Saint was dripping with blood, bloody and ruthless. Killing Saint. There was no suspense at all. With these experts moving at the same time, it would be harder for this person to escape than to ascend to the heavens. The final attack was unleashed. They turned Killing Saint into a bloody mist, and only his shattered primordial spirit was left for Qi Luo to explore. These 4 pieces of world stone will be the foundation for us to establish a small divine realm. Killing Saint put away his sorrow and revealed a look of joy. Hell and the human world were both destroyed. Their ancestral realms each produced a precious world stone, and they were stored here. Meanwhile, the dried-up primal chaotic divine earth was even more so a divine item of the small realm. It produced 2 world stones, and now they were stored in the Bone Palace. Charge! There are many divine objects in the ancient palace. They can make up for our losses in this battle. Killing Saint Qi Luo said. The Black Emperor and Longma didn't say anything else. They ran crazily towards the palace, starting the craziest great looting in history, taking everything they saw. In the end, it was to the extent where even the beautiful assassins were accidentally sucked into the magical artifact space. Kill! At this moment, all of the sects went berserk. They didn't take action before, but now they were like ferocious tigers descending the mountains, incomparably ferocious. The Holy Land's people all rushed towards the ancient palace, none of them willing to fall even half a step behind. The war chariots rumbled, crushing over the damaged Dao traces. The great army was endless, destroying ancient palaces one after another, signifying the destruction of the ancient divine dynasty. Men shouted and horses neighed. The Holy Land's reinforcements arrived. Savage beast mounts crossed the sky one after another, collapsing the heavenly dome as they swept over like a steel flood. There were actually saints among them. At the final juncture, when the treasures were being divided up, a few Holy Lands even moved out their trump cards, making heavenly villages people silently curse and furious. G family, Jade Pool, Wen clan, Dao Yi, Zifu, Jiang family, and other Holy Lands were also a bit indifferent. They were quite dissatisfied with these opportunistic ancient sections. This bone palace belongs to my 4 symbols Holy Land. An elder rode on a golden eyes blue-scaled beast, shouting loudly, bringing a group of experts as he approached. During the great battle, no traces of them could be seen, hiding at the very back. When the ancient divine dynasty's treasures were truly divided up, they charged at the very front, stopping the Celestial Court's people. Who are you all? Did you contribute during the great battle? Why didn't I see you just now? Old Blade Honcho asked. Our inheritance has been passed down for a long time, Our name is Four Symbols Holy Land. This bone palace has the skulls of our ancestors, and today we will welcome them back. The elder said, "Naturally, my 9 heavens holy land can't be missed." On the other side, ancient war chariots drove over one after another, every single one of them mottled with rust, but terrifying battle aura lingered about them. They were all precious weapons. Another great sage arrived, wishing to divide up the treasures. During the great battle just now, it was unknown which corner he hid in, but he didn't charge at the front. What a joke. When you should have contributed, you were nowhere to be seen. At this type of critical juncture, you all rush to the very front one after another. Do you all not feel ashamed? An elder from Heavenly Village said, "We came here with all our might. Forget about everything else. Just the fact that our ancestors' dried bones are here already gives us the qualifications to enter. There is no need for your celestial courts, remnant evildoers, to say any more. If we carefully calculate it, you all should also receive punishment and be executed." An old woman from 9 heavens holy land said sinisterly. The two great ancient divine dynasties' inheritances had been passed down for endless years, not even saints making a mistake. The divine treasures they accumulated were simply immeasurable, no one able to imagine just how many there were. Perhaps they could instantly reconstruct two great sages' lands, making others' eyes go red. They rushed over to divide up the treasures, naturally, because of human greed. However, right now, they put a terrifying hat on Heavenly Village's people. This was going too far, their intentions deserving of death. Yifan stepped out, his brows furrowed as he glared over. There was only a single word from his mouth, saying, "Get lost." A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yifan had traveled unhindered through the world for so many years, killing ancient princes, challenging the ancient kings, fighting bloody battles all the way until now. His reputation brilliant. These people's expressions immediately became sluggish. Even though they were furious, they still didn't dare become hostile. Yifan, your name has shaken the world, indeed able to suppress a region, but you still have to talk about reason. Why are you stopping us from occupying the Bone Palace? Aren't they the remnant evildoers of the Celestial Court? Four Symbols Holy Land's people questioned. They also belong to the Killer Divine Court, remnants that should be killed. Are we wrong? An old woman from 9 heavens Holy Land sneered. Home. Yifan's body released endless light. Golden blood energy submerged this place, spreading outwards like a vast ocean. Pooh! Those in front of him coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. The elders' faces also became pale, backing up step by step. Do you want to court death? Yifan's expression was cold, his words extremely direct, not giving them any face at all. You want to commit a great crime. They cried out in a threatening manner. Yifan's expression was stern as he shouted loudly. The former celestial court has long since become smoke, broken through by the various holy lands, completely destroyed. The celestial court I founded is no longer some killer divine court, splashing dirty water on my sect, bringing disaster upon us. These people deserve to be punished. His voice was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart. Wherever his gaze swept past, these people retreated, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Yifan had the indestructible golden body, his blood energy exuberant, unparalleled in the world. He took a step forward, shaking these people until they coughed out blood one after another, almost collapsing on the spot. You, even if the Celestial Court isn't a remnant evildoer, what right do you have to stop us from entering the Bone Palace? The treasures of hell and the human world belong to the world. We naturally have a share. Although these people's faces were snow white and they couldn't help but retreat, they didn't give in. What a joke! Where were you during the battle? Why didn't I see any trace of you? You all hid in the back, and when it came to dividing the treasures, you were more active than anyone else. Yifan swept his gaze over these holy lands, his expression incomparably cold and incomparably cold. Behind him, the Black Emperor, Longma, Dongfang Yi, and the Sacred Prince, all of them coldly looked at him and pressed forward. Yi Fan continued. Even now, the battle is still not over. Great Sage Wei, Yi, and the others have gone to the depths of the star domain to fight against the great enemy. And my disciples are also fighting against the enemies. What did you do, impatiently running here to divide the treasures? He shouted angrily, his expression extremely cold. In the distance, Yi Tong was fighting against the divine son of hell. Just as he had said in the past, he was fighting on behalf of his master, his old enemy. He had just severed his Tao, and in terms of absolute strength, he was no match for the divine son of hell. After all, this was a peerless genius cultivated by a divine court, and he had severed his Tao for many years. However, Yi Tong did not retreat. Even though his body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured, he still fought to sharpen himself. Of course, GZ and the others were paying close attention to prevent any accidents from happening. On the other side, Little K, Gu Lin, and Gu Fei were also fighting. The people of the Heavenly Village were fighting against the assassins. Meanwhile, the people of the Ji family, Z Mansion, Feng Clan, Jade Lake, Jiang family, and the Dao One Holy Land did not stop. They were still fighting against the remaining assassins, cleaning up the mess. Have you fought before? Have you done anything? Have you shed even a drop of blood? What face do you have to come here to divide the treasures? You even have evil intentions, splashing dirty water on my celestial court. All of you scram. Yi Fan said domineeringly, blocking everyone's path. These people's faces were snow white, and they could not say a word. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths as they retreated into the distance. Young man, stop before you go too far. Don't be too overbearing. An aged voice came, shaking the heaven and earth, and the holy might filled the air. There's a word reason in this world, and if it doesn't work for some people, there's also the word kill. Yi Fan opposed tit for tat, standing tall in the sky. Chapter 1208. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful. He stood in the sky and spat out murderous words at a saint. Shameless boasting. Do you want to offend the saints of the human race? The old woman from the nine heavens holy land retreated while speaking in a sinister tone. Have you ever seen me fear a saint? I killed all the ancient races without hesitation. Just now, I even killed a slaughter saint. Do you think I will yield because of that? Yi Fan said coldly. His expression was firm and his eyes were sharp. His entire body was shining and every pore was emitting battle chi. An aura as deep as the ocean surged out like a god. You have already offended the ancient races, and you still want to oppose the human race. At that time, the entire world will become your enemy. There will be no place for you in this world. The old woman from the nine heavens holy land shouted, Can you represent the entire human race? If the human race is like you, then there really is no hope. Yi Fan mocked with a trace of disdain on his face. Even if I really become the enemy of the entire world, you are not among the so-called enemies because you are not qualified. It's just a mere nine heavens holy land. At worst, I'll just flatten it. If Yi Fan's first few words were tit for tat and questioning, then the last few words were undisguised mockery and contempt. He was slapping these people's faces in front of all the holy lands and ancient sections. No one thought that Yi Fan would be so domineering. His words shook the world and threatened to flatten a holy land. How disgraceful was this? You disrespect the saints. Don't think that no one in the world can stop you. In front of all the holy lands, you are still not enough. The old woman's face was ashen. The human saints cannot be humiliated. You are disgraceful and want to destroy your ancestors. The old man from the four symbols holy land rode on the golden-eyed blue-scale beast and shouted fiercely while retreating continuously. I admire your courage. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward. The golden blood chi was like a vast ocean, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it surged over. The suffocating pressure caused the golden-eyed blue-scale beast to wail and kneel on the ground. The old man collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably in the face of the holy might. At the same time, that old woman's face was also snow white, her entire body trembling, and her joints continuously crackled. Both of her knees broke, and she knelt down. These people struggled intensely, but they couldn't control their bodies. They couldn't endure this type of power, all of them going weak, as if they were facing a deity. Yi Fan could now fight a saint, and every wisp of his aura was not weaker than that of Saint. Naturally, they felt as if they were facing a tall mountain, as if they were facing a great mountain. The elder in the lead and the old woman's bodies split open in many places, blood flowing out. Their hair was disheveled and blood-stained as they knelt in the void. A wave of saintly might swept towards Yi Fan, intending to imprison him. The saint in the dark made his move, and a legendary majestic voice said, "Enough. You think it's enough just because you say it's enough? It's not up to you to criticize my actions." Yi Fan didn't back down. Even if the one who came was a saint, he wasn't afraid. He was very dissatisfied with this kind of behavior. He directly waved his fist, simple and direct. The light was dazzling, tearing apart the sky and scattering the saintly might. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Yi Fan could be said to be powerful enough, even daring to go against the saint. He was just short of chasing after and killing them. "Young man, you're obstinate and overbearing. You lack tempering. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." This saint was very dissatisfied, and his words were very cold. "In this world, if there's anyone who can teach me a lesson, it's not you." Yi Fan didn't give him any face. "Is this how you speak to the ancients? You don't know how to respect the predecessors." The old woman with disheveled hair cried out. "You don't have the right to speak." Yi Fan frowned, and his gaze swept over her. She immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and many of her bones were broken by this powerful aura. "Targeting the saints of the human race, you are disgraceful," another elder cried out. Yi Fan took a step out, immediately sending him flying. His flesh was badly mangled. Then he stared at a certain place in the sky and said, "Great sage Wei, you went to fight the ancient races in outer space. As a human saint, what have you done? Putting on the status of an ancient saint in front of me, using your status to suppress me. Are you worthy of my respect?" Huh. What responded to him was a large earthen yellow hand. It covered an area of over 10,000 zhang. It crushed down, its power shocking the heavens. This was the ancient saint's cold and emotionless reply, wishing to suppress him. It released an inviolable pressure, representing the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. The sixth doubt true meanings were unmatched, and the ancient small universe was reincarnating. It went against the sky and struck towards that expanse of holy might. The golden fist was unstoppable, actually stopping that large earthen yellow hand. They continuously collided, not falling into a disadvantage, and even chaotic energy was released. When the divine mist disappeared and the starlight of the universe scattered down, everyone discovered that Yi Fan was still standing there, completely unharmed. He pressed forward once again, attacking the old woman and the elder riding the golden eyes blue-scaled beast. "Young man, you are too vicious. Could it be that you want to eliminate the people of the Holy Lands?" In the dark sky, that saint spoke once again, extremely angry. "The reputation of the Holy Lands can't be considered bad, but there's a small group of people who are like rat shit. What I want to do now is to eliminate them." Yi Fan made a killing move. "No," the old woman cried out. In the sky, the saint was furious. He attacked downwards, and strand after strand of Dao marks descended, but he still couldn't suppress Yi Fan. "So it's a mountain elf. Is this the foundation of your 9 firmaments holy land?" Yi Fan laughed loudly. The so-called saint was just an ancient spirit monster. This was the 9 firmaments holy land's mountain guardian beast. It had been sealed until this era, and it was humiliated into anger. It released its overflowing holy might, wanting to fight him to the death. I was wondering why the human saint was like this. Even a mountain elf dares to cause trouble. "Scram!" Yi Fan shouted. No one could see what had happened. In the sky, there was an intense confrontation. In the end, an angry roar rang out. The mountain elf streaked across the sky and fled without looking back. The people of the Holy Lands looked at each other. Yi Fan was really fierce. He had defeated a saint. Even though it was a mountain elf, it came from a holy land after all. It had to be extraordinary. I'm gonna faint. He defeated the saint of the 9 firmaments holy land? He has just reached the half-saint realm, and he chased away a saint. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan's strength was obvious to all. This result was really a little speechless. There's a reason in the world. If it doesn't make sense, then there is the word kill. Yi Fan shouted at the people of the 4 symbols holy land and the 9 firmaments holy land. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flew out. The foreheads of the old woman and the old man riding the golden-eyed blue-scale beast were pierced. They both fell into the void and died. After this, no one dared to barge in. They methodically killed the killers of the ancient holy lands and cleaned up the mess. Killing Saint Chi Luo found 4 world stones and obtained the killing saint technique of the 2 holy lands. As for the other divine materials, he didn't take any. The holy lands stepped forward and began to divide up the immeasurable treasures. This was undoubtedly shocking. It could reconstruct 2 holy lands. Chi Luo didn't compete, but this didn't mean that people like the large black dog and llama wouldn't make a move. They joined in and participated in the division. They wanted to get all the divine materials in one fell swoop. The son of hell cried out. He was hit by Yi Fan's finger, and golden divine light pierced through his skull. He died a violent death. No matter how powerful his mystical ability was, he couldn't block it. The goddess of the mortal world also couldn't escape this tribulation. She also died at the hands of Yi Fan. The finger light pierced through the sky, and she nailed him to death in the universe. In the end, the divine sons and goddesses of the 2 holy lands still died at the hands of their mortal enemies. They couldn't escape this fate. Yi Tong's entire body was covered in blood. His injuries weren't light. His natural talent was astonishing. After severing his path, he could fight against the son of hell. Even though he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands, this was enough for him to be proud of. Soon, he would be able to catch up and contend against Yi Fan's former enemies. After more than 2 years, he had really reached this step. He could fight on behalf of his master. The 2 great holy lands collapsed, and from then on, they vanished into thin air. The holy lands' gains were abundant. Of course, this didn't include the 4 symbols holy lands. They were all excluded. Those who didn't do their best couldn't even approach this place. Woo! Loud cries traveled over. The ancient palace of bones was torn down, and the holy lands welcomed back the skeletons of their ancestors. It couldn't be that they were all saintly bones. Those were only a small portion. The majority were the skeletons of heroes with special constitutions. Most of them hadn't matured yet, but even so, it was already astonishing enough. The Black Emperor and Longma could be said to have made a lot of gains. They took all of the heavenly village's share and didn't miss a single one. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. Wang, the purple mansion saintess's body overflowed with multicolored light. She shattered the void in the distance, and a dried corpse appeared. It quickly recovered its vitality and wanted to escape. This was actually a great completion king level expert. There were a few fish that escaped the net that used secret treasures to hide here. The purple mansion's saintess and the Tao merged, and her spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. These people had nowhere to hide. In the end, after cleaning up the mess, Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake saintess, and the others' eyes were resplendent. They walked forward and congratulated Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. They had successfully passed the tribulation and destroyed the divine dynasty. This was a great victory. Hell and the human world had been destroyed, but the great battle hadn't stopped yet. In the depths of the universe, Wei Yi was confronting the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had used an extreme weapon. Yi Fan, killing Saint Chi Luo, GZ, and the others rushed over with grave expressions. This was definitely going to be a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle. The outcome was hard to predict. Dao friend, please calm your anger. Everything should be peaceful. Just at this moment of life and death, an aged voice traveled over. A simple figure that looked like an old farmer appeared. The great sage Hunshuo stood between the two sides. Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others were speechless. Every great battle would end without this old antique. He would always rush over to mediate at the crucial moment, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Brother Qinluan, Dao, friend Wei Yi, it wasn't easy for us to reach this step. The path to immortality is about to open. Why must we fight to the death and harm our harmony? The two divine dynasties had collapsed, and the ending was decided. Qinluan frowned, but in the end, he was indifferent. Wei Yi also didn't press forward. Both sides tacitly stopped. The heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle didn't appear. It ended just like that, and the calamity disappeared without a trace. After this battle, the ancient race was completely afraid. They didn't dare to test the waters anymore. They felt that the human race's waters were too deep. In the past, Gai Juyo intimidated the myriad races. Now, there was actually another great sage. He usually didn't show himself, but he could stand out at the crucial moment. This was far more intimidating than the human race's saints jumping out at the same time. That was because they didn't know if the human race still had such a hidden, peerless expert. They really couldn't be sure. Moreover, through this battle, the ancient race saw that the waters of the Holy Lands were also very deep. There were hidden trump cards that hadn't been revealed yet. This made them vigilant. Two great ancient killer dynasties have been wiped out. When the news spread, the entire ancient star was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. They were all shocked and incomparably horrified. This was a huge storm. What? The green copper cauldron has appeared, and it's in the hands of the human race's holy physique. Yi Fan? In the midst of the storm, this news was spread by someone. It triggered even more great waves. Chapter 1209. The glow of the setting sun shone on the lake like gold fragments, reflecting a golden hue in the clear and crystalline waves. In the distance, the grains swayed and rustled like waves. Chickens and dogs could be heard. The village under the setting sun was filled with peace and tranquility, standing aloof from worldly affairs. It was like a paradise. An old man sat on a small stool with his back against the wall. He was telling a story to a group of children. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. His tone was heavy. Listen carefully. This was what was happening in the foreign battlefield. This was the new location of the heavenly village, hidden in the wilderness. In the distance, a green ox slowly walked by. The shepherd boy rode on it and played his flute. It was like a clear spring in the desert, leisurely and cool. A few Annies were washing clothes by the river, and a few teenagers were catching fish. It was full of laughter. The path to immortalhood was about to open, but the heavenly village lay dormant and didn't want to get involved. They even planned to rush into the depths of the universe and leave this troublesome place. That was because once the opportunity to become immortal appeared, the entire ancient planet would become a battlefield. Who knew how many people would die? This was definitely the most terrifying battle since the beginning of time. Everything was being prepared and brewed. The Black Emperor's dog fur was almost all gone. He had poured his blood and sweat into breaking the starry door and studying the spacecraft thoroughly. Perhaps they would leave. Therefore, be it the children or the elderly, they were all enjoying this rare period of time. Far away from the battlefield and the cultivation world, the mortals' lives were all very comfortable. There were no secret techniques, no ancient treasures, and no slaughter between races. There was only simplicity and happiness. Humans would only experience comfort and satisfaction after the anxiety and fear. Their bodies and hearts would relax at the same time. At the entrance of the village, under an old peach tree that had been struck by lightning, Li Tian, the sacred prince, and the others sat on a stone block. They looked at the setting sun and the fragrance of tea rose in spirals from the stone table. Yi Fan tore open a pack of cigarettes and lit them up. He brought them to his mouth with 2 fingers, and, as the smoke floated out, he also felt relaxed. This was probably one of the few things he had brought back from the other side of the universe that could be used. He wasn't a big smoker and didn't smoke at all. He would only light one up after the end of a great battle. The monkey was surprised and asked for one. He had just taken a puff when he spat it out. The cigarette turned into a beam of light and pierced through the distant mountain. Li He-shui, Li Tian, and the others all followed suit. In the end, they all coughed dryly, unable to understand how this was a form of enjoyment. The little baldy was like a playboy. Without batting an eyelid, he took a cigarette from his master and lit it up. He took a deep breath and sighed. Fallen leaves don't understand the wind's persuasion. What he is smoking isn't a cigarette. He is clearly chewing on the bitter wind. Bullshit. A group of people, including Saint Apechild Dongfang Yi, Yin Yishi, and the others, all knocked him on his bald head. The little fellow cried out in pain, and tears welled up in his eyes. He held his head and hid far away, looking incomparably resentful. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. As the sun set, Yi fanned through the cigarette but into the bonfire in the distance. The aroma of meat wafted over. The golden and glossy Mongolian gazelle leg was almost done. Several jars of aged wine were also opened. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. "Master, it will be very dangerous if you go out now," Yi Tong said. The outside world was already in chaos. The two divine dynasties were destroyed, and the green cauldron that contained the secret of immortal ascension had appeared. It was unknown how many people's hearts were moved. Yin Ishi nodded and said, "Endure for a period of time. Now that the wind and rain are intertwined, the ancient races are going crazy. They are searching everywhere. If we go out like this, it will be very easy for problems to occur." Once the damaged green cauldron appeared, the various imperial races of the supreme, ancient, immortal realms couldn't sit still anymore. They came out one after another to search for traces of it. Especially when the path to immortal ascension was about to appear, people believed that it might be easier to approach immortality with this kind of immortal item. Hence, experts from all over the world came out. Fortunately, the heavenly village obtained 4 pieces of world stone. Killing Saint Chi Luo refined them and opened up a small world that melded into the void. No one could find it. And it was also because of the 4 world stones that killing Saint Chi Luo obtained a great fortune. He came into contact with the most fundamental item of heaven and earth and began to cultivate in seclusion. The people from the various holy lands are indeed a mix of good and bad. We conquered the ancient divine dynasty, but they were the only ones who saw the green cauldron. This was naturally leaked out by someone from among them. Li He-shui was incomparably furious. This was something obvious. That night, Yi Fan used the cauldron to pass through many restrictions of the mortal world. He entered the depths of the void and brought out the heaven region's coordinates, shocking everyone. Everyone revealed worried expressions. Now, Yi Fan was practically the enemy of the entire world. As long as he appeared, a fierce battle would inevitably erupt. No one would let him go. This was a gargantuan crisis. If things went wrong, both his body and soul would be destroyed. No matter how powerful he was, could it be that he could fight against 10,000 races alone? Moreover, even among the experts of the human race, there were most likely people with ulterior motives. What's there to worry about? Master is a heaven-warping genius. So what if the entire world is your enemy? You could just fight all the way to the great emperor realm. The little baldy flattered. Everyone laughed, but this was a bitter laugh. Now that the entire world was his enemy, it was not just the experts of one ancient star, but many star regions. It might even evolve into a battle with the saints of the entire universe. The path to immortality was about to open, and the sages of the outer realms appeared one after another. Now, this was no longer the world of the Big Dipper cultivators. Instead, it had become an ancient land where the saints of the various regions fought for hegemony. If Yi Fan went out, the most serious consequence was that he would attract the attacks of all the saints, and he would be in great danger. This was a terrifying and dangerous situation. Everyone's brows were tightly knitted, and they had an ominous premonition. It must be the dregs of the 4 symbols' holy land and the 9 heavens' holy land. Other than them, who else would be so shameless as to leak the matter of the green cauldron? Lama puffed out white smoke. Not necessarily. The human heart is sinister. Who can say for sure? In short, someone wants Yifan to fall into a death trap, Li Tian said. Yifan laughed and shook his head. The moment I took out the cauldron, I already knew that this situation was destined. Everyone was startled and looked at him. What do you want to do? You all know that I will eventually step into the starry sky and walk down that ancient path, Yifan said. You did this on purpose. You want to bring the enemies into the starry sky and have them follow you so that you can wipe them out along the way? Yifan smiled. Those who want the cauldron and those who want me to die will all follow me on this journey. Not to mention other places, just the eternal Lord Star alone is a vast battlefield. Both sides will fight sooner or later. Why don't I act as a middleman and add some fuel to the fire? You, for the sake of the evolution liquid and to avoid the chaos of the path to immortality, the heavenly village should leave Big Dipper and go into hiding. Everyone discussed. On the day the path to immortality opened, the mortals would not have the chance to fight for it. In order to preserve their strength, it was best to stay away. As for the elites among them, if they were not satisfied, they could come back and fight for the path. I will go out tomorrow. Do some people really think they can bully me as they please? When the time comes, I will pay them a visit. Come, let's have a toast. In front of the bonfire, everyone toasted and drank. It was a very lively scene. Even little Kay, Er's little face was flushed from drinking. Needless to say, the eccentric little Baldy was talking noisily about going to Mount Meru and becoming the leader of the monks. The flames danced and the fragrance of the wine wafted. The divine meat of the crocodile was naturally placed on a silver plate. It became the most pitiful demonic sage in history. Every time there was a banquet, this group of people would taste it and praise it. Oh, woo! Let me tell you, Emperor Wu Shi, the Black Emperor, said with his tongue hanging out. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all gathered around and looked at him, hoping to hear some secrets. He actually loves roasted meat. Tui, the group of people hammered him together. This dog was definitely teasing them on purpose. Let me tell you, the Emperor Ruthless you all speak of went to Kunlun. His brother died there. Quasi-Emperor Yangxiang clan also went there and took away the legendary ginseng fruit tree. I wonder if he will call himself the great deity Zhen Yuan in the future. After coming out from Kunlun, Longmo wandered around in the human world for a period of time and learned about Journey to the West. Everyone only dispersed late into the night. The next day, Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince left the new location of the Heavenly Village and appeared in the outside world. A storm was brewing. Saints from the outer realms descended one after another, causing a huge storm. Now that news of the Green Cauldron had spread, the Big Dipper star became even more turbulent. Not only the ancient race, but even the cultivators from the cosmos were looking for Yi Fan. They wanted to seize the cauldron. Caw! Fire crows flew across the sky. Golden radiance streaked across the earth, and raging flames turned the desolate land into a sea of magma. Among all kinds of noises, the two golden crows were the most arrogant. They declared that the sacred body of the human race belonged to them. Whether it was the soul or the body, they were all food for them. As for the Green Cauldron, it belonged to the Golden Crow clan because their great emperor had schemed in ancient times and lost 9 of his descendants in another star region. Now that it had reappeared, it was the will of the heavens that it belonged to the Golden Crow clan. What sacred body of the human race? What indestructible golden body? In the eyes of the Golden Crow clan, they are nothing. If they dare to appear, we will slap them to death. Naturally, there were people who disliked this, but they didn't dare to act rashly. According to the insiders, the Hwasong star was very terrifying. The entire ancient star was filled with golden crows. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor walked out of the golden nest of the fire tree. After Yi Fan came out, he didn't immediately go to find the 2 golden crows. Instead, he went to look for the silver moon ancestor. Back then, he was the one who entered the heavenly village with the 2 divine dynasties. They wanted to kill him and the sacred prince to seize the liquid. During the battle outside the realm, Wei Yi didn't fight against the great sage of Qianlun. He only killed the Sacred King and a few other small fish. As one of them, the Silver Moon ancestor escaped faster than anyone else. After escaping the calamity, he stirred up a storm after returning. The kings of the ancient races all came out together because of him. He was afraid that the one from Mount Meru would settle accounts with him. So he added fuel to the fire and diverted people's attention. He made the world chase after the Green Cauldron. He personally went to report and invited many people to come out, jumping up and down to attract hatred for me. Do you really think I don't know? I'll kill you first. Yi Fan said, if you want to become an immortal, then first kill the sacred body of the human race and seize the Green Cauldron. Only then can you obtain the secret of becoming immortal. The Silver Moon ancestor often advised like this while walking around. The Sacred Prince's identity was there, so he naturally had dealings with some of the ancient royal families. People respected his father and told him a lot of information. They said that the Silver Moon ancestor might even do him harm. You want to take the risk? Let's kill him first to establish our might. The Sacred Prince sneered. The undulating mountain ridges were filled with lush ancient trees. Savage beasts roamed about, and strange birds circled in the air. Their roars rang out incessantly. It was a prehistoric scene. The Silver Moon ancestor was truly afraid. These days, he used a few tricks just to protect himself. He wanted the kings to come out and deal with Yi Fan. At the same time, he would also offend the Sacred Prince. If he killed the two of them, he would be able to escape. The destruction of the two divine dynasties made him uneasy at every moment. He was afraid that his end would come. Since there was cause in this world, some effects couldn't be avoided. In this ancient ridge, he was blocked by Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. You guys, he turned around to leave. However, how was he supposed to escape? He quickly confirmed that there were no others following him, and that there were only these two juniors. He immediately laughed sinisterly and said, you two are too arrogant. I am the ancestral king. As long as you two don't become saints, you won't have the qualifications to kill me. I'll send you two on your way. A great battle erupted. The Silver Moon ancestor was horrified. First, half of his body was blasted apart by Yi Fan's golden fist, and then his spine was smashed apart by the Sacred Prince's rod. A tragic ending was unavoidable. When the news of the Silver Moon ancestor's death spread, the world was in an uproar. What was the human race's sacred body trying to do? He dared to go against the wind and unleash a massacre at this critical juncture. He was just too daring. Chapter 12:10. In the depths of the great wastelands, many mountain peaks were hacked by axes and snapped in the middle. Giant ridges collapsed as if they had been smashed by an immortal hammer. Desolation filled the eyes as withered branches and withered leaves filled the place. Between the steep cliffs and strange rocks, there were bright red specks of light flickering. This was the saint's blood. It pierced through many great peaks and created many great abysses. The depths of the shattered mountain ridges were covered in scarlet stains. These were the bloodstains of the Silver Moon ancient king. It dyed everything into a terrifying scene. Many people came to seek confirmation. After seeing this ruined battlefield, they were finally convinced that the grand ancient king had been slaughtered by Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. From the collapsed mountains and rivers, the battle was extremely terrifying. The Silver Moon ancient king had gone through an intense struggle, but in the end, he couldn't escape this calamity and his primordial spirit was destroyed. What was the human race's saint physique Yi Fan trying to do? This was the question on many people's minds. It was too late to hide in such a situation, yet he attacked in such a high-profile manner. Did he really not know that all the saints of the world were looking for him? Could it be that he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? However, who would stop? The Green Cauldron was too important. Even though it was damaged, it would still make many saints go crazy. Everyone was discussing this. The ancient saints were all shaken. Regardless of whether it was the eastern wastelands, central continent, or southern mountains, they were all in an uproar. Yi Fan had become a half-saint and could sweep through a region. He could fight people alone. This caused a huge uproar and made all parties feel restraining fear. One had to know that this was the legendary human race's saint physique. In other ancient stars, it was also known as the indestructible golden body. Its battle prowess was unmatched, and it played an important role in the legendary era. It could even fight against deities. If this kind of physique becomes a saint, it will definitely be a disaster. Many people from the ancient races felt uneasy. Within the ancient fire Chelan cave, immortal flames were burning and mist was hazy. It was incomparably mysterious. The fire Chelan stood in the cave and said, "He became a half-saint one step ahead of me. We must return to that ancestral star and find Father and the things our ancestors left us. I want to prove my Tao." Huolin, Er's blue hair reached his waist. It was bright and smooth, and he was also lost in thought. He nodded and said, "Even though this kind of physique can't prove the Tao, once he grows up, he will be a strong competitor." The fire Chelan's figure was tall and sturdy, his eyes like divine lamps. The process might be extremely bitter, but he cannot achieve the Tao. In the end, he will only be a supporting character in this world, a tragic end. Yifan was only one step away from crossing the threshold of life and death and becoming a completely different kind of existence. Once he became a saint, he would make everyone tremble in fear. After news of this battle spread out, quite a few people couldn't sit still. The imperishable golden body's blood energy was exuberant, and if it truly transformed into a divine body, it would be able to fight against deities. That ancient legend made everyone's scalps go numb. Find him as soon as possible. We can't give him any time, and we have to seize the green cauldron. This was what many aboriginals were thinking. The Jade Lake was filled with the fragrance of flowers, the chirping of birds, and the lush green grass and clear lake. Under the ancient immortality peach tree, the nine-orifice stone king was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The Jade Lake holy daughter stood alone, listening to Yifan's story, her eyes sparkling as she pondered. After being nourished by the saint blood, the divine embryo is even more sentient than before. If it were to be born in the future, what kind of existence would it become? Is everything within our control? On a towering mountain that was as tall as the heavens, a figure stood alone, fusing with the Tao light of heaven and earth. His entire person seemed to have merged into the depths of the void, immeasurably deep. I want to transcend the path of the Blood Phoenix Mountain ancestor. My Tao is different from my father's. I want to make a trip to the ancient planet of my race and comprehend the cause and effect. Huang Shudao turned and entered the depths of the ancient mountain. He only lived for the sake of the Tao. He didn't want to think about anything else. His life's goal was to corroborate his Tao and become an immortal. Violet chi filled the air. The 10,000 mountains were like dragons, piercing through the clouds. This was an immortal land of the Violet Manor. The ancient city floated in the air, resembling a divine realm. This place was none other than the famous Violet Manor's sacred ground, known as the place where immortals slumbered. An old woman was currently speaking to a stone statue. The saint physique of this generation is truly extraordinary. He actually managed to break the curse and cultivate to this level. The day he becomes a saint is just around the corner. Also, a Tao embryo has appeared in my sect. His talent is rarely seen since ancient times. After he stepped into the immortal foundation realm, he started to fuse with the Tao. I don't know if I should make such a decision or not. The Tao embryo of the Xiantian Saint physique can be ranked as the most terrifying physique in the universe. Even if there are contenders, they can only stand on the same level and not surpass it. I'm thinking if I should bring this physique back to the mortal world. Some of the more radical characters from the ancient races jumped out. Kill him. We must kill him no matter what. In the past, he was already hostile to us. If we allow him to grow, there will definitely be a great calamity. Back then, there was Guy Jiuyo, but now that he has left, even if there was a way, it would be hard for them to do anything alone. After all, the Green Cauldron was too important. Even the saints of the outer realms were moved by it. This was a reasonable excuse and opportunity to kill the saint physique of the human race. 2 years ago, he killed Huatan, an ancestor king who just became a saint not long ago. Now, He's even more unbridled and even killed Silvermoon. If we don't get rid of him now, our chances in the future will be bleak. This was like a flood that swept across the earth. Some of the saints of the ancient races were uncomfortable and felt a strong sense of unease. Yifan's growth was too fast, and it made them feel even more angry than the invasion of the Eternal Lord Star. He's just a fish in the pond. If we don't give him the chance to transform into a dragon, it won't do even if he has potential. He will be roasted by the Cyprius furnace and be killed before he can transform into a dragon. A huge wave rose up in the Big Dipper Star region. This was a murderous calamity, and even some saints from the outer realms had designs on the green cauldron. They wanted to eliminate Yifan. He belongs to our race. No one should fight for him. The two golden crows were still so arrogant, treating Yifan as a piece of meat in their pot. However, people really didn't dare to offend these two golden crows because it was rumored that a supreme existence would cross over from the Hwasong star and appear in the Big Dipper. This was going to be a huge wave. The ruler of the ancient Hwasong star would appear, and if he was dissatisfied, he might wipe out some major powers in a fit of anger. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill the human race's sacred physique and seize the green cauldron. Let's study the opportunity to become immortal together. An ancestor of the lightning blood race called Scarlet Cloud visited many ancient clans and wanted to unite people to find Yifan and kill him. The path to immortality is in sight. If we want to become immortals, we must kill the human race's sacred physique and use his corpse to search for our path to immortality. The green cauldron is too important. Scarlet Cloud lobbied and persevered. He united a group of people and even invited some eccentric people of the ancient races who were proficient in deduction and divination. They wanted to find Yifan as soon as possible. A cold wind blew past, and the northern region was desolate. The land was barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. A figure like a javelin appeared on the horizon. Yifan appeared and stood 10,000 miles away from the ancient land of the lightning blood race. The race had a female Saint King known as the Lightning Blood Queen. She was a rare expert and had fought with the White-Robed Divine King during the Jade Lake meeting. She was not seriously injured and had also appeared in the Alcade graveyard before going into seclusion. Yifan did not want to provoke the Lightning Blood Queen yet, but he was determined to kill Scarlet Cloud. He wanted to risk the condemnation of the world and kill him in front of the wind and waves. Whoever dared to seize the cauldron and take his life, he would take their life. He would kill to stop killing and intimidate all races. After reaching this level, Yifan could truly be calm and collected. He could fight against saints, and he also grasped the Stargate. He could come and go as he pleased, and he didn't fear a great slaughter. Now, he could calmly face everyone. Scarlet Cloud rode on the clouds and stirred up a red whirlwind. He overlooked the mountains and rivers as he hurried back to the clan. For some reason, a haze rose in his heart. After reaching the Saint Realm, his intuition was sharp and he could accurately predict life and death. He was shocked and felt that something was not right. He turned around immediately. However, everything was too late. At the limits of the Scarlet Earth, a demon-like figure appeared and smashed a fist towards the sky. That was a golden fist. He immediately knew who had arrived. Only that person had this kind of golden battle chi and had come to block his way. Scarlet Cloud's heart sank, and he quickly evaded. However, that boundless fist winds and shocking battle intent turned into a hurricane that engulfed him from the ends of the earth, shaking him until his entire body was in pain. Scarlet Cloud was truly shocked. It was just a half-saint. So what if he could fight against saints? How strong could he be? However, the truth left him horrified. This was a junior with absolute strength that could kill saints. The traces of the bitter battle with the Silver Moon Ancestral King in the Great Wastelands were fake. It misled the people, and that battle was definitely not that difficult. Scarlet Cloud fought and hacked out a finger sword. With a muffled groan, he fell back. The figure on the earth was surging with blood energy. The pressure made his expression unsightly. Yifan stood there majestically and hadn't moved a single step. Go! There was only this thought in his mind. He tore apart space and turned around to leave. He wanted to escape this scarlet earth and distance himself from this demon-like male. However, a loud sound rang out. The void was smashed apart by someone. A large black rod cut through the heaven and earth and sent him flying. A golden sacred ape that was indomitable and even taller than a mountain stood behind him with a black iron rod in hand. Sacred Emperor! Scarlet Cloud cried out in horror. At this moment, he almost mistook this monkey for the archaic emperor of fighting. It was too similar and was exactly the same as that supreme existence. Scarlet Cloud stabilized his mind, but his complexion was pale. The human race's sacred body and the sacred prince appeared at the same time. They attacked from both front and back and blocked his path. It was likely that things were looking grim. A thunderous sound rang through the air. Yi Fan was still standing on the horizon, but he had already made his move. His golden fist carried an indomitable, unmatched fist intent as it smashed over, its power capable of shaking saints. "Stop! I have something to say." Scarlet Cloud cried out. "Didn't you say that you wanted to take my head and seize my green cauldron to become an immortal with the saints? You've been jumping up and down for so many days and have been so busy. It's been hard on you." Yi Fan's voice was ice-cold and emotionless. This battle was naturally unavoidable. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Golden lightning flashed one after another, destroying large amounts of mountains and rivers in the northern region. However, no one noticed and no one came to help. It was because Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince had already laid down Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven, deceiving formation, and locked down the heaven and earth. "Ah!" Scarlet Cloud cried out. It was difficult for him to escape the fate of death. His body was smashed and exploded inch by inch under that golden fist, turning into streaks of bloody mist. Wu, it was a killing trap after all. Someone told him to do this. He purposely jumped up and down to provoke me. After Yi Fan and the Sacred Ape searched through Scarlet Cloud's memories, they discovered that this was just someone else's chess piece. Their goal was to lure them into a trap. However, after laying down the heaven-deceiving formation, the Great Figure's plan clearly failed. Killing him was a waste of time. The two left, leaving behind two long shadows in the scarlet sunset. Behind them was only a pile of shattered bones. "Stop killing with killing. Since you dare to come out to find me, then just wait to be beheaded by me." No one expected Yi Fan to be so powerful. In just 2 days, he killed a second ancient king. Chapter 12:11. Qi Yin died. His body was smashed to pieces by the human race's divine body, and his blood splashed across the scarlet earth. 9 peaks were flattened, and not even a strand of his divine sense escaped. The Blood Lightning race's expert Qi Yun's corpse was strewn across the wilderness, dying on the battlefield 10,000 li from his race's ancestral land. His body and soul were completely wiped out. This left everyone shocked. Such an ancient saint with extraordinary cultivation ended up like this. What a pity. The human saint physique is just too powerful. This was a huge uproar. Yi Fan first beheaded the Silver Moon, then beheaded the Scarlet Cloud, shocking the world within a few days. The whole world's attention was on him, and all virtuous people were paying close attention. If it was a normal person, then so be it. However, this was a grand ancestral king that was high up above, someone who ruled over a region. Yet, he was blasted apart by his pair of golden fists. Is the rise of the sacred body of the human clan unstoppable? When everyone in the world is looking for him, he dares to act like this. He has nothing to fear. Some people sneered. This was a serious provocation to their dignity. This type of retaliation and counterattack didn't just kill Scarlet Cloud. It was the same as slapping these people in the face. Although Yi Fan hadn't said anything, he had already challenged them with his actions. "If you dare to deal with me, I will kill you." This was a type of ferocious retaliation that made it hard for others to breathe. The fall of an ancestral king was a major event that no one would treat lightly. That day, the entire world was in an uproar. In the heavens above and the earth below, on the ancient stars and the foreign battlefields, everyone was discussing this matter. Who would have thought that our human race would produce such a character? We can finally hold our heads high and take the initiative to kill the ancient race ancestor king. How delightful. Ha! Good. I've been waiting for this for so many years. I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. It's good to kill them. It'll be even better to kill a few more. Those primeval ancients were too domineering. They've been abusing their power for so many years, and now an ancestral king has been killed. How satisfying. The human race was naturally happy and excited. Although they had Gaijuyo, the white-robed divine king, and Wei Yi support all these years, the human race was still in a weak position. For the past 2 years, the Aboriginals hadn't dared to provoke them and weren't willing to start a war. However, they were still in a strong position, and it was rare for a situation like today to occur. The Purple Mansion Holy Land was known as the slumbering land of the immortals. Purple energy surged, and tens of thousands of mountains stretched out like a dragon raising its head. It was extremely mysterious. An old lady stood in front of an ancient stone statue and bowed sincerely. She then stood up and said, "The saint body of the human race is even stronger than I had imagined. If the true saint body of Tao embryo came to the human world, would it be even more amazing?" She turned around in the palace, looking toward the mountain peak in the distance. Immortal mist curled about that place, hazy and mysterious. A purple-clothed young lady whose entire body was snow white and sparkling sat on a Tao platform. Her black hair scattered behind her, shining like a mirror. Her skin was like ice and bones like jade, aloof and pure. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her long eyelashes lightly trembling, making her look like a fairy. "Zixia, are you willing to?" said the old woman. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the young woman. "I don't want to." The fairy-like girl opened her beautiful eyes, emitting an astonishing radiance. "He killed another ancestral king. His guts aren't small at all." Multicolored mist flourished within the ancient cave, and fiery light overflowed in all directions. The fire Qilin stood at the entrance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void as he stared into the distance. Huolin, Er's figure was tall and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her red lips opened slightly as she said, "Relying on his own body to break the curse and reach this step is quite extraordinary. Even if he can't verify the Tao, his great completion divine body can still look down on the world. If he doesn't become the main character of the world, he won't be able to verify the Tao. In the end, he will have to see if he can reach that step," said the fire Qilin. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes released cold light. "My clan's Qilin immortal medicine is still in his hands. I will bring it back." The disturbance caused by the killing of an ancient king swept through the mountains and rivers. Everyone was shocked, and everyone was discussing this. Among them, the ancient race was the most furious. This was the younger generation they wanted to get rid of a few years ago. Today, he had already grown to this step. Meanwhile, the experts from outside this region also raised their eyebrows. The reason they paid attention to Yifan was because of the green cauldron. Right now, the most pressing matter was to obtain this object, and they were also searching for it. Daofrin Scarlet Cloud has always treated others kindly, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? The human race's divine body is too excessive. I'm going to take his head and get revenge for my old friend. There were naturally people who were furious and couldn't help but curse out. They said that Yifan was too cruel and took action against the saint. If he wasn't killed, then the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Yifan only laughed it off. The other party had already raised their butcher's knife, so how could they expect him to show mercy? For him, not killing Scarlet Cloud was something that the heavens wouldn't tolerate. Daofrin Scarlet Cloud was so free and unrestrained during the archaic years. His style was stunning, and he was never arrogant because of his talent. He looked after his fellow Taoists quite a bit, yet he died just like that. Everyone, do you all feel any pain? Is the sword in your hands ringing? Are you all willing to get revenge for him? No one expected this storm to really blow up. There were people who took the lead, and there were others who agreed. They all believed that Yi Fan was wicked beyond redemption and should be immediately eliminated. Otherwise, he would definitely be a disaster. For those who want to kill me and those who want to seize my cauldron, I am a great disaster on your path to immortality. Yi Fan appeared and spoke in such a high-profile manner in the Divine City. This was an undisguised provocation, challenging the saints of the ancient races. This appearance left this place in absolute silence for a long time. No one expected him to dare come out and come to the #1 divine city in the North region. Is he crazy? Cutting off a piece of meat from his guts is enough to smash an elephant to death. He actually appeared and challenged the saints? Everyone was in an uproar. They all cried out loudly. After Yi Fan spoke, a realm gate appeared. He immediately retreated, not wanting to stay for long. Several streaks of divine light flew over, shattering the void and trying to shake him out. There were even 2 indistinct figures that tore apart the void and directly chased after him. They locked onto his body and wanted to kill him. These 2 chased him all the way to the central continent, and then to the western desert. In the end, they even rushed into outer space. The figure in front of them slowly dissolved and turned into a strand of clear energy. He must be killed. A few great figures from the ancient races were truly furious. They were normally high up above, so how could they tolerate this type of provocation? From their point of view, Yi Fan had hacked at them with a sword, and then he ran over to trample on their wounds. The saints from outer space all laughed coldly. Seizing the cauldron was their goal. Regardless of the conflict between the ancient race and the human race, as long as the target appeared, they would take action. Dao friend Scarlet Cloud, you died with everlasting regret. I will definitely remove the head of the divine body and offer it as a sacrifice in front of your grave so that you can rest in peace. An ancient race, ancient king threatened. However, it was a pity that he didn't have this kind of opportunity. The next day, Yi Fan came looking for him. During these few days, Yi Fan learned a lot of news through the relationship between the sacred prince and the archaic royal race. He directly killed his way over. You want to kill my divine sense and chop off my head? Fine, I've come today. Come and try. In this dark night, the moonlight was dim and the stars were hidden between the clouds. It was a dark and windy night, a good time to kill someone while drunk. This ancient vein was the ancestral land of the archaic chaotic heaven race. There were ancient saint kings overseeing it, and there were even existences that had yet to break through the divine origin. The chaotic heaven race was ranked among the 10 most powerful royal races. They were terrifying and intimidating. During the period when they ruled over the archaic world, everyone under the heavens was convinced. This ancient king's name was Dulwan. He had never thought that Yi Fan would dare to approach their race. There were as many experts as there were clouds in their race, and there were peerless ancient kings overseeing it. Even the imperial family didn't dare to rashly provoke them. But now, Yi Fan had come, and he was right outside their ancestral land, cutting off his path. That demon-like figure emitted a beast-like aura, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Was this still a half-step saint? It actually made him feel as if he was facing a deity. That figure was tall and slender. He stood there quietly and didn't say a word, but there was a type of arrogance about him. It really is you, human race saint physique. Dulwan shouted. He was too powerful. He was just a half-step saint, yet he dared to rule over their most ancient race's ancestral land. Did he really not place the sleeping, peerless ancient king in his eyes? However, in the next moment, he panicked because his voice didn't travel out. Instead, the stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at another battlefield. He was no longer in the ancestral land. This is... Dulwan's expression changed. His back felt cold as if thorns were piercing his spine. One of the Celestial Court's supreme secret techniques, stars shift, Yi Fan said coldly. His teeth were snow white, and his black hair reached his waist. He was like a demon lord that had descended into the world. During these years, he had cultivated hundreds of scriptures and studied all kinds of secret techniques. How could he let go of the divine skin he had brought back from the undying mountain? Many great killing techniques had been branded into his soul. In the past, he couldn't use them because he wasn't strong enough. Now that he could fight against a saint, some complicated secret techniques that required the support of cultivation could be displayed. Of course, this didn't mean that secret techniques that required a high realm to use were definitely the world's #1 technique. This was only a preconceived condition and couldn't represent anything else. Star's shift, as the name suggested, was the elapse of time and the movement of objects. In reality, this wasn't just a change in time, but also a drastic change in space. It highlighted the word change and could bring the enemy far away in the blink of an eye, entering an unfamiliar space-time battlefield. When one reached the extreme realm, one might truly be able to see 10,000 years in a blink of an eye, and when one looked back, they would already be sitting on the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan hadn't reached such a divine realm yet. He had only brought the enemy through the realm gate and arrived millions of kilometers away. This was the terrifying part of the Celestial Court's killing technique. It was impossible to guard against. Even if he hadn't cultivated it to perfection, it was enough to go to the ancestral land of a race to kill a saint. This was a great battle that took up an hour. Yi Fan repeatedly practiced and used all of his secret techniques to train himself, consolidate his realm, and search for an opportunity to become a saint. In the end, the monkey couldn't watch any longer. He swung his rod and smashed Tulwan into pieces. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Yi Fan took action at the crucial moment and plucked off the head. He killed his primordial spirit and left the skull behind. Brother Crimson Cloud, your death is regrettable. We won't be able to meet again after that day. However, you can rest assured, Dao friend Tulwan has already organized people. We will definitely take revenge for you. In front of Crimson Cloud's cenotaph, a few great characters stood side by side and reprimanded Yi Fan. There were many offerings on the incense table as a memorial. Why hasn't Dao friend Tulwan come yet? They revealed strange expressions. The one who initiated this was Turbid Clan's Tulwan. Why hadn't he arrived yet? His body is unwell, so I brought him here. In the sky, a realm gate opened and a tall and slender figure appeared. Hong! Yi Fan shook his hand and threw down a bloody head. With a hong sound, it smashed the stone table full of offerings into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. What he's... Tulwan. Dao friend Tulwan is dead. These people cried out in alarm and rushed into the sky in anger. However, that figure was only a streak of clear air and slowly dissipated into the void. That day, everyone in the world sighed in admiration. Everyone was stupefied. Yi Fan was too daring, actually doing such a thing. Pluck off the head and send it as a memorial. The human race's sacred body is too crazy, actually doing such a thing. If he is too powerful, he will most likely die young. Even if he rushed into the cosmos, I reckon the various great king clans will still chase after him. This is just too fierce and terrifying. His retaliation is too powerful. In less than half a day, the various lands erupted. Yi Fan was powerful and domineering. He unleashed a massacre against the ancient kings without any fear. Ha! This is great. My human race has finally produced a formidable youngster. There were people who were furious, and there were naturally people who were excited. The entire world was in an uproar. If you all dare to take action, then I will dare to kill. So what if you have saint blood? Stop war with war. Stop war with war. This was Yi Fan's resounding voice that rang through the world. Chapter 12:12. Silver Moon had been killed, Crimson Cloud had died, and Dulwan had also died. In just a few days, 3 ancient kings had fallen, and their Tao had disappeared. Their deaths were all caused by one person. The name of the human race's sacred physique swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, and the southern mountains like a hurricane. He had defeated saints, killed ancient kings, and fought against the ancient races. Yi Fan's name had shaken the world. Even now, some mortals had heard of this name. Is the human race's sacred physique going to defy the heavens? Even the saints were stunned. In this kind of environment, with a peerless celestial artifact like the Green Cauldron, they couldn't even hide. Yet, he had attacked with lightning speed and killed saints in succession. He's dead. Another ancient king has fallen. He ruled a region in the archaic era, but in the end, he ended up like this. In the eyes of the sages, Yi Fan was too savage. He hadn't even become a saint yet, but he already had this kind of battle prowess. This made many people feel uneasy. He was simply an evil spirit that had broken free from the shackles of hell. Kacha! In the grand hall of the mixed sky tribe, an old man suddenly stood up from his throne. The wine cup made of the bones of a saint was crushed into pieces. Scarlet blood and wine splattered all over the ground. This was a continuous mountain range. The palace was ancient and majestic. It stood on the peak of the mountain and pierced into the clouds. The chaotic sky race was one of the 10 most powerful king races. The saints in the race were all powerful, so their giants were naturally not small. The wine cup that the old man crushed was made of the skull of a saint. Dulwan is dead. He was taken away by the human race's sacred physique. Did no one stop him? Find him for me. Whether it's his green cauldron or his head, I want them all. The old man was like an angry lion. After he roared, many mountains collapsed. It was quiet all around. Many of the race's experts didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were like little cats lying dormant, listening to his scolding. Interesting. After so many days, those old geezers still haven't found the human race's divine body. Instead, they let him kill 3 saints. I bet some people are going to stomp their feet. A gloating voice came from the Shirwang clan. This was an unfathomably large clan. Apart from the ancient royal family, no one could compare to them. They were known as the #1 royal clan in the world and were even more terrifying than the Mixed Sky clan and the Herculean Bull Demon clan. Investigate carefully. I want the human tribe's sacred physique dead. Bring me the green cauldron. The gloating voice eventually turned indifferent. In the past, only the silver blood royals could be compared to them. Unfortunately, the crownless royals had declined and vanished into the dust of history. Qian was too weak. He was killed by the human tribe's holy body before he could even send a message. I didn't realize my goal of letting him jump out, and he was killed in vain. This was a sinister voice, and it belonged to the person behind the ancient kings who were jumping up and down. He was the one who wanted to set up a trap to get rid of Yi Fan, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Right now, there was practically no one who could break through Wu Shi, the great emperor's heaven-deceiving formation runes. Even if it wasn't perfect and had some kind of flaw, ancient saints wouldn't be able to see through its profound mysteries. Every time Yi Fan took action, he would seal up the mountains and rivers. When he killed Qi Yun and Dulwan, not a single trace of heaven's mysteries was leaked out. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this place originated from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were 2 great sages in one sect. Even though one of them was in a special state, sometimes dead and sometimes alive, and wasn't recognized by others, it was still enough to shock the world. The father and son pair of great sages were one of the most terrifying stories of the archaic era. They shook that period of time. The 2 of them achieved the Tao one after the other, shocking everyone in the clan. Wei, he has his eyes on the few great sages in this world. Is he not hesitating to fight? It really isn't good to take action rashly. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, great sage Qianlun repeatedly warned his grandson, the expert who had just released a sinister voice. When will great-grandfather wake up? The sinister voice sounded again. Perhaps he will wake up soon, or perhaps there will never be any hope, said Qianlun. Great-grandfather was so stunning back then, comparable to the unrivaled deity de Quebec. Unfortunately, he was born 2,000 years too late and couldn't verify the Tao. The one who spoke was Qianlun's grandson. His name was Li Zhan, and he had become a saint during the archaic era. He was a heaven-warping genius who was far stronger than normal ancestral kings. He wanted to seize the green cauldron. The primordial devil back then was really too powerful. He swallowed the sun and moon, and his roar shattered the stars. He devoured many ancestral kings. Your great-grandfather was hit by the sun and moon saint power due to his carelessness. If it was anyone else, they would have long since turned into ashes. Qianlun, great sage, spoke of the past with lingering fear. Back then, the primordial devil cultivated both the sun and moon's saint power. He threw the mountains and rivers into chaos and treated the saints of the ancient races as food. It made people tremble. If it wasn't for him being a god during the day and a devil at night, often being delirious, who knew how many people would have died? The nest of 10,000 dragons had sent 2 great sages to hunt him down, and they had paid a heavy price. If they hadn't used the 10,000 dragons bell, an ancient imperial weapon that could kill gods, at the critical moment, the battle would have ended differently. Damn it! Even though we suppressed the primordial devil, we couldn't obtain the sun and moon ancient scriptures. Li Jian was indignant. His great-grandfather was still unconscious. Due to the sun and moon powers, he was trapped in a dead shell. It was hard to say whether or not he could wake up. They wanted to search the consciousness of the human devil, but they almost caused it to explode. They had no choice but to seal it and think of another way. Unfortunately, Yi Fan brought the human devil away from the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wonder where that human devil is now. This is a huge problem. Qianlun, great sage, frowned. He wanted the green cauldron and also wanted to capture Yi Fan alive to get to the bottom of things. Unfortunately, even if Yi Fan was willing to answer, there wouldn't be a clear answer. After the primordial devil ate the crocodile ancestor on the ancient Mars star, he was afraid that he would turn into a devil and bring chaos to the world, so he exiled himself for eternity. No one knew where he was in the dark universe. Qianlun muttered to himself, "Perhaps the broken green cauldron isn't that valuable anymore, but it still makes me uneasy for it to fall into the hands of a human saint. After all, this is the legendary, supreme, holy item of the celestial court." In the outside world, a storm was raging. Yi Fan had cleanly killed Qi Yun and Duowan. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Even the ancient saints were afraid of him. Even though he hadn't become a saint, he could kill an ancestor king. This kind of combat power was rarely seen since ancient times. It made everyone vigilant and cautious. The humans were excited, and the Holy Lands were shocked. Whether they were friendly or cold, they all sent friendly messages at the first moment. As for the 4 symbols Holy Lands and the 9 heavens Holy Lands, they were all uneasy. The powerful mountain elf even went into seclusion and didn't dare to come out again. The northern wind blew the white grass. There wasn't any snow in this season, but it still made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Yi Fan attacked powerfully, and 3 saints fell one after another. This shocked the world. However, it was precisely under this type of situation that there were still experts who cried out, releasing extremely hostile voices, putting on high and mighty attitudes. "The green cauldron belongs to the emperor of my race. The human saint is our food." The 2 golden crows were insufferably arrogant. The sacred prince was angry when he heard this. He bared his teeth and felt the need to smash the 2 golden crows to death with his big iron rod. How annoying and hateful. These 2 birds have been crying for a few days. They are really boasting shamelessly. Are they tired of living? They must have something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yi Fan pondered. He had fought with these 2 golden crows before. At that time, his cultivation level was lower, and he couldn't beat the 2 ancient golden crows, but he still managed to protect himself. And now, these 2 golden crows were provoking him again. They threatened to find him and drink his saint blood as the most delicious food in the world. This was intolerable. The experts of the Huasong planet are about to arrive. It seems that the Golden Crow clan has a big shot who is going to cross the universe and come here. That's why they are fearless and are waiting for us to charge at them. Dongfang sent this news and told them to be careful. This was naturally a big deal. It could affect the situation of the Big Dipper Star region. That was an extremely terrifying ancient planet with life. The Golden Crows were the leaders. Were they going to come? During this time, many sages didn't like the 2 Golden Crows, but none of them got rid of them because of their background. There's a great emperor on the Huasong planet. Is it true? Everyone was bewildered and uneasy. They were guessing the true strength of the Golden Crows. In ancient times, the Huasong planet was glorious to the extreme. There was an unparalleled quasi-emperor who swept through many star regions. Could it be that he has proven his way? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked. If that was the case, the Golden Crows were absolutely invincible in the universe today. This also explained one thing. Why did the two Golden Crows dare to be so domineering? With such a background, what else was there to be afraid of? Could it be that the unparalleled quasi-emperor of the Golden Crows hasn't passed away and has lived to this era? Could he have appeared in the Big Dipper star region? When thinking of this possibility, even the ancient race felt suffocated. The Golden Crow would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible. It's impossible for the Golden Crow tribe to have a quasi-emperor. They should have died a long time ago. Many things happened in the past. The great shooting the sun caused chaos. 9 of the 10 princes died, and 1 survived. The great emperor that they were talking about might be him. It's just an honorific title, and his cultivation might not have reached that level. The most powerful sages from the Outer Realms had heard of the Huasong planet and knew some of the things that happened back then. They made such a judgment. Our Golden Crow race can move unhindered between heaven and earth. We will advance courageously on the path to immortality. The two Golden Crows were high-profile and fierce. They were determined to obtain the green copper cauldron. This cauldron had a great relationship with their race since ancient times. The 9 princes all fell because of it. I can almost smell the divine blood. The 2 ancient Golden Crows said to themselves with cold smiles. They had already received news that the giants of the Golden Crow race had come and were about to appear. You can't escape from the human race's divine body. On the sun, 2 golden figures streaked across. Their voices were loud, and the news was naturally transmitted to the ground. Even the Black Emperor was furious. Damned Golden Crows, too arrogant and egotistical. This emperor will go with you to kill those 2 birds and roast the Golden Crows. Naturally, we have to get rid of them. However, the Golden Crow army seems to be about to arrive. They calculated the time and are waiting for us to bump into them. Yi Fan frowned. Not good. Things are not looking good. That day, a Golden Crow covered in blood flew over from the Outer Realms. It rushed straight towards the sun and cried out in fear. What happened? The 2 saint-level Golden Crows' expressions changed. They hurriedly went over and asked, "Clan Uncle, there's been a huge disaster. We encountered a corpse in the cosmos, and it mysteriously awakened. That was simply a human devil. It intercepted our clan's experts, and an intense battle ensued." What was the result? The 2 Golden Crow saints were shocked. There were still people who dared to intercept the Golden Crow race's giants. This was too horrifying. That was a human expert. He hacked apart one of our race's saints as soon as he took action, and then he ate him alive. This Golden Crow's face was pale, and his body was still trembling. It seemed like he had experienced something incomparably terrifying. Chapter 12:13. He ate one of our experts just like that? Yes, he ate a saint alive, and that wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. This Golden Crow was covered in blood as it narrated what had happened in terror. Its body trembled, causing the 2 Golden Crow saints to feel a chill as if they were personally there. An ancient saint had fallen in the first exchange. The Golden Crow race was shocked. Another giant stepped out, but in the end he died just as he shouted. How'd he do it? The 2 Golden Crow saints asked unwillingly. That's how he did it. He grabbed it and twisted it forcefully, breaking the neck of a saint. The blood-stained Golden Crow said in fear as it gestured with its hands. The 2 Golden Crows felt a chill on their necks. No matter how they looked at it, that demon looked like he was grabbing a little chick, easily snapping the neck of the Golden Crow race's ancient saint. Where did this existence come from? It was truly terrifying, like a demon. Just hearing about it made people feel a chill run down their spines. How was the battle? The 2 Golden Crows asked nervously. The great characters of their race were about to descend into Big Dipper. If something happened along the way, it would truly be a disaster. The situation is not good. That is a demon. We have never seen such a savage person before. The old ancestor immediately gave the order to retreat, and we entered different realm gates. I survived, but I don't know how the others are doing. The Golden Crow said. When he left, he saw the demon enter the Golden Crow race. He was unstoppable and ate the Golden Crow race's ancient saint alive. The others died upon contact. Golden Crow blood splattered everywhere. Did old ancestor Jinsu lead the team? Or did great sage Jinyu come? Or did the Supreme Highness come? A Golden Crow saint asked. The Golden Crow said with a trembling voice, yes. Old ancestor Jinsu led the team. It seems like he is in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scattered us and escaped in a Big Dipper. Hwasong Star had a 5-colored altar that led to other ancient lands. They walked out from a withered star not far from Big Dipper. There was an ancient teleportation formation there. He only needed to fly the rest of the way, and he would be able to reach Big Dipper. He had not expected such an accident to occur on the way. This was a great disaster. Right now, our clansmen are fleeing for their lives in the cold universe. It's hard to say whether they're dead or alive. I really don't know what realm that demonic human has reached. The Golden Crow that had escaped with its life trembled in fear. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, the battle had already ended. The bloody end of the Golden Crow clan's powerhouses was inevitable. A half-naked being that looked like an old savage was sitting cross-legged in the void. Flames danced between his hands, which were extremely dazzling. If there were any cultivators here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the connate origin of the Flames of the Way, and only extraordinary people could activate it. This elder treated it like an ordinary flame. He was currently roasting an ancient crow that shone brilliantly with golden light. He was meticulous and extremely serious, as if he was extremely hungry. Meanwhile, on the side, there were a few golden crows that revealed their true forms. Their bodies were enormous, and they were pierced through by a broken scarlet-red, divine iron chain. They were like turkeys that were skewered together. Every single one of them flickered with golden feathers and emitted divine splendor. One could tell with a single glance that they were formidable experts, but now they had become food on a plate and were about to be roasted. In the distance, there were still golden crows that were fleeing for their lives. Some opened up the realm gates, while others directly fled into the depths of the dark universe. They were scared out of their wits. For them, this was truly a calamity. Just how powerful was this demonic human? It was simply immeasurable and made them feel despair. Even the Golden Crow ancestor Jin Shu among them was smashed to death by this existence with a single strike. He was dripping with blood and had no power to retaliate. Their intestines were all green with regret. Many of them were so regretful that they vomited blood. They saw this dried corpse in a universe, and some people wanted to seize the golden divine chains wrapped around its body. There was also an ancient golden crow that wanted to refine this corpse into a weapon, but in the end, they provoked such a great disaster. If they had known earlier, they would definitely have stayed far away. They wouldn't have provoked this god of calamity. They had seen freaks before, but they had never seen such a freak. The Golden Crow clan was so valiant and protected by the heavens, yet they never thought that they would encounter such a calamity. Fortunately, this demonic human did not care about the others. He only slaughtered the old Golden Crow that had been disrespectful to him and insulted his corpse to satisfy his hunger. The origin of Dao Flame pulsed, causing a glimmer of light to appear in the pitch-black universe. Before long, a golden, oily, and fragrant Golden Crow was roasted, and the old saint began to gorge himself. If someone was here, they would definitely be scared half to death. This was originally a Golden Crow saint, but now he was nothing and had become someone's meal. I didn't expect to return here. The demonic human muttered to himself as he chewed on the oily Golden Crow flesh. With an indescribable emotion, he looked at the huge, ancient star in front of him. Back then, when he left Mars, he used the secret technique of eternal exile to tear open the universe and banish himself into the unknown depths of the universe. He never thought that he would return to his old home. No, you can't do this to us. Our race has produced a great emperor. and he will be able to deduce all of this. Among the golden crows that had been skewered, there were still some who had not died. They were too frightened and spoke with a trembling voice. They felt that this was like a nightmare. Someone actually dared to eat them. It was truly absurd and terrifying. You are not the good kind. What bullshit, great emperor. You've given yourself that title, haven't you? If you have the ability, then come find me. I'll eat you all the same. The demonic human was very unscrupulous. He wiped his mouth and picked up his white bone club, smashing the golden crow to death in an instant. The skull shattered, and the golden crow's blood splashed out. This was like an invincible tribe leader from the primitive Stone Age. He ate raw meat and drank blood. The old saint did not believe in heresy and did not care about the golden crow race's intimidation. At the same time, the white bone club in his hand shone with a sparkling luster and flickered with dreamy, immortal splendor. He refined the golden crow's sacred bone essence and imprinted it on it. One could see that a golden crow appeared on the white bone club. It was lifelike and emitted divine splendor. All of the golden crow's sacred bones had become a part of this weapon. If one looked closely, there were other patterns on it, and they were all different. There was an ancient crocodile, and there was a cloud-riding dragon. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like the main body of the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In addition, there were various ancient races, and even the lowest level was a saint. If someone carefully studied this white bone club, they would most likely be scared out of their wits. How many ancient saints had to be killed to have so many modeled ancient marks? No matter how one looked at it, it was easy to imagine that when this demonic old man attacked these cultivators with the bone club, it was as easy as killing chickens or wild ducks. Such a terrifying thing had happened in the depths of the star field. In addition to the golden crow race, some ancient saints from the outer realm gradually felt it. Someone is activating the origin of the flames in the universe. It seems like he is refining something. What? He is roasting a golden crow. Heavens, that is a saint of the golden crow race. He ate him. Very soon, the sages from the outer realm were alarmed, causing a frenzy. The eyes of several great cultivators almost fell to the ground, not daring to believe this fact. Holy sh*T, am I seeing things? This is unbelievable. Who is this person? This is too freakish. He is eating a saint-level golden crow. Could it be that we have returned to the mythological era? The gods of the primordial era ate golden crows, rocks, and azure dragons as food. Where did he come from? After seeing this scene, several powerful sages came to their senses and immediately began to escape at the speed of light, running as far away as they could. What a joke, to be able to eat a saint of the golden crow race. One's appetite must be extremely good. It would definitely not be a problem for him to chew them up. This news immediately spread to the Big Dipper. At first, people did not believe it. Later, when a sage personally came out to confirm it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. People knew that an extremely powerful savage demon had come. Many people felt scared. If this person came to the Big Dipper to hunt, many people would probably die. This was especially so for the ancient race. When they received the news, they felt that something was wrong no matter how they thought about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was a legendary demon lord. Could it be a primordial demon? Could it be that he has appeared alive again? Thinking of this possibility, the ancient race people felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to jump up and run. This person was too savage. Back then, he had eaten up everyone. The primordial demon has appeared again. Hurry up and get ready. Don't let him block our way. Otherwise, our entire race will be eaten. This was the news that many people transmitted to each other. There were also some ancient race predecessors who sighed and said that this was retribution. Back then, the human race was weak and had become food for many large races. But in the end, a different kind of terrifying demonic demon appeared and slaughtered the ancient race experts. Even some ancient saints were roasted on a rack and swallowed into his stomach. The demonic demon has returned. This news was like a hurricane that swept across the northern Dipper, causing many ancient race warriors to tremble in fear. When the saints from the outer realms understood what kind of existence this was, they were all dumbfounded, and a chill started to run down their spines. After receiving this news, Yifan was also a bit dazed. He had parted ways with that old savage on the ancient Mars star. He had never thought that after so many years, this savage living ancestor would appear in the Big Dipper star region again. He could only sigh. This ancestor's magical powers were so great that it was incomprehensible. Without the help of the five-colored sacrificial altar, he only relied on a secret technique to tear apart the universe and travel so far. Another few golden crows escaped to the Big Dipper's sun star and were captured. Their minds were searched, and they personally witnessed the terrifying scene of the one-sided battle. After the two golden saints obtained the final result, they immediately calmed down and wanted to escape back to the Hwasong star. There was no way to deal with such an existence. Going up was simply courting death. Only Fan was overjoyed. After confirming that the news was true, he directly went to stop the two golden crows. He had been keeping an eye on the two high-profile experts, so naturally, he wouldn't show them any mercy. The human race's sacred body will be our food. The green bronze cauldron will belong to our race's great emperor. In this case, the two golden crows didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Even the golden crow army had been eaten. If they were to openly challenge the great emperor now, they might also die a horrible death. It's too late. It's already too late to restrain yourself. The words spoken are like spilled water. Today I'll reap the fruits. Yifan sneered. His black hair, draped over his shoulders, and his strong physique made him look like a demonic god. He stood in the void and appeared near the sun. He believed that the two golden crows couldn't escape after hiding in the sun star. He could find them. The old savage has returned. Back then, he treated me with an ancient divine crocodile. Today, I'll roast a golden crow for him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Yifan muttered to himself. He felt that if this savage old man was picky, he could bring him to the lair of 10,000 dragons or the fire-chilling cave. Perhaps he would be satisfied. Chapter 12:14. The sun star was vast, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Even saints couldn't easily approach this place. Yifan had the human race's holy body, yet he still felt waves of heat assaulting his body. Flames surged and jumped about. The inside of the sun star was blazing terrifyingly. This was a natural life restricted land, and since ancient times, few people would come here. Since ancient times, only those who cultivated fire Dao techniques would come here. Great yang essence surged, covering heaven and earth. This was a type of the most fundamental power. Yifan opened his heavenly eyes and searched this boundless sun star. He could only rely on the two great golden crows he had fought in the past, so he was familiar with their auras. This was a life-restricted land. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation, he would definitely be able to find it. An ancient and dilapidated palace. He revealed a look of shock, and his heart trembled. In the depths of the sun star, he saw a palace. Even though it was already half collapsed, there was still a type of majestic aura seeping out. This was truly a strange thing. On this blazing star, even those who severed the Tao would turn into ashes if they entered. Even saints had to be careful. Meanwhile, there was a palace here. It was constructed from stone. So, just how sturdy was it? It was actually preserved and didn't melt. Yifan approached and carefully observed this ancient temple that was piled up from stone. He saw a type of diagram and other things unique to the legendary era. This was a type of primitive worship. The ancient people of that time revered the sun, and there was a divine sun carved on the enormous stone, as well as a vivid and lifelike divine bird. It's not that the stone is magical, but rather that the symbols on its surface are special. They preserved the stone palace, preventing it from being destroyed under the blazing heat. Yifan said to himself, this palace was already in a terrible state. The roof had even been blown away, and the stone pillars inside were also broken. Only a single frame remained. He stepped on the bluestone ground, releasing ta-ta sounds. There was a type of great changes that seemed to have come from the archaic era. It made one immerse themselves in a special atmosphere. These are prehistoric remains. It really is too ancient. Archaic era, millions of years ago. Just what kind of past events happened here? Yi Fan sighed with emotion. The mottled stone palace was dim, and the Tao patterns were still there. The traces were not extinguished. He pondered for a moment and was astonished. The ancient palace had existed for a long time. The patterns carved on it were not only a type of formation, but also a type of sacred art to avoid fire. It couldn't be underestimated. It could be considered a unique secret technique. It can enter the essence flames of the sun without being extinguished and be preserved for millions of years. This is a divine art. Yi Fan's initial astonishment turned into shock. He calmed himself down and began to seriously ponder over it. This might be a supreme technique. Entering and exiting the sun and the moon, walking in the 9 underworlds, these were the basic abilities of the great mediums in ancient times. They were the embodiment of the divine powers of the strongest. This was at least something left behind by a great sage, right? Yi Fan sensed it carefully and discovered a familiar aura that was very similar to Yi Tong's. It was the power of a bloodline inheritance. His heart trembled. Could this be the Holy Sun Emperor's temporary imperial residence? If that was the case, it would be enough to shock the world. Yi Fan imprinted all the patterns into his mind and studied them carefully. He obtained an ancient Tao technique that could allow him to enter and exit the sun without being harmed by the heavenly flames. And this was only a basic Tao technique. It was just the beginning, and there should be subsequent techniques. This surprised him. Could it be that there was a great inheritance left behind inside the sun star? Yi Fan searched the entire palace and obtained all the ancient Tao techniques. In the process, he also discovered the aura of the 2 golden crows. They had been here before. He turned into a beam of fiery light and chased after them. The 2 golden crows might be up ahead in order to obtain the subsequent ancient techniques. Just as Yi Fan had expected, there were other stone palaces on the Sun Star that were still incomplete. This should have been a grand palace, but it was scattered everywhere. He found the second ancient temple. He stopped for a moment and memorized the Tao patterns and the divine art of controlling fire. He studied them while chasing after them. There are actually so many huge palaces. In the end, Yi Fan was stunned. He found more than 10 palaces, and the fire Tao techniques he found were even more complex and profound. Their power was also reflected. They could draw upon the power of the entire sun star for one's own use. If someone who cultivated the sun scripture was here, he would be invincible. Yes, this is the embryonic form of the ancient scripture of the sun. It was the beginning stage of the human race's comprehension. It was recorded down. Yi Fan understood and no longer tried to comprehend it. Instead, he followed this path and slowly comprehended the thoughts of the human race's saint emperor when he created the Tao. Some of the ancient palaces were completely destroyed, leaving only the foundations. Some only had a few giant stones left. The subsequent Tao techniques had been lost for a long time. There was no perfect technique, but Yi Fan had grasped that kind of Tao state. It was a kind of fire control essence that rose to the supreme method of controlling the origin of the universe. Different people, different Tao. Every Tao verifier had their own unique path. This was the deepest understanding he had after comprehending it. Along the way, he operated the fire-subduing art, and then he began to activate several ancient scriptures, deriving his own method and refining it into a furnace. Starting from the golden circle, his true body turned into the shape of a dragon. Then, the Tao self and the passing self appeared together, becoming the extreme yin and extreme yang, making his divine form approach perfection. In the end, he no longer chased after the Tao techniques of the Saint Emperor. When he walked past those stone palaces, he only comprehended his own technique. His entire body shone with brilliance. Within his body, several ancient scriptures were operating at the same time, emitting a vast heavenly sound. It made him look sacred and dignified, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His body flowed with precious splendor, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with great power. Yi Fan's body turned illusory and constantly changed. The golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. If someone stood here, they would most likely faint. It was hard to imagine that it was this kind of power. No wonder his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the physique of a saint. Yi Fan walked slowly, his feet stepping over the flame essence. He was like a dragon leaping into the sky, almost illusory. His transformation was very special. One moment, he turned into the golden curve, and the next moment, he turned into his true body. The passing self and the Tao self evolved into the two extremes of yin and yang, walking side by side. This was the carrier of the great Tao. And at this time, in front of his forehead, a small golden person also walked out. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun, absorbing essence energy from all directions to cleanse its brilliant body. Outside of the divine form, the primordial spirit wanted to break free and transform into the escaping one, breaking the shackles of the universe and transcending. At this moment, Yi Fan no longer tried to restore the fire technique and great Tao of the human race's Saint Emperor. He constantly comprehended himself, and there was a great harvest. The 5 secret realms in his body hummed at the same time, as if there was an immortal sound. His body was transforming, and there were strands of holy might. His divine sense became increasingly condensed, and the golden light was dazzling. At this time, Yi Fan had transcended and temporarily forgot everything else. His body stepped forward, and the small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead. The two became one, and he was like a deity. His true body continuously changed within the golden diagram. This was the carrier of the great Tao, and the small golden person was the Tao. He guided the endless flame essence within the sun to baptize himself. His body became bright and clean, and he became increasingly powerful and extraordinary. The aura of a saint and the undying radiance covered his body. He originally came here to kill the 2 ancient golden crows, but he never thought that he would have such an encounter. This allowed Yi Fan's body and mind to undergo a round of tempering. This was a type of accumulation and precipitation in the realm. Yi Fan relied on the evolution liquid to advance by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. He took great strides forward, and his strength increased more or less too quickly. Now, with this kind of encounter, it was as if he had experienced millions of years of time. He transformed into a divine form, comprehending the Tao and reflecting upon himself. He consolidated his Tao fruit and strengthened his Tao foundation. When he looked back, the footprints along the way could be clearly seen. Every step was firm. The evolution liquid has to be used carefully. Yi Fan said to himself. This path wasn't long, but it greatly stirred him up. He looked at the footprints of the ancient great emperors, and he also left behind a few glorious footprints. After a long time, he calmed down. Right in front of him, a grand and imposing palace appeared. It could still be considered well-preserved. After endless years, it still towered without falling. It was covered in ancient ruins, bathed in the essence of the sun's flames, and emitted an aura of great changes. Ancient Sun Temple. Yi Fan saw these words written in divine language. This was the common language of all clans, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored that it was established by the deities. This is an abandoned temple of the Sun Sacred Emperor. He came to the northern Dipper Star region a long time ago. Yi Fan said to himself, the Sun Sacred Emperor's magical power was boundless and his divine abilities vast. It was rumored that he had left his footprints in many star regions, and there were also anecdotes in the northern Dipper Star region. The enormous palace didn't have any restrictions that could kill people, but it emitted a boundless aura. There was a type of dignity that made one involuntarily feel reverence. It was a bit difficult to breathe. This place didn't have any symbols specially arranged by the great emperors, but there were some mythical traces carved by later generations. They were completely preserved and incomparably grand. The flame Tao techniques and formations contained within these patterns were even more profound. The 2 ancient golden crows were inside the palace, and they seemed to be extremely excited. This is one of the Sun Sacred Emperor's temporary imperial residences. If we carefully remember these patterns, we might be able to find clues about the undying Fusang divine tree. That is what our great emperor wants the most. This place was already close to the center of the sun. The essence flames wreaked havoc and were incomparably berserk, but the majestic stone palace was still floating. It hadn't been destroyed since ancient times. Ordinary saints couldn't even reach this place, because they would be burned to ashes. The two golden crows were born while bathing in flames, so they naturally didn't fear the essence flames. As a result, they were unharmed. There's a transportation formation here. It's constructed with a mysterious realm gate. Where does it lead to? One of the golden crows was astonished. They discovered an expanse of golden patterns within the enormous palace. They quickly activated the formation platform, and a golden door opened. It was like an immortal gate, resplendent and dazzling. Auspicious light shone in tens of thousands of strands. That's leading to the inner parts of the sun star. What? There's someone there. He's sleeping. The expressions of the two golden crows instantly changed. They never expected that there would be a mysterious and unfathomable existence at the end of this ancient transportation formation. Could this be a deity from the legendary era? They felt their lips trembling, and their entire bodies were trembling. It was because they could feel an unmatched aura spreading over in strands. In the depths of the sun star, there was a person lying dormant and sleeping. This exceeded their imaginations. Even though the fiery light around them was blazing hot, they felt their entire bodies go cold. They slowly withdrew their magical power, fearing that they would awaken that existence and make the realm gate disappear. They didn't say anything for a long time. This is a prehistoric ruin. What kind of person is that? We have to return to Fire Mulberry Star and report to the Great Emperor. There might be a great secret here. Woo! I heard that the human race's little bastard with the divine body is looking for us. If we go out, we have to be a bit more careful. After all, our clan's reinforcements were all wiped out. What divine body? When our race's supreme majesty arrives, a single golden divine feather will be enough to kill him several dozen times over. I've always been looking forward to the taste of divine blood. Once our race truly descends on this ancient star, it won't be too late to take his head then. The two golden crows spoke hatefully. They had no idea that Yi Fan had already arrived outside the palace. Chapter 1215. The majestic stone hall was very spacious. The voices of the two golden crows echoed. They hated Yi Fan because they had been wounded by his black arrow before. This lowly human brat, if he did not have the great black arrow, how could he penetrate our saint-level defense? Drinking his blood is not enough to dispel my hatred. It's better to be careful. He can kill a sage now, which is not good for us. Although I also want to twist his head off and have a taste of his golden flesh and blood, it's more important for us to return to the Hwasong Star first. The two golden crows prepared to leave the northern Dipper Star region. There was a being that seemed to be a god hiding in the solar star, which made them very uneasy. They wanted to report this to the supreme ruler of the Golden Crow clan. The most crucial thing was that a human devil had appeared, and he was just too terrifying. He even ate old ancestor Jin Shu alive, leaving everyone shocked. This was a nightmare. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps. Saint Physique of the human race and his disciple, who is suspected to be the descendant of the Solar Saint Emperor. Your green cauldron, your flesh, and your inheritance will all belong to the Golden Crow clan. The two memorized the patterns in the hall and turned to leave. However, their expressions froze on the spot. A tall and straight figure was standing there, staring at them coldly. It's you, Saint Physique of the human race. The two golden crows were shocked. They did not even notice when someone was so close to them. The consciousness of the ancient saints was everywhere and could scan the entire area in an instant. However, it missed Yi Fan. Since you two hate me so much, let's end this. Yi Fan said. He had the deceiving matrix on him, so he was able to hide from everything and sneak here without a sound. You think we are afraid of you? You came to die. Let's kill you and drink your golden saint blood. Maybe it will help us break through. One of the golden crows said coldly. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to and will die in vain. said Yifan. "The bloody truth will tell you that you are nothing but a bug." Regardless of whether they were afraid or not, they could not lose their momentum at this moment. The other golden crow strode forward. "Huh?" Yifan laughed coldly. His expression was calm as he stared at them indifferently and said, "I am looking forward to this battle. It is said that golden crow meat is very delicious. You're courting death." An ancient golden crow gave off the might of a saint. Its expression was gloomy as it stretched out a large hand and slapped over. It was not a technique, but a slap to the face. If he was fighting against someone of the same level, it would be a form of humiliation. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. Yifan was very calm, and his eyes were cold. His body suddenly expanded, becoming tens of thousands of meters tall. His golden body glowed with precious light as he lifted a foot and directly stomped down. This was also a form of arrogance. Who would dare to step on a saint? He did not take the golden crow seriously at all, as if he was stepping on an ant. The golden crow race's saint's eyes were sinister. His palm didn't change, but in that instant, brilliant light was emitted. An ancient scroll spread out, containing mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. There was even a silver waterfall falling and leaden clouds covering the sky. It was boundlessly majestic. This was a secret treasure that could be compared to a saint weapon. Its power was peerless and could trap and kill saints. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and swallowed Yifan. The inside of this ancient scroll formed a world of its own. Mountains towered into the clouds, and black clouds pressed down on ground. Savage beasts roared, and strange birds cried. There was an innate formation that could refine saints into pus and blood. "Hey, brat, you are still far from being able to fight me. If I want to kill you, I have many ways to do so." The golden crow sneered and put away the scroll. It shrunk to a meter long and spread out in front of him. The scenery inside could be seen clearly. He looked down at the ancient scroll and was full of ridicule. He pointed at it with his finger and said, "If I say you are a bug, then you are. Compared to us, you are nothing." The other golden crow also laughed coldly. He was a bit worried at first, but he didn't expect this secret treasure to have such a miraculous effect. He said coldly, "If you can get what you want before leaving, you can drink the golden saint blood. The so-called human saint body is nothing more than this." This golden crow held the ancient scroll in front of him and carefully looked inside. Cruelty was written all over his face, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. There was some contempt on his face. "You are happy too early." A cold voice came from the ancient scroll. Then a large foot stepped out. It maintained its original posture and firmly stepped on the golden crow's face. The sound of bones cracking and blood splashing could be heard. Yifan broke out of the ancient scroll. The ancient scroll had actually been torn apart. The light of the secret treasure dimmed, and it let out a mournful cry. The golden crow, Saint felt the pain penetrating into his bones. Tears and blood flowed down his face. He knew that the bridge of his nose was broken and his cheekbone cracked. His entire face was deformed. Yifan entered with this posture and came out with the same posture. He just happened to step on the face of the golden crow, Saint, who was holding the ancient scroll and looking at it. It was a solid step. The golden crow's intestines turned green from regret. The way he held the ancient scroll, it looked like he was rushing someone to step on his face. He was so angry that he was going crazy. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't. A large foot fell down and sealed his entire face. Golden crow blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The other golden crow beside him felt the same. This was too painful. Just looking at it made him feel uncomfortable. He felt pain in his teeth, his armpits, and between his legs, there was a sharp pain. Yifan's step was too comfortable. The other party raised his face and let him step on it. How could he not use force? Flesh and blood flew everywhere, forming a meat patty face on the spot. Blood and crushed bones flew in all directions. It was extremely violent. Oh, finally, this golden crow broke free. His face was no longer human and completely rotten. His throat trembled as he cried out mournfully. He was completely furious and went crazy. His arms shook, and 100,000 golden divine feathers cried out in unison. They turned into divine swords and slashed at the void, wanting to chop Yi Fan into pieces. The other golden crow, Saint, naturally attacked with all his strength. With a long roar, the flame essence around his body boiled, and the endless laws of the great Tao turned into millions of divine lights. Boom! Golden splendor covered Yi Fan's front and back. He displayed his strange phenomenon and temporarily merged into one, shattering the 100,000 divine swords and crushing the endless Tao laws. It was an all-around counterattack. The immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, the golden sea of bitterness, the majestic rivers and mountains all appeared and condensed together. There was nothing it couldn't kill. Yi Fan descended from the sky and still firmly stomped on the golden crow saint. Half of his body was bleeding and almost shattered. Moreover, he exchanged a palm with the other golden crow saint, causing his arm to spasm and his bones to crack. He was sent flying. Swoosh! The 2 golden crows turned into 2 streaks of lightning and rushed out of the grand stone hall. They wanted to escape because they didn't want to take the risk. They could feel Yi Fan's power. However, Yi Fan was ruthless and had no intention of letting them go. They were immediately attacked as soon as they rushed out of the hall. The 2 golden crow saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood and revealed shocked expressions. Another Yi Fan walked out from the darkness at the entrance of the hall. He was like a killing saint and almost killed them. The one turning into 3 pure one's secret technique. Yi Fan's Tao body hid in the darkness and attacked with the Celestial Court's great killing technique at the crucial moment. He almost killed them, and golden crow blood flowed everywhere. Little bastard, you. They were covered in blood. Why had they ever suffered such a loss? They were both shocked and furious. They wanted to swallow this human brat alive. Today, I'll send you on your way. You will roast the golden crow's flesh in the solar essence flame. The 2 Yi Fans pressed forward and intercepted 1 enemy each, forcing an ancient saint to risk his life. The 2 golden crows' eyes flickered with cold light. They were furious and wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them at all costs. Yi Fan was not afraid at all and showed no signs of retreating. He used the battle saint technique and was fierce and domineering. He swore to kill them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. The hearts of the 2 golden crows were cold. They let out long cries and cooperated with each other. They tore open the void and wanted to escape. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His true body and Tao body drew their bows at the same time. This bow was formed by golden energy and wasn't a real bow. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. 2 black arrows were placed on the golden energy bowstring. They trembled slightly and then turned into 2 beams of divine light that flew out and pierced through the void passage. Blood splattered everywhere and the void collapsed. The 2 golden crows were pierced through and fell out. Saint blood was everywhere, making the solar essence flame dim. It was a ghastly sight. The 2 golden crows screamed, and their eyes were full of hatred. They revealed their true forms. They spread their golden wings and let out long cries, trying to break free. However, the 2 arrows had a kind of demonic nature to the golden crows. They penetrated their bodies, and a terrible power was wreaking havoc. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan flew up. His Tao body and his true body moved at the same time, and each dashed toward the golden crow. The black arrows enlarged and looked like terrifying spears. The long poles were cold and flashing with black light. They were full of murderous aura, and even the temperature of the solar essence flame dropped a little. Little bastard, our race's supreme highness won't let you go. The 2 golden crows roared. Yi Fan wasn't moved. His true body and Tao body each held a black holy arrow and used it as a spear. They picked up the 2 wounded golden crows and nailed them in the air. Blood flowed down the long black poles. The 2 golden crows were finally terrified. This demon-like man made them tremble. Oh no, don't kill us, but it was too late. Yi Fan attacked indifferently and tore them apart in the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. He was bathed in the blood of the golden crows and looked like a god who had killed his way out of hell. Not long after, GZ and the Sacred Prince appeared. When they saw this scene, they were both stunned. They didn't expect that Yifan had already killed the two golden crows. This time, Yifan was also afraid that something might happen to the two ancient golden crows. So, he called some helpers and split up the search. They were connected by the space gate and could help each other. Today, I'm treating crow spirit meat, crow bone soup, roasted golden crow wings, fried golden crow legs. I have everything you want. Please bring some friends to eat, said Yifan. The two golden crows were as huge as small mountains. The golden feathers on their bodies shone brilliantly as if they were made of gold. They were two mountains of meat that could feed as many people as they wanted. There's an ancient transportation formation in this palace that leads to the deepest part of the sun star. There's a godlike existence hibernating there. Yifan told them what he knew. There's a god in the ancient world. Could it be a supreme existence from the Age of Legends? The Sacred Prince revealed a strange expression. If that's the case, we probably can't get close, said GZ. Yifan smiled and said, don't worry. The demonic man is back. This savage old man has a picky taste. Maybe he likes the meat of a god.